Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day here of Blast Slam 7. We've had some pretty crazy days of games, but I can tell you today it's going to get even crazier because today, the games, they really count. Fog, how have you been doing? Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we, of course, if you've been watching the last few days at home, we're starting those very long best of 1 days, 4 hours earlier than today, actually. So you all got to have a little bit of a lie-in before I'm sure you made sure you tuned in and woke up ready to watch these series. We can actually have a quick look at what went down over those last days in the groups with the standings after group stage. And here we have it, Fogged. What are we seeing? Any surprises? What we got? Wait, I think this is wrong, or am I crazy? This is wrong. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. I'm a dummy. Okay, we just saw we saw basically what had happened after day 3, and now this is what happened after day 4. So
yeah, that was your
as
fault.
we can see, yeah, there we. I didn't know we had the technology for that. That's actually crazy. These graphics are more advanced than I was prepared for. Great stuff here. So now we have the final positions. LGD ending up in that top spot. Pretty impressive, right? Considering the previous tournament, right, the LGD were in, they were playing with a stand-in, but they came like last at Dream League, right? So it just goes to show when they have the full roster together, these guys, they're pretty good. I mean, we saw a lot of their gameplay, right, and it was pretty fantastic.
I don't know. It seems like some of these teams just, I guess maybe perhaps watch Dream League, but I think for watch Dream League and look to accelerate things, because these games in Dream Leagues, they were sloppy. And they just all went really long, right? They went like 60 minutes, and I think teams were looking at this and they're like, this is not the way Dota's supposed to be played right now. And I think for LGD/X Heroic, whatever you want to call them, whatever you know them as, they're fast. The SA teams in general, they never like to play slow Dota. SEA, yes, these guys love the slow 70-minute games, but South America, they run at you, and we're definitely seeing the effect of that. And I feel like they have this like aura, because they're like this newish team, like this. Sure, they're not new players or anything like that, but a newish team where they have this aura kind of like the Liquid, the Gaming Gladiators, the P-Visions, the Bet Booms, where they know how to set tempo. If they hit the timings, they can accelerate. And even if they don't, we see them taking games late with like Necrophoses and stuff. So, I don't know, they're super exciting for me at least.
Yeah, and then sort of on the other side of things, down at the bottom of the standings, some of these teams, they're not going to be too happy with their performances, right? Specifically kind of looking at the ones that went 3 and 8, for example, some big names. OG, obviously there were sort of questions of where they were going to be in terms of the lineup, because we have seen greatness from them earlier in sort of this Dota season, but they're really struggling. Tundra, they're still struggling to kind of get back to kind of where you'd expect to see them, right? This is a team, a lineup that was kind of at the top of everything, and at top of pretty much was it all of the Blast Slams, or at least a lot of them?
All the blasts.
These guys
right?
keep winning. So every reason to believe they might make a comeback today in a recovery, but not great so far. And XG also similar, just failing to impress at the moment.
Yeah, those are the big 3 for me. Like Glyph, I think most people were already very question mark with them, how they were going to do across the board. Extreme, I have my questions for them for a while now. I think that they're, I don't want to say fully frauding their ways to some of these higher positions in tournaments, but I kind of want to say that because they seem to be just slipping through the cracks a couple of these games when they just don't look good anymore. They look very uncomfortable with each other, and it's a lot of individual things too, which I think is the biggest thing that I wanted to talk about for Tundra too, because it does seem like it's these individual errors, which I used to not see from these players. Like Pure is just kind of feeding in some situations. Same thing for BZM. So for them, like today, we are covering them, so I'm going to be watching them a lot. Like especially BZM and Pure, because they are just relentlessly dying in these games.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes on them as we can see what we're going to enjoy today. Obviously, 2 streams to follow both sides of the bracket, so make sure you got them open on both of your monitors. They will be happening at the same time. That first series, the first 2 series happening at the same time. You're going to have Spirit and OG going up against each other over on the A stream. Over here, if you're watching, you're listening to me and Fogged right now, we're going to be taking you through Aurora versus Tundra. Obviously, on the other side, Spirit versus OG, the winner will then go on to play Yandex. And on our side, the winner of Aurora and Tundra will go on to play Liquid. And basically the winners of both sides of this bracket will be moving forward to week 2 here at Blast Slam 7. So 6 teams on your screen, 4 of them you're not going to get to see play in the next stage of the event. And that is pretty big, right? You look at some of these names, we're going to be losing some big names today.
And it's, I mean, you can see maybe a little bit how you can determine it, but yeah, not fully, right? I think OG definitely looks like the weakest of the crew in terms of what we're seeing right here. But then Tundra also, I would say, looks the second weakest by a good long shot too. So I feel like Aurora, Liquid, that's probably the potential that we are going to have unless Tundra works their magic. And that should, for me, that's going to be super exciting. And then the top one too, if it is Yandex Spirit, these games are going to be nuts. Yeah,
because I feel indeed the Aurora versus Liquid, I would guess to be kind of the closest game of the day. If Aurora did indeed beat Tundra, as I would, you know, if I'm going to sort of guess who's going to make it through on that level. I think on the other side of things, you know, Spirit OG, that one could be messy. I think that could be a pretty quick series in favor of Spirit. And then Spirit versus Yandex, I think Yandex should be getting the win a little clearer at least than the Aurora versus Liquid, if it does end up being Aurora versus Liquid on our side of things.
Yeah, I think this bottom one is tough to determine. From what we've seen right now at this tournament, right, Aurora should kind of cruise through this game because they've also... Actually, I wouldn't say cruise because they've also had a bit of up and downs in their games, but overall, because they have... Like, Mikoto had some pop-off games, same for Nightfall. They've just had nice, solid drafts in most of their games is the big thing for me. And now that we're going into best-of-3s, I think that's when it really matters the most because it's not just well, we won a best-of-1. Our draft might have not been better. We might have just gotten a little lucky. I think this is where it matters the most. So at least from what we've seen for Aurora... That's why I'm giving them the slight edge, but you can never count Tundra out because they just might, now it might just be like, okay, guys, it's time to show up. It's Blast. We got to win this thing. And yeah, they've done it before over and over and over again, so.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. So our first matchup, as we can see coming up on the screens, will be Aurora versus Tundra. Aurora, as we've heard from there. And yeah, Tundra, as you said, if the history is anything to go by, these guys should be easily making it through the last chance playoffs into the next stage of Blast Slam 7, but who knows, because they have had some just relative to what you'd expect from this squad, some pretty rocky performances, right? Like some of these losses, it's almost surprising to see from these guys because these guys were crushing everybody before.
Pretty rocky. I mean, and let's be honest, they are playing like extremely sloppy. And that bomb clip yesterday is a highlight, I think, of their entire Blast performance so far here. So I think that is a just beautiful situation that we had happen yesterday. Because my goodness, I don't think you could even script a play like that.
Yeah, So they got to pull it together today. Because if they lose this best-of-3, they're out of the tournament. They're not going to get the chance to come to the LAN portion, which, as always, is going to be an incredible amount of fun. You know, all of these teams very much fighting to get themselves over to the Blast Studios, get to play the finals, and get to play for that large share at the prize pool.
This man on your screen right here, very important, as he just does go away for a second there. But KP, incredibly important, I feel like, for Aurora. We're seeing just how much he's amplified the team, right? It makes a big difference, so.
Yeah, here we go, though, ladies and gentlemen. We're now into the draft, and as you mentioned, Fogged, we're now moving on to the best-of-3s. We just had, of course, that very long group stage. Everything best-of-1s was a lot of fun, but best-of-3s, I would imagine some of these teams will straight up say that they're stronger in a best-of-3 situation, and I would probably imagine that would be Tundra. You know, I feel like if you would have talked to Tundra and they would have given some excuses for some of their best-of-1s, I feel like they might say it was a best-of-1. Give us a best-of-3 and we'll have a much better time. So let's see if they can show that here.
Yeah, let's see if they can put up some excuses.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Bans coming out. No surprises here, right, with the bans.
Just the snap, but I think we're seeing now just how good the hero is. Honestly, like, it's pretty busted how much you can do with it and how early you can pressure with it. And I think these are the 3 top heroes for Aurora that I've seen, right? We are going to see, like, Timber and Phoenix probably come out and
they love
for them.
Yeah,
but these 3, right? Nightfall, I think he's shown to me at least he's one of the best Tinies in terms of, like, the carry potential, because, like, a lot of these Tinies just look very uncomfortable when they're playing it too. They don't know how to adapt and pivot with the builds, going for the blinks in the earlier game, things like that. Nightfall does that. Mikoto, Puck, don't need to say anything.
No.
Largo.
And what's going on? I was going to say, Largo is back to first pick territory. What's going on here?
Not for most teams, but we have seen Tundra do it, I believe, a couple times. I wanted to say at Dream League they did it quite a bit, and I think they won the games that me and you casted that they did it, that I remember them playing it. Okay, yeah, so they won the 2 games that they played it, yeah, in Dream League. But let me see it from the recent games. Yeah, because I can't actually remember every single one. Because I think we didn't cast Tundra after the last couple days.
No, I think maybe we did on day 1, right? Or did we not?
Yeah, it was just day 1.
We did, yeah, I think indeed. We did not catch the Tundra games ourselves on the mornings.
Oh, what are they tagged as now? Tundra Esports. Okay, because now they, yeah, a little bit of change of names. So they have done this at least, I think, one of the games that were here. But it's interesting to see that they wanted to do it here in Timbersaw. So this is, because you know that they're going to pick Timber first pick if it's Aurora. Even though Axe is in the pool and these heroes are super, like the Timber and the Axe seem to be the most contested offlaners, at least for me. They love their Timber. WS is insane on this hero.
Banning out some of the hot supports. The Bane, we've seen a lot of success with him. And yeah, specifically in Aurora's case, last finals, they're pretty much playing Bane and Phoenix every game. So they won't get the Bane. Phoenix still available.
The Lion ban. I know Mira has been really enjoying playing it, but that's a bit interesting. Good versus Largo. Double disables is very annoying.
Aurora. And against Tundra. Tundra. I don't know. Yeah, is there any specific hero that like what has Tundra been winning with? Even
Not a
in
lot.
these yeah, I was gonna say in these tough times, the games that they won, is there something that you're like, we don't let them have it? SF, pretty fair ban, right? Seems like that carry right now is it's just not fun to lane against. I mean, especially when you want to play something like a Timber, right? We've seen so many games where Timber's been picked and Shadow Fiend's been left in the pool, and it's looked pretty miserable for the Timber.
Doom is the one they have the most success with, at least at this tournament. But if they already have the Largo, it's very unlikely they can get the Doom because it's pretty much
they're banned. The way
strictly 33. Yeah.
Yeah, they took it out.
Well, most of the Timber, right? Timber has been, totally shut down if there's this SF. What else has totally shut down the Timber if they've been in the game? Necrophos, right? Has been the other one if they do have it in the lane. Not as hard as a Shadow Fiend, but
yeah, Necrophos.
I
Honestly,
don't know if they
it's kind of
interchange. That's the thing, because right, 33
Oh
played
wait,
the
yeah,
Necro.
I was gonna say, Pure doesn't play Necro.
Yeah, so
At least it seems like it doesn't, because indeed, when we saw them pick Necro, they actually had 33 play the Necro safe lane.
and he played it again the other day too. So.
Oh, did he actually? Did they do the lane switch up, or he just played it on off lane?
I think he played it on off lane.
Okay. But yeah, I mean,
Sure.
by the looks of it, then Pure has no interest in playing Necrophos. Let's have a look. Tundra.
What's the hoodwink win rate now? What are we down to?
It was bad, right? It was honestly surprisingly bad, because the hero seems good.
35% across.
Yeah, I think that's surprisingly low. I like
28.
Why is that? Is there just
It's
a lot
the most
of,
picked hero, right?
Sure, but even so, that's still a very low win rate for a
is.
hero that I feel like nobody's watching these games and getting the vibe that Hoodwink's bad. You know what I mean?
But I mean, maybe there is just a lot of ways to counteract it. In the pro games, right, especially, people are just way better at cutting trees, and there's just a lot more elements that cut this tree as well. And we've seen a couple of these, like, the interactions, right, the bushwhack plus the movement interaction that comes out, like the sleep. I've seen like 4 times it breaks the tree. So there's that can come in. Coddle, this hero is insane. I feel like this hero can be slotted into almost any draft at the moment. It feels like sustain in general is pretty busted, and that looks like what Tundra's already going for here. We saw them do this at the Birmingham finals, right? It was the Coddle, Largo, Monkey King kind of crazy sustain draft that they had coming into play. And they already look like they're building something similar. Coddle also gives you damage amplification, which is really important versus Timber. The Solar Bind lets you get extra kill threat.
So do you sort of pick that really strong Coddle pairing now, so it doesn't, you know, at least as one of these 3rd or 4th picks?
Do they just take the Storm?
I mean, I feel like Storm's got to be top of the list. It's just the best one, in my opinion. And BZM's very good at it.
They'll just, okay, they'll go more of a pressure and protection. So this, I mean, this isn't healing, but this is damage mitigation. So I'm already seeing maybe a strategy that Tundra's going along. Double heals, damage reduced, but this is a Lich versus Timber. So it's pure damage, and then Hoodwink is a magic.
And honestly, I wouldn't mind it if Aurora just picked Storm themselves. Like, I think Stormcoil's that good that surely it's that good to take it away from Tundra, and Aurora can play the Storm really nicely.
So your
and
choices,
against these 3 heroes, Storm doesn't care about these 3 heroes.
If you Storm here, they're gonna Ember.
Yeah, I don't think you care
immediately.
About that, though. I don't think it's that bad. Is it that bad?
It's different with Coddle. It's different with Coddle because the slight chain refresh, right? Because then it's like you are getting constantly hit by this thing. So, although they play with Flame Guard early, it still does get to that point where it's the slight chain. I don't know how bad it is. I know Ember likes to play versus Storm in the matchup in general because you do get to just trade with the Flame Guard effectively. But you can't just get licked. And overall, Ember does not like playing versus Largo. Because you can't gank the side lane as effectively, right? You can never really go to the Largo's lane. I know Quinn always mentions that, so.
Isn't this a pretty sick Rubik game?
Most of them are. People are straying away from the hero, though.
Okay. Wind Ranger's going to come out. We don't know whether that's going to be carry support. Probably with these guys, it probably will be carry, right, for Nightfall, yeah.
It's the hard damage versus Largo. This is a decent one. It goes both ways, because Largo can dispel you, right? You're the lick versus the wind run. But in the lane, you kind of just free farm, and then you can, you get the javelin timing. You're able to just focus fire and kill the Largo, unlike a Centaur.
Where's the techies at? We're going to see techies this draft?
Nah, it's alright. I mean, very unlikely now, at least. Kiari's probably just going to play Phoenix, let's be honest here.
I mean, yeah, they've left it in, so.
He is switching it up, though. Kiari has played the Hoodwink a couple times, but I think that was strictly when they got Clockwork. He might now. He might actually still play, because this looks like a Mira hero to me. So Kiari might actually play the Hoodwink, and they might switch things up a little bit here. This is a good hero.
I mean, this is basically saying, do you still want to pick Storm into this, right? They're picking this to sort of test Tundra to be like, well, do you really want to get that Storm combo? When there's a Nyx assassin in the game.
This is clever. Different type of approach that we do see here, but this is what I would call, so there you go. They get the Ember instead. Okay, so but the same thing, right? You can use the Carapace versus the Flame Guard pretty effectively, and now
you can.
Aurora, they can choose to, the lanes. You already know where these lanes are going to go, so you can choose to just pick something that's going to try to destroy it. So they have to ban Huskar. Actually, does Makoto even? Oh, does Makoto?
Actually, I don't know. Do we see Makoto Huskar?
I think he plays it, but he's not one of those like S tier. He's more like he's like an A or B.
I feel like because Quinn, he only talks about Maureen and Tai Lung right being like the S tier ones. I think at least Quinn was saying the other day in his opinion.
So Monkey King, that's a Makoto hero. That's a good ban because that's the other one that does destroy the lane and can make these swift rotations very easy. Versus super squishy supports. So that's one thing we can look at is very fragile supports on Tundra. And there's a lot of burst damage early from Aurora, right? It just all the natural spells that come in, just Power Shot, Nyx Impale, Hoodwink, some squishy heroes in comparison to just Largo and Timbersaw.
Now, what does Pierre want to play?
I gotta say I have no idea. He's been so random, so I have difficulty really determining. He wants to play PA. It seems like a lot of games, but not the best hero.
Tundra.
It's kind of cool how we have like Drow so popular in one series and then just not touched in another.
Yeah, it really goes from some teams first picking that hero to some teams never even thinking about it.
Yeah, and Tundra won't think about it because they do have the double range support, so unlikely to get it. I mean, maybe they will. Is Kez in the pool?
Kez has been ignored, yeah, which is also one of those heroes that some drafts you will see that first ban, right? And
I feel like
apparently others it gets ignored.
Right?
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Kez is perfectly pickable here.
Looks pretty decent. Chakra's pretty good with the hero as well too. Has shield to run in. Yes, there's a lot of burst damage, which can be a bit annoying. Nyx can also. What else does he want to play?
I mean, what else can sort of cause issues for the Timbersaw lane? Are there any other carries that can bully a Timber?
If he wants to play the Drow, but he just has not been playing it, so But then he also has the double range, which is sometimes a bit fragile. And they have actually lost with that before, at least in this tournament, too. Let's see what they do.
Oh, okay.
We haven't seen it as much, but...
No,
okay.
and honestly, I feel like when we have seen it, it's not been great. If I'm correct, I'm going to have a look at some of the stats on that. But I feel like there's something about Ursa right now. Just... He's not the Ursa that he was sort of a patch or two ago.
No, because a lot of the... Yeah, you're going to shut down the... you're going to shut down the Timber a decent amount, but these Timbers also know how to play and recover, right? They also go Timber Chain, very likely, versus the Ursa, and then they just catch up. They just go to stacks, and they actually become more farm than the Ursa.
Oh, and there's
Pango's
a
in the
Pango.
pool.
And you love a Pango, right? And you were surprised before when you see it last pick, and Makoto, he's a good Pango as well, right?
Yeah, definitely.
No, that's... Yeah. Yeah, so no, just to check actually on the stats. So literally, Ursa... This is actually the first Ursa game here in Blast Sam 7.
No,
so
it's
all
not.
of those groups.
No, it's not.
Are my
it really?
stats wrong? I think I'm looking at the stats and it's saying Ursa unpicked, and I'm pretty sure this is counting all the games that we had yesterday and before. I think it's the first Ursa game. Nobody's playing this hero fogged.
I gotta check. Okay, I'm gonna check one other thing quickly just to see. I'll double check. I believe it.
Yeah, no, double check on your side. But
if I check,
from what I'm seeing, there's not been an Ursa.
If Aurora hasn't played it, that means nobody's played it. I'm looking at Aurora's last few games.
When did they
Aurora
last play
hasn't
Ursa?
played it, so nobody's played it. They played it in Dream League. That was 7 days ago, but that felt like it was 3 days ago to me. So that's probably.
And honestly, even in Dream League, it wasn't great. So, people don't like Ursa right now. And I think when we did see it in previous tournaments, it didn't really look that good.
Yeah, and for the reasons I can see that can have some complications, there's a lot of disables. Yes, the lane versus WS is designed to shut him down, but as we said, these Timbers, they always recover. So game plan for Tundra, you got to have those Ancients blocked or a way to invade very early, which they do. They have good heroes to be able to do so. Yeah. But they have Ursa versus Wind Ranger as well, too, right? Sticking on a Windy in the mid game, sticking on a Pango. There's some complicated heroes to find in these fights for him.
This is going to be tough. And indeed, you're absolutely right. Looking at the previous tournament, the team picking it the most was Aurora. So
it was just Aurora, that's what I'm saying.
Not only have you picked like Ursa as the last pick that nobody else likes right now. Like nobody's picking this hero. It's not a carry that people are thinking about. You're doing it against the team that if they know anything about how Ursa is right now, if there's a team that knows how Ursa's doing, it's going to be Aurora. So you got to imagine that Aurora's going to have some pretty good ideas of like, this is why Ursa's bad and we don't pick it, so we'll know how to abuse that and make you regret picking it.
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah. I think a lot of this game is going to be around BZM and Ari and what they can do with the chakra combos and just dictate pace of the game and dictate the flow. But overall... I mean, Aurora they got a last pick Pango. They have a Timber. Their cores look very strong. Me and you, of course, questions on the Wind Ranger sometimes, but for this game, again, can see the merits of it, right? Yes, there's going to be maybe some Dispel that comes in, but the Ursa versus Wind Ranger matchup, that can be pretty rough for Pure until pretty late in the game.
Sweet as honey.
Well, nice. Let's see. Let's see if Pure's got an idea with the hero that, as I say, no other carry is willing to try right now.
Let's see what Tundra shows up.
It's not been great.
Let's see which of the teams, all right? Like Aurora, they've looked very good, super aggressive, confident, getting leads. Tundra, actually, I need to look. I feel like they've been playing like behind in most games very quickly. How did they do when they met the other day?
If they get behind in this game, you know, that's the one thing about the Ursa, right? You do kind of need a lot of time to get into the action. You've got to get the Battle Fury, and then the Blink, and then if you're kind of in a good, you know, you're not falling behind, then maybe you can kind of turn up, make some plays with that alone. But if the game is hard and you're behind as a team, even when you've got the Blink and the Battle Fury, you kind of need to get the BKB before you actually feel confident enough to get involved in the engagement. So they're going to have to do a lot, likely, without the Ursa for quite some time. And that's going to be tough because Aurora's heroes, they're all very low cooldown, right? Like Aurora, and they all 5 of them can brawl.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, and even with BKB, right? They can poke and kite it very easily with their lineup, and the Blink BKB Battle Fury, you still can't touch Wind Ranger, right? So it's going to be a really cool big question to see what Tundra shows up and if they can mount and withstand this pressure of Aurora, because Aurora's just been very good in the lanes and very good about just pressuring early on, and they are doing a little bit of the switch up as we expected. Mira, he plays the melee heroes. Kaori plays the ranged.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's got to be this top lane, right? I feel like that has to be where Tundra has sort of looked and said, we want to do everything we can to punish the Timber. So they got to punish the Timber, right? If WS gets an okay start against this Ursa Lich lane, it's sort of hard to see what Tundra were looking to try and do with this Ursa pick.
Agreed. They kind of have to smack it, and then I want to have like Whitemon also, who's very good at warding usually, right? Block those camps. Be super prepared, because even if you do shut him down in lane, these Timbers recover. They might just get the kill here. One more hit. They will.
They will.
But a trade.
So, yeah,
Kaori gets it first.
He got the first blood, taking out Whitemon, and is actually able to do a lot of damage to Pure. So, yeah, they get the kill, but they give up first blood, and Pure's got to be careful. Acorn Shot's going to be back up in a second.
Pure.
Oh, I mean, if that bounced back to him,
he's dead.
He might have actually been dead.
He had stick charges and fairy, but my goodness.
Right, okay.
Be careful, Pure. So this is one of the issues that happens a lot of times with the Ursa is, yes, you're very good at hitting the melee offlaner, but you get clicked pretty hard by that 4 position over and over again, and Hoodwink probably will be one of the best, just to give him the click. Going for Kaori. Oh. Always feels good when the Acorn bounces back.
But when you get the good bounce, yeah.
It's like Witch Doctor. Just pick Witch Doctor and Hoodwink in your side lanes and you'll be fine. Just
dude, that sounds like I'm going to roll that
as
as my... That's going to be my safe lane next game. I'll play some Carry Witch Doctor. I'll get the support to play some Hoodwink.
And then get the other support.
Bouncing coconuts and acorns.
You get Grimstroke as the other support, and then they Soulbind, and you double coconut, double Acorn.
For the Chain Frost. So then you got the Soulbind into Chain Frost, Paralyzing Cask, and Acorn Shot. That's the dream. Are there any other bouncing spells like that? Or is it just those 3? I think it's just those 3, right? Anything that goes from target to target?
I'm thinking.
I feel like there might be another one. Anyway, top lane, Kaori.
Cut the tree.
They're going to get it. So another kill here, as needs to be for Tundra's safe lane. They'll also
they should run
chase
at them.
the WS down. Yeah, they got to keep
just run at him.
Good chain
Jump
here
at
over
him.
the side. Oh,
chase him.
He's up on the cliff, and they see him.
Nicely done.
There we go. This is what they picked it for. They've got to keep just feeding off the off lane of Aurora with this Ursa Lich safe lane.
I like that. Yeah, Pure, just go boots, right? This is the lane that you do this. You go for double mangoes as well on Whiteman. Just spam the spells on it. Do not nuke the Hoodwink, nuke the Timber Saw, and just push him out of the lane. WS is going to have a difficult time. Won't be able to recover very likely in these games, but we'll see what Tundra wants to do to pressure that here.
Because we've seen that so many times, right? Yep. Where WS, he is like bottom 4, 5 net worth, and you know, given 25 minutes of gameplay, he'll be back in the top 4. So that's sort of, I guess, where the question lies. You know, when you've gone with that final pick, specifically with this idea of shutting down the Timber Saw, how much is that actually going to do for you in the overall game?
Right now, pretty damn good. They're even doing quite well of being able to pressure Kaori as well, having to use double salves up here. That's, I think, the 4th salve I've seen used in this time. This is the lane to watch for sure. Whitemon also having another salve, so just exchange of resources like crazy. Bottom lane, Ari, he can die, so can Mira, but the core is very unlikely to be brought down in this bottom lane.
Mid lane, BZM starting quite nicely here, having that bit of an edge on Makoto with these first few waves. Pretty much, a full wave of CS ahead. Got
nicely
a little bit more with this wave coming in at top of that bottom. Ooh, Mira. Nearly getting clipped by the Illuminate from Ari. That will survive.
I love watching these Pango Ember matchups because I've seen the Embers get destroyed by Pangos, and then I've seen a lot of the Embers also just do very well versus these Pangos too. So a very fun skill matchup.
This time they will get him.
They do find him.
Yeah, we're sitting around pretty low there, Mira, after getting blasted earlier.
It's a lot of damage that comes out down here. Unexpected damage as well, too, because you get the lick, and then you get chakra, and then it gets licked. Again,
top lane, another
one.
They're getting a lot of kills. Won't quite be able to get WS this time. But the moment 3-0-1. The plan is working out so far here for Tundra with this Ursa pick.
Glad they both have the same idea of it, too, because I've seen Whitemon and Pure be a little disconnected in this tournament in particular. They both are looking for the aggressive moves, and look at Whitemon already, right? He's got the preparation at least to get the ward down, getting all this information to watch the rotations. They've already done their job. This top lane is destroyed. So now Aurora, they're going to move.
Or mid. Corey, lovely snipe there. Comes in with the Acorn Shot. Bushwhack under the tower. Allows Makoto to line up the damage, take out BZM.
So Tundra just has to communicate this. A little late, perhaps, that it did come in, but they just have to communicate. Guys, the top lane is broken. So there's going to be a rotating Timber, rotating Hoodwink, obvious. And so let's see what Whitemon does to match the movements. Because now it's up to him to also match it and protect his buddies. Nice lick.
Yeah, we'll save Ari. Gets back under the tower.
So Whitemon, it's check rune, block the Ancients, and then rotate right afterwards. And right now, yeah, he's playing it pretty much perfect. Rune. Kaori will be able to get it in time. But yeah, now look at Whitemon. He already knows his plan. Get to those camps. Block them. Don't let Timber recover. No one wants to watch it.
Corey, see if he can get the catch onto Ari. Actually, maybe they can get
Nice
33
catch.
instead. The shackle latches into the stun. And put the fairy fire, try and run. Will dodge the power
He's
shot and
okay.
actually able to live. The three of them not quite able to burst through 33 despite how low he was.
The way that he's builds now on this Largo is he's been doing for quite some time, right? It's just gauntlets, range up, and straight phase boots, so very speedy. They're looking to maybe get aggressive themselves here onto Nightfall. The TP's coming in. WS dies to neutrals.
Oh, that's rough. He just was trying to farm that Wild Wing Ripper camp and he just dies. Uh-oh.
Skeleton's too strong. Mira. Carapace gets baited.
Why, Mom?
Kaori.
Oh, can he win this trade? Couple of right clicks. He's got the kill, but he will end up dying. BZM making sure that he was there so that this wisdom will not be stolen away from them.
They got both. I think this is the best early game me and you have seen Tundra have so far. Pure is having a hell of a time.
And, you know, it's always fun to see, right, when we have these heroes that are kind of ignored, and then, bam, they're picked. And here, this sort of start, dream start, you're getting 3-0-1 in the laning stage, free farm. You know, if we've got to remember this, bottom lane, Mira. Ari will be able to find him. Can they get anything in return? Aurora, Makoto comes in with a rotation. He's got the Rolling Thunder good to go. They managed to catch Whitemon. Can they get an extra one onto this? 33 still very tanky. So they won't actually try and push on for him or Ari. They'll just have to settle for killing off Whitemon. But yeah, let's see what Pure can do with the Ursa, because he's had this exact start that he would hope for. And so we've got to remember this point of the game. And then if it goes downhill, we'll probably see sort of why teams aren't picking it. But maybe he's going to be able to push the action. BZM. Rotation from him, starting to speed up the plays up and down the map. Yeah, this is looking good. Tundra hitting all the timings here in this first 8 minutes.
Like you said, best we've seen, at least for Pure and for BZM. The two players that I was concerned about for them are both playing pretty flawless in this first 9 minutes, to be honest here.
BZM's ready to get more. They'll find Mira.
Kaori's melting.
And he really wants to kill Whitemon, but it's almost certainly going to cost Kaori his life. He'll get the pushback off, but we'll still end up going down. WS not really in a position to dive the tower quite yet. Still just level 4 as this Timber Saw, so BZM's fine. He can reset.
This is despair for WS. He's like, guys, I don't know where to go. I can't farm anywhere. Help. He's truly trying to find a way to recover in this game. It is looking really, really grim for him. He's recovered a lot of games on the Timber. I think this might be the worst situation he's been in. Give him the safe lane. Okay, this is an interesting choice. So they're like, Nightfall, go top. WS is like, I'm gonna be useless. I need to get my 6. I need to get something. So I can get why they're doing this here, even though maybe Nightfall is in a position now to get ganked here. I mean, WS just needs something. But this lane also not the easiest for him at this point, even though it's a Largo who isn't usually that aggressive. It's a level 4 or level 5 Timber versus a level 6 Largo at this point, with almost double his net worth.
+1 comes down here. They're going to be able to dive and kill him very easily.
He's very dead.
Here comes BZM. Ooh, off the mark with the slight change, but might not matter. He's got remnants to play with, and Whitemon's in from the side. They're just able to just walk him down, finish the kill. Back over the river. 10-minute power ring is going to go the way of Makoto.
Another one, Mira.
He's got Kaori to help out.
Okay. I mean, BZM is carrying blood grenades as well, too. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen him do this. He's just playing so aggressive. That was the second blood grenade he's used. Love to see it. Love to see the confidence of them coming into this one. Playing so far pretty clean. 11-6. Ursa set up for success. See if they can continue this pressure here. Pure even rotating bottom to go for this tower here too. Mid lane, Ari is pretty far forward.
Yeah, Mikoto just straight into him with the combo. Ari is gone. They do manage to find the pushback into the sharpshooter on BZM. Remnant down in the river, but they'll chase on. Mikoto's going to be ready to try and dive.
One more Remnant.
Flame guard up. Tier 2 might be too much of a dive. Mikoto still tries a little bit, but will not manage to get the hits onto BZM.
Ari's very... that was very far forward from him. Pretty big misplay. Almost gets his Ember Spirit killed as well, too. Just pushing the tower kind of recklessly. Mira, how close is he to 6? Still not quite there. Mikoto, Diffusal on the horizon. Not a game where you can tell that Mage Slayer doesn't look very good, right? So this is a very, very good Diffusal game for him. Tundra is still looking to accelerate and push this bottom tower here. It's super low. They might just backdoor it. So the timings for Pure continue to look super good here. Nightfall also matching. Kaori is thinking about it up top. No tree.
Plenty of backup. Ari and Whitemon around. Whitemon's going to TP over towards the mid, looking for the 12-minute power in. It's just the regen rune bottom for Mira.
So I guess for overall for Tundra, they're pretty content with game state, even if it gets to a little bit of a farmy period, because they do have great farmers, as Mira looks quite dead here.
Should be able to give him the next slight chains. Actually, yeah, 33 helping out with the lick. And they might be able to sprint back up towards the mid. Whitemon is going to get found, but BZM, he's happy to try and dive a bit. Rolling Thunder's at the ready for Mikoto, though, if he feels pressured. It's still a bit too difficult for him to kill the Pango.
I don't want to see BZM lose this momentum that he's getting right now. Just keep playing aggressive, but I think maybe perhaps slow down a little bit here and get that next timing. If they do see Nightfall in a very deep spot, though, they can't go for him. They saw him with this ward. The double smoke, though, on the side of Aurora. They're expecting the movement from BZM. BZM might get caught himself here. This is a great read.
Oh, it's a great shackle.
Stack the stun. No, Kaori misses after.
Well, that's true. They didn't get the bushwhack to... Well, BZM's happy with that one. He's out of there. And now they've just got to back off. Corey gets left behind, gets dragged back by 33. Pure seeing if he could even dive in for more. At the least take out the tier 1. Fortification will come out, but... Oh, yeah, they needed that to go way more smoother. Because if they did, they probably would have got the kill.
They read the play, but oof. Bit sloppy there, and now it's a 4K lead for Tundra already in this game. The Battle Fury is looking at a fantastic timing for him at 1,300 gold. And Mikoto, he's in trouble.
He's got the shield crash barrier, but 33's running over. Dead. It's getting a little bit out of hand now for Aurora.
Just spells being missed, heroes feeding too.
He was able to dive forward, get the catch on a Kaori. TPs are coming in.
He's dead.
They're diving the tier 2s.
This is accelerating too fast here. WS, yeah, he needs time to recover on this Timber. He's literally not a hero on the map at this point. And for Tundra, this draft, we talked about the sustain that could come in from it. If they get this ball rolling, they don't have to leave the map. Like, they can continue pressuring forever because they can just get chakred. They get healed up from the Largo. Mira is already spotted.
Done another one.
His first Vendetta. Oh, WS.
Oh, actually comes in with some heavy burst. All right. Pure's
WS.
in trouble. Okay, Pure's dead. Well, that'll give him a nice bit of gold to catch him back into the game. And maybe even 33. Nightfall. Look at the power shot. They're diving for this one. Chains will hold back Mikoto.
Oh, nice blast.
Swashbuckle, but will still have Rolling Thunder to keep himself safe.
Whoops,
a little bit of something there. I mean, Pure dying, it's a big death, right? Because he is top net worth by quite a while. So anytime he dies, we'll just give up a little bit of the momentum.
I mean, Nightfall gets the kill, too. It's the best person to get it, right? Him or WS getting it would have been phenomenal. WS, this guy, I swear, the little tricks that he can do in the middle of these fights, I think he did the branch play, if I'm not mistaken, versus Pure, right? He put a branch down in Timber Chain to it to get the last touch on him. pulling out all the fancy footwork to ensure that he can recover, and that's a pretty solid recovery for him. Still a 4K lead, Tundra. Still looking very good in this mid game. But WS getting what he needed in the game to start that recovery. Still going to be quite a big climb for him because there's an insane amount of magic damage and control and an Ursa. But one step. This game is, yeah, looking quite hard for Aurora. I can see why they're playing like this, just camping an area with 3 heroes, looking to get a kill to recover WS again here. Tundra. They won't fall for it. They'll go for the big target. They saw Nightfall. Not gonna dive though.
Bottom.
Pure. Quite a lot of damage here. Trying to poke that enrage.
Amira, yeah, can't quite head round to stalk him.
How's Pierre's Blink doing? He hasn't finished. 1,000 gold for him. Level 13, continuing to be in a very good spot. They can start looking to threaten Roche pretty soon too on the side of Tundra. Ideally, want to fight first. Their lineup is pretty designed to fight, based around this Ember Spirit and the Largo timings. Does have Croak points now as well for the Ember, so they're gonna get Pure involved with this Blink. Gotta bring the whole squad. Holy Locket also done for Ari, so eyes on the sustain. Heroes might drop low, but they might just get pumped up with that healing.
Oh, the scan's been hit. Tundra know that Aurora's in it somewhere. Mira's gonna try for the TP out. They'll put a stop to that one. They'll get the Spike Carapace off, but the blast comes in from Whitemont. Gets the kill.
They're chasing.
Oh. Okay, we'll get caught straight away in the bushwhack and the sharpshooter as he comes through the twin gate. Plenty of backup though on Tundra's side of things, and Aurora, they need a lot right now if they want to try and bring down the Ursa.
Nightfall's farm, as you said, still looking solid, but it really is just the 2 cores at this moment that are having that good game. WS is still struggling to find that recovery, and the farm on the supports, it's actually not too bad. The Nyx is falling slightly behind on Mira, but his itemization can be solid. The Yules is very good this game versus the Ember and the Ursa in particular. But Ari's going to be very farmed this game on this Coddle. If he's able to just keep sitting back, he's not playing the farm Coddle, he's playing to run around with his team, but he still is getting a lot because of the kills they're finding. And he's going to be one of the big targets that Aurora has to address in team fights. These heals cannot be ignored.
Not Tundra. Are they in a position where they can go for an early Roche with the Ursa? Or still
if they find a bit big risky? Kill. It's a little risky.
You want to try and get a kill first. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he's queuing up Basher. I don't know. We'll see if Pure actually goes for this here. This is going to be a very dangerous position to do this in, as he does get Carapace.
Oh, okay. He'll get the ult off. He's not able to jump up to the high ground, though. They'll get him. I mean, neatly done there by Mira. Carapacing the cleave with the Battle Fury to start that one off. Very cute.
Very far forward, though. I mean, Pure... he is committing for the Basher. This can be a very dangerous purchase when you have this advantage, not going for BKB.
It's all right to play risky, but he is their top net worth, right? His deaths are pretty painful.
I'm not a fan of this. I'll be honest right away. This could be one of those things that just kind of lets Aurora come back into the game if they do find it with chain stuns. If he doesn't have BKB, all this damage is going to go through.
I mean, and they have so many stuns, right? They have 4 heroes that can stun. And
they have a Nyx Carapace that starts things. So maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's thinking that he can't even go for it, because he's just going to get stunned initially, but very risky. Roche, they'll walk in, but it is scouted. That ward is right outside, so there is going to be some spam.
Oh, yeah, Makoto might go for the Rolling Thunder, right? Just to disrupt it.
There is vision on top of him, but he is just going to make the roll in.
Ready to roll. It's a little early, though. Tundra can wait out the Rolling Thunder, go back in afterwards. Corey's going to get caught in the river.
It doesn't look like they're trying to contest it fully. They're just pushing top tower. Nightfall almost killed the entire tier 2 with a focus fire out of this, and the Roche is now shifting. Mikoto. Let's get the roll up. But he's dead. Nice chase. BZM. doing something different here too. I did want to talk about this. He went to Stiller. So I don't think I've seen this on core players almost at all. Very interesting that he goes for this here. But when you look at the two supports in particular, they're two of the most pesky supports of hunting. So to get the vision on the Nyx when he's Vendetta, finding a Hoodwink in the tree lines to set up for sled chains. Okay. I mean, I like this item a lot. I just don't know how good it is on core. Interesting. Wisdom.
So here's the super strong timing. They have the Aegis on Pure. He has the Basher. So now they're going to really want to try and get that lead growing again, because it was starting to slow down a little bit with how well Nightfall is farming as the Wind Ranger. And also the fact that they are going to get the... are they going to die here? Well, Mira's going to die. Yeah, but they still get the job done. Shard for Mira.
A sacrifice. A very good shard. The break not going to come into play so much here, but just being able to sneak and get into those backlines, very important. Aurora's slowing things down quite a lot here, and I'm just watching that Timber net worth. I'm just, the half the time, I'm just looking at WS. He's now got, I want to call this the broken, I think this item's just broken on Timber. The way it functions, the Kaya Sanj, with mana cost and mana loss reduction, and then you're restoring when you're killing trees, you farm so fast when you get this timing. So this is big for WS, that he's been able to find this. And a pretty okay time, all things considered. Because yeah, you just restore more mana than you use when you cut the trees. It is absolutely insane. And I've seen these players just get super good at maximizing with it. They just watch his mana pool. It goes up as he's using spells in a lot of situations on these neutrals. Tundra looking to strike with this Aegis.
Oh, they will catch Mira. Ooh,
Distiller.
Yeah, indeed, he'll still die to that.
They want to open up a tier 2. They want to find kills, open up a tier 2 ideally on the side of Tundra here. Not the easiest to hit these towers though, as BZM. That was his last remnant.
Oh, and they'll get the Bushwhack. Into the Rolling Thunder, and the damage from Nightfall with the Shackle Shot, not enough to kill him. BZM's going to be fine. Pure. We'll be able to get the Enrage off, take out WS.
Too much heals.
And they'll be able to dive in for Corey. Got the Eels to save himself. And he's going to need another lick from 33 to kill him. Actually, Corey's going to be fine. Dodges the Sleight of Fist. He'll live.
BZM
Towers
playing with confidence with the heals behind him. Ari just juiced him up for like 1,000 HP right after he did get gone on.
This who's going down, though.
Ideal pressure play from Tundra. They don't lose the Aegis. They get a kill. They get the tier 2 that they want to claim, and they want to keep sequencing this, playing with this Aegis, with this aggressive Basher that Pure has gone for. If he can get the BKB in between here, then this Basher was absolutely,
Corey.
great choice.
He's found them.
Another one. Dude, BZM and Pure. I was looking at them to improve their gameplay for this series, and so far, this is what we've seen from them in the past. Not making too many slip-ups, really. Just the one death on BZM, maybe one small extra death on Pure, but so far, these two have recovered, at least from the last few days that I'd seen from them.
Now, the only thing I wonder, though, is are they far ahead enough, do you think? Because it's like, what, 5k lead? Like, I don't feel Aurora's going to be feeling too uncomfortable in the spot that they're in. Nightfall's still going to get a good timing with the Mjolnir into the BKB, and it is a pretty good game for the Wind Ranger in terms of the matchups. And the power of the Wind Run against heroes such as the Ursa. So, like, Aurora, I think at the moment, they're kind of keeping their cool. They're sort of saying, okay, what more are you going to do against us? You've already taken sort of like the tier 2 in the mid. And considering that sort of map pressure, it's not like Aurora's having to hide in the base. They're still able to get out on the map.
No, it's
Tundra,
not worst case scenario.
Yeah, Tundra, they can't, if we see that 5k lead slip away, I think the game can very quickly start to look pretty grim for Tundra if they don't sort of stay this step ahead.
Yeah, agreed. But I do think that Tundra can also pretty quickly get into a stride soon here where the damage is going to... I think the damage for Aurora might just not be there, is my concern. I think for Nightfall, he's going to be able to dish out damage on one target, but the spread damage and just the healing, I think Tundra might just be able to force the issue pretty hard here. That's the problem with like some of these drafts when you have good damage, but you are a little behind, and they just have so much healing. They have this flame guard that counteracts damage as well, too. They'll find a big one.
They do. Think of the setup. He did not expect the team to be this far out on the map. I think for the reasons I was saying. Tundra, I feel that they probably felt that they'd had Aurora pressured back into the base. But Aurora still getting out on the map. They will lose Kaori, but a trade that they'll take there, bringing down 33.
I like that they're getting out on the map. I think this is still really important for Aurora. If they can look to catch when they're split up on the side of Tundra, that's where they can delay these timings pretty heavily. As Mira, speaking of sneaking around, there's that shard coming into play immediately here.
It's so hard to catch him.
It's so annoying to play against.
Oh.
But look at BZM, the distiller.
What a read. With the scan and the distiller, yeah. That might actually do it. It will. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Nicely done. They knew exactly what route he was taking around the edge of the map.
If you click him and you're like, why the hell is this? Like, this guy got distiller on Ember. He's ruining my game. Good move. Tundra can sequence this into more kills as well, too. I don't want to see 33 split away from the team too much here, because as we see, they do still have kill threat. They have great ways to pick off around the map on the side of Aurora, so I want to see Tundra force this final tier 2. I see the lines already drawn from 33 as well. Don't give a chance for Aurora to keep getting these pickoffs around the map, because that's what their lineup is designed to do at this moment.
Yeah, WS. What sort of angles are you looking to play with this Blink Dagger pickup? Is this for sort of aggressive moves or defensive moves? Avoiding them jumping on him?
Probably just a Yule's blink out situation as well, too.
Yep.
Or just, yeah, just a secondary way to get in or out. They're looking, this is a very aggressive play. This is cool from Aurora. They have the BKB timing.
I think they can go for it, because I think they're not that far behind.
Just got to watch out for the heals. They got to know where the coddle is. Because the sustain can be a big problem if you don't just 100 to 0 target. They're likely to live. So it's got to be very clean execution from Aurora. Well, for Pure,
they're going to go straight onto him. My goodness, they delete him. They completely delete him. The Rolling Thunder continues over towards Ari. Ari's gone.
Nice.
And they're looking for further setup. They get the Yules into the stun onto 33. He is going to be in a lot of trouble. BZM and Whitemon, they've just got to get out of it. WS, he's trying to chase them. He wants to see if they can get even more than the triple that they've already set up for Nightfall, and they will. They'll catch Whitemon, kill off a fourth hero. Oh, I mean, this, I feel like you could feel this brewing from Aurora. You know, Tundra, they had that little bit of a gold lead. And maybe from Tundra's perspective, they felt that that lead was a little bit more than it actually was. Because for Aurora to find a fight like that, it didn't seem too difficult. Like, Nightfall is in a great position. And again, like the matchups of the Wind Ranger, they're pretty good. It doesn't matter how good of a game this Ursa is having. It's an Ursa. You know, you catch him, you stun him, you're going to kill him. And before he has an MKB, he's never going to be able to fight back against the Wind Ranger.
They were super not ready for that. And another catch, BZM. Oh my goodness.
He's dead. And that's the gem fogged.
He just got the gem.
And at this point, over that last minute, they're on the losing side of things now.
They are.
Aurora, they're in charge.
Oh, and the formation got broken bottom. Like, Pure just alone, isolated, and now... Uh-oh. Danger moments for Tundra. This is when they've kind of crumbled in a lot of the other games here. Pure?
I mean, they're going to lose
heroes
here.
BKB.
BZM's not alive, so they can't fight this Tundra.
Oh, God.
Whitemon's dead. Pure, he'll get out. I know he won't. Makoto's got the blink back up. Makoto's going to be able to close the gap onto Pure, buying time for the rest of Aurora to head over. And with BKB on cooldown, Pure's just dead.
They are snowballing.
They really are.
Nightfall on the high ground as well. Hasn't even had... he had to use the BKB bottom, but he gets his dive. He has a full Daedalus now after these last two fights. They weren't even fights, just... Look at the graph, right? That kind of tells the tale of what just happened.
I mean, maybe it was just because of what we've seen from Tundra before that I kind of felt that this was coming. But I feel like other people were watching at home being like, okay, Tundra, okay, not bad, but we've seen what might happen next. And it's happened again here, Fog. They're now losing the game. They've got to try and recover.
After such smooth gameplay, all it takes is one, I mean, one big slip up, really giving up Pure on the front line, breaking formation. Aurora, I don't think you could ask for a better sequence. kill, what, 3 cores?
Triple kill for your carry. Yep.
Triple kill for your carry, get a gem, WS completely recovered upper kills, and you get a My goodness. Tundra.
Oh, that's tough. And just because of what we've seen
This
from
breaks your
Tundra right so
emotions.
far, this slam, it's when they get kind of shaken up like that, they don't really recover, Fogged.
No, not here. And well, I feel like that's the opposite tail of what we used to say about Tundra and most blasts, where it was like, it's
They would
okay,
hold
even
them
if they're at a
yeah.
deficit, they can start. This
Yep.
is not, there's been the opposite case for Tundra this tournament. BZM now needs BKB himself, but overall, they just need to have better preparation for the fight in particular, right? They split away, Aurora took straight advantage of it. Ari went boots and travel. Wait, okay, that's a bit weird purchase.
Now the
Crumbling
Ursa
very
lineup,
quickly.
not getting the Roshan always hurts.
And Nightfall, he's, at least for me, he's making this Wind Ranger look insanely good. You know, I know me and you sometimes don't like it, but this is one of those games where it's like, damn, Sarah looks kind of OP when Nightfall is playing it like this.
I mean, I'll tell you what, that if we had been seeing more Ursa in the meta, we might have liked it a bit more, you know, because it is just one of those carries that in the matchup against Ursa, it's pretty good.
Yeah, you ever hit him. We saw Ursa, yeah, Pure having a great game about killing the Timbersaw, but Nightfall has been untouched, and overall in the game, that's kind of the dream for your Wind Ranger. As another kill is found, WS, by the way, he's about to surpass the Ursa who was top
He
net
does
worth in
this.
this game.
I mean, he does this on his Timber. It doesn't matter how bad a lane he has. If you give him kind of 25 more minutes to play post-laning stage, post the beginning, he will recover. Like, I feel like it's very rare. It, you know, kind of has to take the whole game falling apart for him to not recover when he's on his Timber. And this is why they pick it first pick. They pick it first pick because they know it's kind of like if the game goes that bad that he can't recover, it probably doesn't matter what he's playing. They're probably going to lose anyway. But if they can get a regular kind of game, you know, sort of the baseline they normally are able to achieve as Aurora, WS will get to have a very good time later on his Timbersaw every single time.
This is amazing recovery, and a lot of these carries I feel like are just having prime performances. I said it the other day when I was watching Yatoro, just these little Manta plays, etc. This one a lot freer, I would say, for Nightfall, just because he's been giving a lot of liberty in this game to chill. But look at it, 6-0, yet to die in this game. Has exact items that you want to see on a Wind Ranger carry to be able to burst versus heavy sustain. How do you beat heavy sustain? You kill them before that sustain comes out, as we saw now 2 or 3 times in a row. Yeah, the whole script has changed, right? For Tundra, you can see how different their posture is on the game now. Playing very defensively. They have the BKB now on the Ember. They're queuing up BKB on Largo.
Mira being nice and annoying here.
He's got backup coming.
I mean, they spent, the immediate TP's out. They can't spend any more time around this area of the map.
And Mira, who's 0-9 in this game, has done quite a bit of work on this Nyx, I feel. Just giving so much scout information. Mikoto, ready to roll.
Setups there for the easy shackle. Take out Ari. Good angle as well on a 33. In fact, they just completely changed stun him.
33's having no game. He was farming very well, but every time he shows up now, just dead. This is now 3 or 4 sequences in a row that Aurora just completely wipes the floor with them. And the last pick Pango also, right? Mikoto took him a little bit to enter the game, but now at this point he's hit his stride.
That's, I'm telling you, I don't think Aurora's ever worried in this game.
Perhaps not, I guess. I mean, Tundra, they looked much better this morning, and then very quickly looked back to the form that they had a couple of these other games. Just the game feels over.
I think
the whole posture of them.
I don't know how you bring together a team fight now with the way that they've crumbled the last few instances. The last few team fights back to back, they've just not been there.
The Graph truly telling the tale. Nightfall still has BKB going to the next tower. You got to fight on Tundra. You can't just watch. 14 seconds until Largo respawns. Bottom.
There you go.
Pure is getting messed with. He's trying to finish the MKB for the matchup, but Kaori's just kind of toying with him. Does use both stuns, so Pure can't TP out now. MKB is still 300 away. When they have that, they have to just full focus Nightfall. They cannot let this Wind Ranger just stay rampant in the fight. But now they have other problems.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Who's actually going to get on top of Nightfall and lock him down so the Ursa can hit him?
The Lich pull.
Like, that's it, right? They have to catch him pre-BKB with a Lich pull.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest. Slight chains can be good, but of course just has the BKB to reset. Nightfall.
I mean, outside of the base, Whitemon's going to throw the Chain Frost out. Whitemon dead in 33. He's caught. He's even going to... He can't, finally gets the BKB off. But it... Okay, it will allow him to live. They've taken the Aegis out of the hands of Nightfall. See what he's able to do in round 2. Buyback comes in from Whitemon. Nightfall. He's going to have to BKB and run. Or go for the BKB TP, but the bash is there. Forced out of the base. They can finish him off. It'll be a big kill, and they can. BZM will take him out. Tundra, a little bit of a pushback, only costing them the buyback of Whitemon, but they will stop the Aegis push attempt there from Aurora.
And perfect timing for Pure to get that MKB. Comes out with the bash onto that BKB TP of Nightfall. WS. Looking pretty dead, too.
There we go. Okay. Tundra keeping the game alive.
Took a buyback, but it was just a Whitemon buyback. 33 surviving also. This time it was the heals. Ari was in position to be able to dish them out there onto him. Just enough to keep 33 alive.
Being able to kill off Nightfall. Getting a little bit too deep there with the Aegis, and then that second life bash at the ready from Pure to put a stop to the TP out with the BKB win run.
That's why he bought the bash earlier. He knew at some point there was going to be a BKB TP out from Nightfall. He was preparing for the later stages. A on disc for the Knicks. Mira does have it finished, and Tundra, a massive recovery in the game. Don't break the formation. Octarine soon coming out for Ari as well, too. Looking to snowball into another kill here. Pure is very strong. Now he kills anybody. Anyone he jumps on, they just have to execute properly.
Heading in the direction of Makoto. Let's see if Makoto just hang around to try and cut a creep wave.
If they see him, he is dead.
Or they're going to find him. Straight in on top of him with the bashes. He'll get the chance to roll up and Rolling Thunder. And that might actually do it for him. He's going to be able to go for the TP out. He's away.
Whitemon wasn't in range? I guess he wasn't for the Sinister Gaze, because it looked like they were going to wait for him, but didn't get in range for that in time. Gets the roll up, gets the roll out. It's an Arcane Rune roll, too, so is going to be picked up very soon.
Tundra
showing it's not broken yet.
No. Well, what's the next move? You want to just see them running at them
fight
as 5 or yeah?
Yep, fight. Don't split formation. Don't let Ursa or 33 get caught first. Let BZM charge first. BZM has to be the one to just scout, give information. Because they have ways to save him if it's not the Largo or the Ursa caught first. Largo can lick people, can protect. It just really can't be Pure that gets gone on first, essentially. Blink now for Whitemon, so he does have the way to get in for them to full focus somebody now.
Honestly, yeah, if they can blink, get the Sinister Gaze onto the Windrunner and have the Ursa as the follow-up, that's the dream sort of situation, really.
Yeah. Either of the two cores. Not the Timber, I would say, but if he can grab either the Pango like this or the Wind Ranger, they can 100-0 them in time. Nightfall is about to have Satanic, though, so that might change. He also has gotten the Prophet Pendulum, which perhaps is going to end up saving them. Some of this damage that does get reduced. I'll try to keep track of these. I think I saw, what, 2 or 3? Okay, 4 of them. Okay. Now on the main hero... Okay, and it's on the big heroes, right? The heroes that both teams are looking to burst. All 3 of them have Prophet Pendulum. So that's the ones I'm going to keep track of. And for Ari, the Octarine, it is there. So if he does get ignored in the fights, it's a lot that he is going to be kicking off. They're going to smoke up. Aurora. Mira hits level 18, immediately pops Vendetta. Does get caught in the chains.
WS. He's going to jump in. After Rolling Thunder on a BZM. Going into the river now, looking towards 33. There's still 2 very tanky heroes.
They're healing.
And now they're ready to
That's
chase
the
back
roll.
as the Rolling Thunder comes to an end. They manage to jump up to the high ground. Chain Frost out. WS will respond immediately with the BKB. Tries to go towards White Mom with the bash, and Abyssal comes down from Pure. WS another timber chain to get away from the bear. Pure's going to try and chase on. They've lost BZM though. Nightfall.
He went in.
Takes him out. I mean, the rest of the team was sort of playing around with the with the timber saw. They don't even kill WS. I mean, I was watching the timber. What happened with BZM Fog?
He just went on his own. He was trying to zone them, but just gets caught in a stun. 33 now.
He's going to buy back on BZM. He's back over to the fight.
Nightfall.
See what they can get here. Put the Satanic, start to heal up. Pure is on top of him. Nightfall's going to look over towards Ari. Ari will slide up to the high ground. They'll keep running Nightfall down. The slight chains come in from BZM. They will kill the Wind Ranger with the buyback there from the Ember. WS, though, at the end of it all, he still manages to survive, funnily enough, being as the one he was sort of gone upon first, and he lives. So yeah, they get Nightfall at the end of the day, but a buyback from BZM.
It's very expensive this time for him to do that. At this point, Roche also about to be coming back up too, so he will not have the secondary life perhaps around that either. If they can immediately get to the Roche right now on Tundra, that would be huge, but I don't know if they know it is up just yet. Do they scout it? They're pinging it. This would be huge. Then it would be worth it for the buyback if they could secure Pure with this Aegis, if they could get the Refresher Shard as well. Alright, they should have it here. This game's delivering. I thought this one could get pretty one-sided pretty quick, and then we have a swing, and now we have another swing back the other way. WS. They're trying to force this BKB. Won't be able to. Am I seeing that right? Wow, WS is the first level 25 in the game.
Pretty insane recovery.
What the hell? I mean, that's not right.
I mean, and especially considering what he did in that last fight, right? Because that was the whole reason why BZM dies.
Yeah.
That WS was just able to go in on the 4 of the heroes, and they were all having to be preoccupied with this timber whilst their Ember was getting killed.
And this is not right. He was the lowest net worth core in the game. He was completely shut down. He did make a, but to be the highest level, what the hell is going on?
I mean, that's why they pick it first pick, you know, quite a lot of times.
That's why we saw what Timber Tiny start to be like the meta in Dream League, especially too. You had to have one of these. Yeah, WS. Very impressive stuff from him to build the zone things. But Pure, having this Aegis is going to give him quite a bit more comfort, and also for BZM, does have the Aghanims finished up as he gets a Refresher Shard. So he's got like the, I mean, kind of like the trio or the 4x timing coming together here with the Ags, the Refresher Shard, the 25 talent, and that Kaya Sanj. Plus he's got Croak. So his damage, if he does live long in these fights, is going to be pretty ridiculous. Hex for Kaori. This is a very big pickup. Heroes can just get 100 to 0 very quickly here. BZM has to be cautious.
The setup. Pure.
Nightfall.
He's on to Nightfall. They get the Abyssal on him and they've killed him. Pure gets the perfect jump. Takes the Wind Ranger out and now is ready to try and look on for more. Goes to WS. WS will hold back the bear with the Yule Scepter. There's a chance for WS to blink away and actually nearly kill Ari on the way out, but Pure's back on top of him. The bashes come in. He'll clean up the Timber Saw at the end of it all. So Tundra.
BZM looking. I think they saw the animation of the shield crash there in the trees, but they weren't able to close the gap onto him. Refresher Shard is used. They still have their Aegis. Most importantly, though, they got on Nightfall. He got nothing off. 100 to 0 immediately in the fight. Fight's decided right there.
Oh, let's see what they can get here, Tundra. Can they get a set of barracks here with this last couple of minutes of the Aegis to sort of settle the score, equalize the state of the game right now?
Should be able to get the racks. No buyback. 60 seconds still on WS.
And I mean, I imagine they won't want to use the buybacks here. They'll probably let, what, one set of racks go?
Definitely not 2 sets, but 1. Maybe they do have to give up 2 sets. It's going to be close on the numbers. Pure now, 25 has also been hit for him. He's also about to have Aghanims himself, so won't get caught in those stuns initially. Jules.
We'll chase out of the base here with the Rolling Thunder. Don't want to go
Shackle?
too crazy,
Ooh.
though, whilst the Aegis is up. The Bushwhack's done onto Pure, so we'll be able to quite safely take him out once. Timira looking to time the second setup. BZM's going to jump over the BKB. They get the drag on towards the Wind Ranger. They've got the catch onto him. Can he live it? Nightfall's going to die. He couldn't get the heal up off.
The white bot
He's
pull.
out for 90 seconds. WS, can he kind of hold them back whilst they don't have their carry here, Aurora? See where WS heads towards. Makoto is gone, so it's just down to WS and the 2 supports to try and keep this game alive. And now it's just down to WS and the 1 support.
Pure
comes in with the Abyssal and the Bash, takes him out. The buyback will come in from Mira. But it's only Mira and WS that have the buybacks available. Tundra doing a heavy amount of damage here and setting up to potentially take more sets of barracks, maybe even the game.
100 to 0 the core now back to back. They find Nightfall the first time around the tier 2 in the mid. Now they find him outside here for a second. It's Whitemon with the blink. He gets the initial pull. They get the Abyssal afterwards. They got the chain stun. That might just be it, Owen. Perhaps one final fight for WS, but they probably at least get Megas here. Pretty big hiccup. I mean, a pretty massive hiccup in the game, but now getting the catch on Nightfall back to back, regaining themselves this game completely. A nice buyback from BZM, secured to that Roche for them too.
They're going to try and see if they can kill WS before the backup comes in, and they've got him. WS gone. Onto the tier 4s here. Trying to close it up before Nightfall and Makoto get back in the game. As the Mega Creeps are out. Can Aurora do one final fight here with just the 4 of them? We'll see. There's the pull. Grab the 2 of them into the Hex. Nightfall's gone. This game is over. GG is called. Tundra will get the win here. And indeed, cleaning it up again after a rough mid-game, right? The beginning was fantastic, right? The lanes, brilliant. You saw everything work out there, but there were some slip-ups in the mid-game that made it look a bit spooky for Tundra, letting the lead go the way of Aurora, but they tighten it up and close up the win at the end of the day, folks.
At the important times.
Yeah, absolutely right.
I felt like that bottom fight, I thought that they were like really good. They just like split away. They gave Pure up, and then they gave him up again. So it's like 2 or 3 sequences from Tundra that looked pretty grim, but on the high ground, regaining the footing, finding the catch on Nightfall. It was almost 3 separate different times that they were just 100 to 0 this Wind Ranger after she was able to get this crazy farm. So we kind of cursed Nightfall after having that excellent entry in the game. Does end up having 5 deaths somehow. Tundra recovering things after a bit of a slip away.
Yeah, that was quite a sort of swing in that game. It was like they were holding on to like a 5k lead, and then it swung back to a 10k lead for Aurora. So I think Aurora's definitely going to be wondering how they let that one slip away after they got sort of that opportunity to get it back in their favor this game. And yeah, Tundra, yeah, it definitely looking better than some of the games that we saw from them over the last few days, but not, as you said, not 100% clean, but it's a first step, absolutely. So we'll see if they can keep up the second step. Now look at the scoreboard here, as we can see. Ursa, Pure, 18-4-7. Always fun to see teams go for a hero that just nobody else is going for. And it did do its job, right? We saw, other than those kind of couple of deaths in the middle of the game, the laning was great, punished the Timber lane perfectly, and right up to the end of the game as well. It was pretty much, honestly, him and Whitemon that were doing the big moves there. You know, Whitemon with the blink plays, they needed that catch to close the game down, to get the jump on Nightfall. You know, Whitemon, he made sure that he was ready with that setup.
Yeah, they're definitely very good to watch. And honestly, I can't really blame Pure for the death that he had bottom. You can slightly blame it, but I'll blame his team. I'll be totally honest. They split away from him, and that night, Aurora just took the opportunity to kill him. And that's why we had literally like a 15k swing overall. So I think Tundra, still for me, this was one of their better showings, even though it was a little bit of a hiccup. The Pure and BZM, I wanted to watch them play better, not have just random feeds in the game. And their deaths, I can see that they did not have that. Maybe one, as we said, on 1 or 2 of them here, but 3 deaths on BZM, much better than the other days I saw, and only 4 on Pure. They were playing just much cleaner Dota.
Well, there we go. Let's see if they can keep it up going into game 2, as we'll have a short break, and then we'll be back with the second game of the series. At the moment, Tundra up 1 game against Aurora in this best of 3. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast Slam 7. I'm OD Pixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ready for Game 2 of our first series of the day, Tundra versus Aurora. We've just had Tundra being able to get the win against Aurora, and they looked, I'd say, what, 80% good? You know, Fogged, they had one bit of the game that they looked kind of like they had done on the other days, Tundra, but other than that, it did look better, right?
It did. Yeah, it's like 80, like a majority. I think the majority of the game, the two players that I was looking to stand out and play back to their usual form, right? BZM and Pure, they did do that. So that was nice to see from them in particular, even though that bottom situation happened and almost kind of lost them the game in one sequence. The rest of the game looked really good. Even BZM's buyback was nice and aggressive. But yeah, this bottom situation, that kind of stuff can happen, right? They do give up Pure kind of just for free, lose like 7 heroes. I was looking at it again here. They lost like 8 different heroes in a sequence afterwards, lost every building, and then it's just a big comeback from Tundra, getting back to that timing, getting the MKB on Pure, and then he runs rampant with that. So I thought Tundra was going to have smooth sailing, honestly. I didn't really see a recovery outlet for Aurora. I was kind of shocked that they found that play bottom. So let's see what we get next game, because Tundra, they seem to just do this at Blast. They seem to just improve and seem to just find those wins sometimes.
They do. They've said we've got a long road ahead that we're going to need to see from them. A loss in this best of 3, end of the road. You know, we're here in the last chance playoffs. It's going to be the winner of these two, the winner of this series, Tundra and Aurora, and then we'll obviously go forward and play Liquid. And only one of those 3 teams will get through to week 2 of Blast Slam 7. So everything to play for. Draft has begun here, going into game 2. Already seeing a bit of a change. We are getting the Kotl banned out by Aurora. I mean, this hero has seemed pretty fantastic, right? A lot of very good players with the Kotl right now, and just a lot of heroes that people are kind of picking anyway that get massively enabled by the Kotl.
Yeah, because it's a lot of invisible impact that you don't really notice inside these team fights, because a lot of the fight is like centric around like this Pure, Abyssal Blade, and Ember jumping in. But the reason they can do that a lot of times is because he's just juicing them up at all times. 20,000 healing done in that last game, by the way. So it really does start to add up very quickly. And the little Solar Bind plays too, just getting that extra amp up, finding heroes too. It's busted. And of course, yeah, Chakra, the most important one. But yeah, it is definitely one of those very strong heroes that can just be hard to see what the full effect of it is. And Aurora, they're going to full adapt. So they don't want them to have the Largo either. So getting rid of both of the sustain annoying heroes.
Oh, so we'll have a switch up from Tundra then. I'll be interested to see what they go back for as their first pick material now that Largo's taken out. Aurora, do they want to stick with the first pick Timber? I feel honestly, why not, right? Sure, they didn't win last game, but you can see why they like it. They will switch it up. Clock first.
If Clockwork's in, you take it. If you're a Clockwork team, this hero redefines Dota. So let's see how Tundra wants to respond to it. There's not really things you can just like straight up pick that's a great response. You just go for your own strategy here. So let's see what they do want to go for here. I was saying Doom was one of their better ones, but it is also banned out. They will do the Phoenix. So, and it's so interesting seeing some of these exchanges sometimes. I think it was like, what was it, full ignored?
Last game, I think so, yeah.
I think so, not even banned,
pretty sure it was
right?
not banned, and yeah, even Aurora didn't opt to pick it up.
So that's really interesting to me, too, because the Clockwork versus Phoenix matchup goes a bit both ways, right? Where the Fire Spirit slow is very annoying for new age Clockworks because you can't hit your cogs as effectively and play on that poke thing. But on the flip side, too, you can't dive through cogs. Battery Assault can trip you up at times, too. You can get scouted by Rocket, and you can't just get 100 to 0 in a hook shot plus cog bounce back. So interesting to see how they prioritize the Phoenix in this one.
Aurora. And also just with the Kez ban, right? That was also a hero ignored last time. Yep.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Completely ignored. So just very big switch up in the drafts. Probably going to see something completely different here.
I mean, I wonder if, you know, after that last game, you know, you mentioned obviously how Aurora were the big Ursa team. Is there a world where they sort of looked at Pure's gameplay and they're kind of like, hey, maybe, you know, even though no one else has been picking it, maybe us is still is playable because Pure had a pretty good game on it.
It could be a good 24, 23 pick, I can say. Like, especially if you see it in that type of scenario where the Timber just has literally no game.
Yeah, so I guess the question is whether or not they will go for the Timber at all again in this game.
Yep.
I feel like there's still a high chance, right? Or you think otherwise?
I think otherwise.
Tundra.
Hard to say fully. Still a lot of these good offlaners in the pool. The Axe and the Timber are the two big ones for sure. Turret, very likely for the side of Aurora, is going to come out. What other turrets does Nightfall like to play, actually? Because I feel like he's not really one of those big Drow Ranger kind of guys.
No, not really. Not really.
They usually just end up having like a clock, and then I think the last one we saw was what, Nature's Prophet, I believe it was.
Oh yeah, he'll play a Nature's Prophet carry. Yeah.
Because Nightfall, I feel like he's just been playing like a ton of Tiny, absolute ton of Tiny. So I mean, even more interesting things, right? So Puck was banned, Ember was banned. Storm Spirit's one of the lasties of spirits in the mid lane, and it's one of Makoto's favorite as well too. So this time Tundra does take it, rather than going for it early with the Coddle last time. Very interesting kind of drafting.
I mean, I never really know when it's this early though, right? Do you mind that? Is it okay to pick it this early?
I guess it is kind of just a deny pick in general, but now you just get counterpicked completely here. And it still can, I won't say 100%, but it can be flexed because it's a Queen of Pain plus Clockwork. We have seen it in the safe lane before. I don't think from Nightfall so much, but from some players. And they will go for the Lions. Yeah, so this Storm just got heavily counterpicked. And this is one of Mira's best heroes. And this hero is actually having a pretty solid tournament so far. I think it's like a 50-50 win rate compared to that Hoodwink that we saw losing quite a bit.
All right, Tundra, you gotta have some saves, right? Surely from the other support. Like somebody's got to be able to bail the Storm out if he gets jumped.
So you want like a Tusk or something like that? We'll get a Beast.
Yeah,
very
Tusk or even maybe a Bane.
Yeah. It's Ari. That's why I'm thinking Tusk, because I don't know if he's Bane. That would be
Well, that's true.
Whitemon.
He's not. Yeah. No, but you're right.
I'm just thinking Ari
he is
heroes.
definitely a Tusk. Yeah, he is definitely a Tusk.
It's like Tusk or Marcy would be the saving heroes. I don't like Marcy so far. They'll pick the Beast. This is a bit interesting. So it was not really addressed too much in the last game. And they'll just take Hoodwink, so they're just playing with their comfort. Yeah, playing aggressive rather than playing defensive. Not the best. I mean, he's the setup now on the Hoodwink. Not the best, easiest form of execution and initiation on them right now, but they do have at least the Bushwhack.
Do Tundra have flexibility with the Beastmaster between the safe lane and the off lane, or is it always one or the other?
I guess technically, I feel like I've seen did I see one Beast carry here? I don't know. I haven't seen many. I haven't seen them for a while here, because most of them are straying away from the Aghanims build. A lot of them are going for the Overlord now. And there's the Alk. Okay. So versus the Summons, he's probably going to have to play on Axes now in that off lane. This is a solid Alk pick for a lot of different reasons as well, too, right? The Dispel is very effective this game versus Phoenix. Same versus the Axes. The extra gold you can get versus Beastmaster looks pretty solid. Has a very good Ags target for the Queen of Pain. This looks like a pretty damn good pick. It is into some very aggressive heroes, though. Can punish him. The Hoodwink plus Beastmaster in lane can just play on Axis and just poke and harass. I'll ban out that 33 Necro.
Yeah, what do you think Pure wants to play?
They're thinking it is the Beast.
Oh, true. If they're banning out the Necro, yeah, because it's Tundra. Because
he doesn't play it.
33 is the Necro player, yeah, indeed.
And definitely some, definitely some damage problems. At least early game on the side of Aurora. Most of their damage is reliant on the Queen of Pain, Clock, and Lion, low damage heroes in the early. So not wanting to give up that Necrophos, who just will live throughout that low damage until they have Finger and whatever the last hero has. Tide ban. WS does have his the big two are in the pool, the Axe and the Timber.
Yeah, Axe might be nice.
Doesn't have the best follow-up.
Sure. Yeah, nothing too crazy. They banned the Timber themselves, actually.
I think for similar reason. The low damage that they have, they're worried about it. It's the two best heroes versus Alchemist as well. They just really put the pressure on him in the laning phase. Whirling Death or the just overall tick from the Necro. I can understand the bans.
Is it? We did see a lot of 33 going with the Lycan. Is this playable this game or?
Not sure how much I like it, because Alchemist is just the physical damage, so the wolves can't actually die in the lane. You can't use them as effectively. In the game, sure, versus Lion Clockwork is fantastic, but...
Aurora. So yeah, what we have? WS, there's no Axe available, no Timber available, so the big two are gone.
I feel like that's all I've seen him play. I feel like all of his heroes are kind of banned except for Dawnbreaker now.
Well, that's true.
Which looks pretty good, I think, is probably going to be the choice for them. Lion Dawn.
Yeah, Dawn's not bad.
Looks pretty strong. It gives them good damage in the mid game, gives them save for the Alchemist.
Yeah, I like the Dawn. Yeah.
I think the Dawn looks best to me, at least for Aurora. Because I'm not really seeing the other heroes, and it actually looks pretty good.
I guess Underlord's the other one, right? Or does he not play that really? WS is not his style.
I feel like I haven't seen neither of these two players play Underlord.
Yeah, Dawn would definitely be most WS's style. Yeah. They just keep with what he's comfortable on.
It looks good this game too versus the Beast Roar versus the Phoenix as well. When Phoenix pops Egg, you get this damage as well too inside the team fights. It puts it to that max day percentage.
Let's see which way this beast is going. It's gonna be
this is the question, right?
33 or pure.
I feel like I want to see 33 playing it, and I want to just see Pure getting a harder carry.
Yeah, I would prefer Pure on something else. I think the Beastmaster doesn't need to be carried this game.
Muerta gives them some extra catch, but they don't have good. They have this weird setup is the problem. That's why I'm like trying to think of something that assists with this, but Faceless Void.
It's not a bad Void game. It's not a bad Void game.
It's greedy, but it's kind of up their alley of what they want to do, right? If slowing the game down, it's good versus Dawn. The time dilation's annoying in the game. You might just get out tempoed though.
I mean, Shadow Fiend's still in. Can you not just run the SF safe lane here against the Dawn?
It's risky versus the double stuns because they can't just 100 to 0 you. Yeah. And versus Clockwork, I just don't like Shadow Fiend, so I would stray away from that personally. But 20 seconds, limited time. What do you think, Pure?
Oh.
So an older counter to the Dawn, right? The stun. We saw it look pretty bad in general from. Oh, it looked decent from Liquid, but then in mid game it just died. It just died 100 to 0, and it felt useless. But I can see the idea behind it.
I mean, let's see if he can do it. As I said, Pure showed us what's what on the Ursa, a hero we're not seeing a lot, and now he wants to show us what's up on the Dragon Knight. Something that I think, but probably, and then maybe there's another game, but I want to say that was probably the only game we've seen the Dragon Knight, right? That Liquid game that they lost with it.
I can check. So I think what they were looking for is just a stable hero that can actually provide the stun to get the secondary lockdown, because they did have some awkward way of starting fights. Now this at least there's a clear avenue to just locking a target down. They can blink stun, then they can be a follow-up from the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster, or whatever build he wants to go, Shadowblade eventually, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Dragon Knight, because I liked it, yes, the other day when I saw it from Mikke in the early game, and then just mid-game, it just felt like it was very underwhelming. He kind of just died twice and they lost the game.
Yeah, I feel like out of the two that he's showed us and is going to be showing us today, like the Ursa is the one that I think is a little easier to sort of get behind and believe in. And the Dragon Knight, it's just, this hero, I feel like for a few patches at least, it's just not really been what people are looking for when it comes to kind of having that piece for the carry.
Yeah, I think both teams kind of got what they wanted essentially, but I think Aurora's just looks a little bit more of like what we've seen in the meta, look insanely strong, and Tundra's just because of the DK, I think, in particular, and then also BZM playing on a bit of a dangerous hero that he can fall behind on the Storm Spirit if he does play too far aggressive. So I think Aurora absolutely set up to kind of set the tempo here, get off to a good start, and get those timings with the Alchemist. So I think let's see what Tundra can do to stop some of these timings, because it does feel pretty oppressive.
Yeah, and it's a very important game here for Aurora. If they lose this, they will be out of the tournament. Will not be able to play on towards that second week of gameplay here at Blast Slam 7. So we'll see if they can do it here, push it to a game 3. Where Tundra might have them sorted with two, very unpopular carry picks right now. Game 1 doing it with the carry Ursa, and game 2, see if they can do it with the carry DK.
Yeah, I'd say Aurora probably with, I want to say more comfort in terms of what is going on in this draft, but there's a lot of comfort on the side of Tundra in general, right? Their heroes, they love to play these kind of across the board. Whitemon with his Phoenix, Ari playing his most popular hero. Just looks like a lot of comfort across the board, so we're definitely going to have to find out in this game, which is brought to you by Polymarket, our official Blast prediction market. I'm just wondering how the Storm is going to do, really, in particular. I know the DK is going to be a big highlight because it is his newer hero. I wonder how the Storm's going to do when he just got double counter picked, right? The Quap Lion picks, this is designed to ensure that he has a rough game. But I do have to mention this as well, too, because we mentioned it the other day. Kaori's playing Lion, so opening up his hero pool even more. Kaori.
Look at the balls on him.
So, actually, I need to look a little more. Because Kaori, I've seen him play now quite a bit of different heroes. His Warlock has been taken away or banned a couple games. His Phoenix has been taken away or banned. His Enchantress isn't what they've been picking every time. So now he played Hoodwink a couple games. Now Lion as well, too. So love to see him switching it up.
And what's this bottom lane looking like for sort of the two of them? Is it a pretty safe and easy one for Nightfall, or can this Beast and Hood put a lot of pressure on?
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Always with this Hoodwink, you want to just be able to use that Blightstone to his best potential here. They're going to be hunting boars, though. That's what the Alchemist designed is versus this Beastmaster. Get those extra bit of kills for the bounty. But do have to be careful. It's a very aggressive lane coming out from Tundra. Top. WS.
It's going to be okay.
He'll have to deal with pressure of the first wave. They just have to pull waves. It's double melee versus Phoenix plus DK. So this is designed for Tundra to just kind of dominate this top lane, and we'll see what WS can do when they just pull the lane and see how much they can get out of that level 2 timing.
And I was going to say, how tough is this going to be for BZM? Would you say when it comes to sort of the Storm Quap matchups?
Could be a bit tough. Mikoto is one of the experts. Absolutely at shutting down a Storm Spirit, and he's on one of his best heroes as well, the Queen of Pain too. So once that level 3 comes out, we'll see how BZM handles the pressure. So yeah, Mikoto just missed like, what, 2 or 3 times uphill? That was crazy.
BZM will be happy with that. Bottom lane.
Bottom, they get the kill.
They get the catch there between the two of them, the concoction and the stun from Kaori.
That's actually massive in mid. I do have to say, it sounds so stupid, but he literally missed 3 times uphill and then screamed, and he didn't get the range creep, and BZM gets the range deny because of it on the first wave. These range denies absolutely matter in the mid lane.
Yeah, BZM's going to be very happy with these first few waves.
Surprising they get this kill bottom in this type of manner versus the Hoodwink and the Beast. Just Ari overplaying his hand perhaps there, just trying to get too aggressive to slow down the Alchemist. Mira. Quite a bit of damage here on this clockwork. Whitemon doesn't have the blood grenade, but he's gonna go for the dive play, go for the kill. Can't quite finish him off.
That's still gonna be good. Feeling pretty good pushing him out the lane. Means the Pure's gonna be pretty happy here in the 1v1 between him and WS.
He'll always free farm up here on the DK. WS is getting stuff though, 7-3 on him.
And
see what Mira wants to do on the clock.
Any sort of variance in the build potential of a carry DK, or is it pretty much always going to be like the Armlet, Mask of Madness, Blink?
I think there's not really any deviation you can do, and I think Pure is the one that... I want to say he was one of the first ones to do it, right? Him and Mickey. So I imagine he's just going to do a similar style build. It feels quite good when you're playing versus physical damage, which is like the Dawn and the Alchemist, if you do want to get that Armlet as well, too. So can absolutely see it. Level 3 is there for WS. Pure does have to be a little careful. It does have Stick Lotus. So should be okay here, but there's a good amount of burst that can come out from him.
Oh, they get Courier here. Mira able to wrap around, grab Whitemon's Courier on the way back.
That's the dream. So this is like your job is clockwork. Kill couriers, pull waves. WS throwing out that big damage there. And the cogs, they're going to be very disruptive now at this point.
Again, good angle there. Onto Whitemon.
Once he gets level 3 on Mira, this lane could perhaps start to turn in terms of how much pressure there's going to be onto Pure.
That's in mid lane. BZM still doing very well, keeping it
great.
Yeah, pretty much dead even between him and Makoto.
Yeah, Makoto's just going for screen build, as we've seen most of these Queen of Pains do nowadays. But yeah, that first creep wave definitely really important for BZM in particular to make sure he doesn't get behind in the levels at all. Level 3 Scream online now. But yeah, BZM matching.
And BZM's going to see if he can get the water rune, but okay, Makoto has got the point of Blink. On top.
BZM doing super well though.
They set up with the stun. WS is going to try for the TP out, and oh, he's going to die.
He ticks. Oh, he TPs and ticks out. He TP'd to the tier 1 as well too, and still ends up dying. Was he?
Wow, I mean, that hurts.
That hurts.
Was already having a bit of a tough time in the lane.
Right before the level 3 is there too for Mira. When he can start helping in the lane and he can start turning it with the cogs, he does get brought down on the Dawnbreaker. It hurts him a lot that he doesn't have TP, also has to walk all the way back up. Whitemon, with this opportunity, instant TP bottom. Looking for a pressure onto Nightfall perhaps here. They'll find Kaori on the side. We'll settle.
I mean, can they dive for Nightfall or no?
Not with their resources at the moment here.
Yeah, true. He's pretty low here, Whitemon. He's got... Yeah, I just have one more spirit left.
Yeah, nothing remaining. Can look to play around the bottom power rune, though, with BZM. Makoto has now been able to push the Storm Spirit out of the lane. Has level 6 at the ready. Let's see who gets the RNG. Mira set up on top. Still level 5 on BZM. They could actually kill him here if he doesn't clear the creep wave fast enough for the 6. Kaori's looking for it. Ori will scout. Rune's top. Should be able to secure that one. BZM actually gets the 6. Is he going to dive for it? Nah, not going to risk. Not versus the cogs. Not versus that pesky clockwork. It will be able to find the ward. Try to de-ward his ward. Not going to be the case. Strong rune for Makoto for the first rotation.
You've got to be very careful how close you get to the tier 1s. So, yeah, that Quap will be ready to TP over and blast you in the face with the Sonic Wave.
Instantly making the move already. Going for bottom.
There we go.
He's probably going to go for the Wisdom contest. And Dop, Pure?
Ooh, he just got a solo kill, WS against Pure.
Versus DK with... Did not have mana for the stun? I guess not. Makoto's just in.
Even with the 1 charges, yeah. Yeah, wow. At the same time, down bottom, they killed 33 here with this push forward of Makoto with the amplified damage rune. They might just get Ari as well. Jumps over, blocks off his escape. Big hits there from Aurora on the bottom lane and the top lane. I mean, getting a solo kill in that situation, that's massive for WS. They've got to try and punish him. Whitemon.
Pure's got to hold the stun. He can probably use it now.
See if he's coming in. Good stun. And in fact, WS
the
turns.
turn!
They get the kill with the Starbreaker. And he's got enough mana for the hammer as well. If he wants to throw it Pure. Okay, he's going to play safe. But my goodness, WS, he's getting a lot from this lane now.
He's getting way more than he probably should have. Big mistake from Pure. Just dying solo is insane in that type of situation to WS, who was struggling a bit in that lane as we were talking about here. That is absolutely ridiculous. And he survives. Level 6 is now online, so the aggressive moves that Tundra can make, they have to be careful now, that Solar Guardian. This is a very, very nice start here for Aurora with an Alchemist draft. That Alch not only getting first blood, not getting pressured at least now in this laning phase, and has the weighted dice for that extra gold too. A dream opener, especially with that Dawn. I just cannot believe that happens. And DK, you know, last time on the Ursa, even though that's a hero that's not played as much, he was just free farming. This one now, it's a DK that has died once, is bottom of the course.
It can be a bit sort of slower, the farm, right, on a DK. Compared to the Ursa, right, when you're one of these heroes that kind of rushes to battle Fury.
Way slower, right?
Yeah.
Especially if your lane has gone like this now at this point, and there is going to be kill threat onto you. There's a lot of damage that Aurora does have around this Dawnbreaker in particular. And yeah, just this level 6 now for the Dawn, coming out probably a lot sooner than Tundra was anticipating in the game, so their early aggressive moves, maybe not going to be able to hit. Ideally, they want to go for Nightfall, but there's that Dawn ult.
Straight away on top of 33. Early timing's coming together this time for Aurora.
And overall, on a nicer carry that me and you like more times, right? The Alchemist and the Parrots in that Wind Ranger. Even though Nightfall did have a very good game, at least the majority of that last one, did die 3 times in a row and lose. His Radiant's timing should be pretty sound at this point. Hard to pressure him.
And a game where I feel like we've had a few out games recently where like the Aghanims pick up. The first one hasn't had like an insane sort of hero to give it to. You know, when you've got a Quap in the game, that's a very good one. And now with the combo and the setup in the mid there, full control on a BZM. But you know, this time they actually have a mid with this Alchemist that is going to feel pretty busted if you give an early Aghanims.
They have very good ags across the board. Even the Dawn later on is very good too if he wants to give a secondary one if the pacing is there for it. But yeah, the Quap one, absolutely amazing. I like when the mid is the hero that gets the Aghanims too, because I've seen sometimes it's like the off lane gets it. It's just like, okay, yeah, he's caught back up now, but it's not your mid that you're playing around. Nightfall mid, or bottom. Going for the play.
Some of the rage with the Raw, and actually get the kill with the four of them, so... Nightfall a little caught by surprise with the wraparound coming in from the rest of Tundra behind him.
Good timing to go for it. Solar Guardian still on cooldown. They could take advantage of that there for a moment. But mid tower, Mikoto has pretty much finished off the whole thing here with Kaori. They're setting up the squad for success from the draft as well too. We saw it picked right away versus the Storm, and he's got this line behind him too. And as we said for BZM, I'm a little worried for the Storm pick. Very early picked up here, and it does have a lot of counters versus it. This one. So many different disables.
Trying to chase it. 33 will be held back by the concoction, but Mira, the Sunray, the dive forward. He'll look to try and deny the neutrals, but 33 actually ends up getting the kill with the summons. And they can push for the tower. Pure's turned up, has the Elder Dragon form. They can try and get some of these early tier 1s.
One thing that the DK is better than the Ursa at doing, at least, is joining in with the team when there's this like Beastmaster with the helm timing. They can look to pressure towers a little earlier here. Should be able to just finish this one off. Immediately looking to go through the portal, it looked like, at least on Whitemon. He does have the 6. The egg is at the ready. Very difficult to chain stun the Queen of Pain here at this point, though. And Mikoto instantly shifting toward mid. Power Rune up in 20 seconds. Mira, hook shot on cooldown, has level 3 cogs at the ready. It's a very, most games are very good cog games, but this one is definitely one of the, a very nice one. Beast and DK can be pretty limited on mana, and Storm loves to rely on mana, of course, so these cogs can be very annoying in this one.
There's rune for Mikoto. So if they want to try set something up here with the burst of the Sonic Wave and the finger.
might find Whitemon here. Probably want to look for a bigger target, but they might settle. Looks like they will.
They will the burst on Whitemon. They'll get him.
More than enough. Just the two supports can do it. Mikoto can look for the next play with the Sonic Wave. Too Pure is going to get pushed out of this top lane. Has made a bit of a recovery, though. Mask of Madness is there. But he's fragile. We have to watch. Even though he's a DK at this point, as we said, Aurora has more than enough damage. He is sticking up here as if they want to defend.
Well, they are going to bring TPs in, I guess, because they have the ultimates. He'll start with the stun on a WS, dive forward, he'll pull himself away, BZM's got the Vortex onto him, Sonic Wave pushes back the three of them, but the Supernova's out, WS will get taken down. Mikoto's able to jump away, but Tundra, they do hold the tier 1 tower and get a kill.
The supports on Aurora had left the area, so a good opportunity for Tundra to strike back. Can they go for the tower push themselves? It looks like they should be able to here. But Aurora, I'd imagine they want to defend here. There's no Sonic Wave, though, so limited on the damage front. No finger either.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, this is hard to just stop the push.
It's gone. And already off to the side. Ari, he'll get the catch in the burst to take out Kaori.
Hook shot.
Whitemon probably going to get left behind. No dive available, and the sun comes in from Nightfall. So something's found, but they do still get the tower there. So finding the chance to get these early pushes going around the Dragon Knight, Tundra.
Look at the stacks, though. Nightfall, they have been making these for him, and he got, what, the Mud Golem one as well, too. So that Radiance timing is going to be solid for him to finish up that first point booster. And he does get a secondary stack as well going here. Smoke up. Looking for another play. Mikoto has a shield rune. They do want 33. If they can slow down his helm timing, that also is very nice versus a Beastmaster draft. Do know exactly where he is, too. Yeah, they're on him.
Some of the Raw.
Can he disengage fast enough? Does not look like it.
Yeah, not with WS here. WS bringing in the damage.
It is a much more farmed Dawnbreaker than I think Tundra wanted to have in this game.
Yeah, he came out of the lane not bad at all. Yeah, that solo kill was quite a big boost up for him.
And Nightfall has just been able to sit back, hit these creeps. Whitemon is going to get pushed away. His timing's going to be super solid on this Alchemist. This is one of those games that he's not been feeling that pressure whatsoever. Haven't been able to make the move to his lane. He got the first blood as well, too, and he is just getting to sit in the triangle. These camps aren't blocked. See how Tundra wants to look to play to shut him down, because they have made a couple moves here, but most of them have just been on the supports in the Dawn. Oh,
Hook shot's not going to do it.
He would have been very dead. So 33 is going to have that timing to back up, finish off these Ancients himself, and he should have that helm timing also. So for Tundra, I'd imagine they're going to look to play around that helm timing, because it should be, what, at least a double timing that they have around that, plus the armlet from the DK. But still difficult to walk into Aurora's draft. It's a very aggressive, but also very defensive draft from Aurora.
Yeah, they got great ways to respond. And that's definitely a concern for Tundra, right? Because they need to play fast. You know, ain't nobody want to be sitting back against this Alk lineup, especially when you're running this, you know, carry DK, offlane Beastmaster. These heroes, they need to be taking over the game, not letting it slip away from them.
Agreed. BZM, regen rune is getting picked up for him, so it looks like they can perhaps make a move around that with the Helm of Overlord timing that's about to be finished up. But Nightfall's first Ags, it's coming out very, very soon here. And Mikoto, already you can see it's very difficult for them to bring him down in this game. The limited stuns are absolutely showing, and then he's going to have an Aghanims with that boosted HP as well. Timing with the Kai Assange as well, too, for him. His damage is going to be pretty scary in these fights if he's not chain lockdown.
Oh, hook shot! Oh, the Sonic Wave a little late there. So BZM's actually able to zip away. Would have been a tricky kill anyway, but maybe if they got him in the pushback of the Sonic Wave, they could have burst him.
Slight mess up with the cogs, right? Usually you can get the hook shot, walk in front, and get a cog back.
Oh, top.
Maybe he wasn't in space. Top.
They're just going to be able to walk up and gone. Pure! 33 TP's in, but Pure's already gone. See if they can get WS in return with the Supernova out. They will, so they get the trade, but it is them losing their carry. And again, as we talk about the carry DK that's the timings are so crucial for. Every death here in this early game hurts massively for the position 1 Dragon Knight.
And Tundra, they react in spades, right? They bring everybody, but they only do get that 1 kill. Ideally, they want to look for Nightfall on that play. That's the first Ags finished up already here. And he's getting involved too, Nightfall. Not just sitting back, hitting neutral camps. He's getting them kills, so he's 4-1 and 2 on this Alchemist as well. Looking like a solid approach here this time around for Aurora. Tundra, they don't want things to slow down, though. They have to still look for these plays, but it's gotten even more difficult now, as we said, for Mikoto. He is so strong now at this point.
Finari. Starting to really get the show going, and any fight that this Quap turns up to, it's going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. I mean, I feel like you have to sort of blow everything onto the Queen of Pain right at the start of the fight. But even then, that's hard because there's a Dawnbreaker ready probably with Solar Guardian. If Mikoto can live and freely jump around casting these daggers, you are not going to take a team fight against Aurora anytime soon.
I think they'll have to just full commit, though, right? I think you'll have to just full commit everything to try to kill the Queen of Pain, because if you don't and the fights drag out, she will just kill everybody. So for Tundra, it's definitely stressful moments now in these next 10 minutes. See what they want to do to try to bring this game back into a more comfortable spot. But yeah, this Queen of Pain, just the HP pool, right? 2,400 HP. Looking at the way that Tundra's heroes just do damage, it's not really there. Unless everything is thrown out perfectly. Pure. Yeah, I mean, he has to go Blink Dagger. I think if he doesn't go Blink, they will never kill this Queen of Pain again. I say again, kill this Queen of Pain ever. And Pierre going for a very risky play.
Oh! Well, that's not going to help him. He's dead.
He went... Okay. Solo play attempt onto the Dawnbreaker with 2,500 HP. Next to the tier 2, a bit overzealous from Pure.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that would have been impossible to kill.
Impossible, let's be honest, yeah. Hook
shot, mirror.
Push back.
Into another Cogs as well. So BZM still got plenty of mana. They turn with the Roar on the mirror. The Solar Guardian's coming in though. WS does not want to let his clock die, and I tell you what, he's gone and saved him. The Axis, ooh, not going to hit.
Him.
Mirror lives. WS
Nightfall
coming in to help out. And now Ari and 33, they've got to get out of here. But Nightfall, he's on top of 33. So she's going to go for the TP Starbreaker. Oh, he's got him, WS. Perfectly swinging in the hammer, making sure that last hit comes slamming down on a 33, stops the TP, and sets up for another kill.
That was quite beautiful. I thought maybe he had the harpoon. Have you seen the way that they do it with the harpoon Q play, where you pull them in at the last second for the stun, but is able to just do it without it. Great catch. That was a split second, right? It was perfect timing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. He knew he had to start casting it at that distance. You know, not wait until he was able to step any closer, because if he waited to step any closer, would have been too late. So perfectly balanced the distance with the cast time, so we could get that interruption on the TP out.
Radiant also will get the Tormentor for free. And Nightfall, he's got Blink, he's got BKB. Just much easier to get involved in the fights. Pure does have Blink himself, but he is falling behind. BZM as well. They're not fighting too much here on the side of Tundra this game. And even when they are getting a kill, right, they're having to react in spades. They're having to bring 5 heroes to bring down one of these tanky cores at this point. The Dawn, the Quap, very tanky. And Mikoto is just going to be able to go for the Veil next, the build that we were seeing when the Quap was very popular. Of course, getting gifted in Aghanims helps. And yeah, damage for Tundra. They're going to have to use, like, as you said, almost everything to just blow up a single target, it feels like, in the next upcoming fights. And then they have to kind of just retreat. So team fights overall just do look quite complicated for them to approach. See if they can get some pickoffs, though. Oh. Well, that's an interesting grab.
What do we got?
Greaves for 33. So perhaps looking to fix the mid-game timing. He's got a mech. Kaori.
And the Sonic Wave on Ari. Roar will come out of Mikoto. He went pretty aggressive for this. Solar Guardian's coming in to help him out, but the damage is too much. He's dead. Massive kills here for Tundra. They're going to get WS. I mean, a rare sort of overstep, really, from Mikoto. He went so aggressive on that one. He had no respect for Tundra there. He just blinked in deep. Yeah, a little bit too deep there, beyond the tier 2.
They can sequence this.
They were definitely getting ahead of themselves a little bit too much. Which, as I say, with Aurora, is pretty rare. They don't normally do moves like that.
And Tundra can now perhaps sequence this into more kills. Mira perhaps will run into them here to make sure that his Alchemist doesn't get caught. But another grab and another Galvanized stack for BZM. That was a big blunder from Aurora.
Yeah, because it was just one of those plays that they didn't need to make right. They had no business making this move. We'll see again, you know, Corey starts with the burst. Fair enough, Makoto's like, it's a hoodwink. He wants to get this kill done, but the next thing he knows, you know, I guess, you know, Makoto will tell you he got baited in by Corey on that one. And then WS will tell you he got baited in by Makoto on that one. And then it just turns into a bit of a blame game, really. But long story short, they won't be doing that one again. That was a rough one from Aurora.
You blame Kaori. Probably.
Blame Kaori. Yeah, blame the support.
Yeah,
easy.
Unfortunately, I usually don't like blaming the support, but he did lead the charge. And it was just looking for Ari on a hoodwink, right? So it's not like it's a core kill that they were designing for. Probably still going to look to play super aggressive. They are still having these great timings, but Tundra, huge signs of life for them. Ari.
There we go.
Here he can do it.
Kaori gets what he was looking for earlier. This time his cores don't have to die for it, and he actually gets the kill.
They do seem to know exactly where Pure is as well, but he seems to maybe have a bit of a read of them.
Oh! That was close. That was close. Pure, step ahead. Very close to BKB. It's 1,000 gold.
This is very deep from him as well, too. Nightfall TPing over. He's got the stun. Very dead.
Might bother with the egg there. Knows that he's dead. Solar Guardian play coming in. I'll see the Raw.
33.
Out 33. Can he run from this? He's going to try for the TP out, but the Hex is there. Back to business for Aurora. And when it comes to sort of these sloppy team fights, Aurora, they'll still have the tools to come out on top of them.
Yeah, as long as they don't dive tier 2s with like 2 or 3 heroes right next to the enemy base. It does look a lot easier for them to set up for these kills. Even solo plays, as we saw, Kaori can go for these, even onto the hoodwink. This time, Ari not able to get that essence ring off and survive. And Ari, the same ward that was there before to bring him down. Looks like it will be his demise again. He does kill the ward, though, at least. Don't imagine they'll make that play again.
No. Next fight, Tundra will have 2 BKBs. BZM's going to have his as well as Pure.
And I'm curious, this 33 Greaves is pretty interesting to me, right? Because it's like, I guess they're really looking to play just better around the mid game, and just having a Dispel is nice in a way versus the Queen of Pain, but not something you traditionally would see on these beasts. He just wants to help out his buddies.
Coming in on the bottom lane.
Bottom.
Kota.
BZM. Be careful. Limited on mana on the Storm. Just to be quite cautious of these cogs. So BKB is done. Pure, not quite level 18 for him, but they do have that finished with BZM's BKB. See if they can formulate a timing for a fight. Roche. Perhaps the next point of contention here soon. Pure. They're setting the trap for him.
Oh, he might have just juked them, though.
Okay. That was a scary moment for him there. Can't even BKB TP out near the clockwork. Tundra. Looking to catch. If they can find Makoto, they can chain stun and kill him. Ari does have a blink dagger to land the bushwhack follow-up. He makes the move away. He's gone greedy on Makoto as well, too. I thought perhaps this was going to be a game where he does look to get just a Linken's in between here, but he is just going full-out greed right now. Means he can still pick him up. It's a very good Linken's and Lotus game. Could be something he goes for afterwards if he does feel that threat.
Well, let's see what Tundra can get done with this smoke, because we've seen sort of a few fights they've been involved in. None have really been this sort of, you know, full 5-man smoke up, try and jump and burst someone. So Tundra, now that they've got the BKBs, they're going to go for that. They find WS. That'd be a great start, but Nightfall's in on top of him. BKBs are there. The Supernova will come out, but Solar Guardian's coming into play. The Supernova will be successful. Can they kill WS? Pure, he's doing a lot of damage, actually. They'll get him. They kill WS. Pure. They turn over towards Makoto. Makoto will have Blink back up in a second, but the Vortex comes in. He's glimmered. He's fine. He's able to jump over towards Pure, finish the Dragon Knight. They couldn't quite kill off Makoto. No mana left on BZM to zip back away. They'll clean up the fight, Aurora. I mean, you saw the intention there from Tundra. It was... honestly, it was a little bit split at the start. It seemed like they saw WS, but they didn't all go on the Dawn. And honestly, I thought they would. I thought they would just try and throw everything on a one hero to get rid of one hero as quickly as they could. But I think
it just got very convoluted very quickly because of Nightfall jumping in, right? And then it just gets, okay, we need to stop the Solar Guardian, but we also have Egg down. It just got very kind of clumped up and everything here. So I think they did get the roar on WS as he does get the Solar, but the initial stuns, the initial big hit from Aurora was enough. And then when the BKBs expire from Tundra, that's where Aurora can just kind of run through them there. Big damage from Makoto.
That's going to be the Aegis on him now. As we saw there, how difficult it is to deal with the Quap. They don't take him out at the start. Next fight.
And the defensive plays from Aurora were really nice there too. The Glimmer, I believe, coming out from Kaori, and then just the Cog, just to protect, just putting it around one of your cores to push him away. Very aggressive plays from the supports on the side of Tundra, but the Aurora support's just able to do kind of both in a way a little bit better. Big fight for Aurora. AC, I believe, is now finished up for Nightfall, so much tankier now. You saw Pure dealing a decent amount of damage actually in that fight, but this AC is going to counteract that pretty heavily. Whitemon, is that his pipe? Almost his pipe was just fully taken out there too.
Try to cut the wave a little bit, but there's already a range creep in, so tier 2 can still be taken by Aurora.
For Tundra, the target priority is just complicated, right? Because in these fights, they want to kill WS at the start of things, but a long fight just means Makoto is going to dominate them, as WS might find another kill. Can't quite get Ari. Right, because you want to burst a Dawn, but you also want to burst a Quap. So it is complicated, the targets that they have to go for here. Because if Makoto is not killed, that damage is just going to ramp up so quickly here from the Shadow Strikes.
Tundra. Looks like they're thinking about fighting in this area with the remaining of the Dragon Form. They are going to try. They get the jump onto Mira. Turn their attention towards Corey. Mira will get the hook shot and try and jetpack away. He'll live. And Pure. Oh, he's going to get caught by the stun. Not able to TP out. That play is going to cost Pure his life.
If they can get out, it's a great play, but they don't even get the secondary kill onto Mira. The support ends up surviving the clock. Perhaps this is how they do have to approach fights, though, is kill the supports first, because these tanky cores are very, very disruptive, but it does take them a bit too long.
Ari, clean up on the clock, finds Mira.
Can he get out? They know where he is.
Going to try and juke it around the trees, but the damage swinging in from WS destroys him.
Egg is forced as well. Makoto still chasing forward. Might just be able to get the kill here, too. Arcane Rune.
Whitemon
should have him.
Egg down. Doesn't even save him. It's going to feel pretty rough. Dead for 45 seconds as well.
This one feeling like a much bigger mountain to climb than the last one. When they had that little bit of a slip up on Tundra, this one's just impossible. It feels like for them to fight versus Aurora, and the 5v5s in particular. If they can get pickoffs around the map, that could be something they can do if they can find the Dawn, but these 5v5s just look too complicated. The cores are too tanky.
It does just feel that trying to get the win with the DK, it's a lot harder, right?
It is.
The Ursa experiment worked out amazingly, but with the DK, it just feels like you have to, as a team, be so far ahead, and it just feels so snowball focused. Yeah, as this DK, you've got to be taking these early towers, taking control of the map. If you fall behind, you're just not that scary of a carry, the Dragon Knight.
And I think also for me, it's just like the position they picked the Storm in particular. BZM on the Ember last game was able to dictate pace, force a lot. He had some deaths, but his deaths were pretty good, right? Because he was able to buy back and use a lot of spells on himself. This one, the Storm, it's a Quap and a Lion in the game. It's just very hard for him to actually play the team fights. Aurora, they know their strength right now.
They're going to catch BZM.
Deleted.
Dead for
That's a
70
Rax.
seconds. At least a Rax. They might be able to swing across towards them and get more.
Mira, he's hunting.
He's got the Roar, but Soligani's coming in from WS. He's got the Harpoon to drag back 33. Bash coming in as well. He'll put the BKB, try for the TP out, but another Bash comes in. He's gone for 70. Does at least have buyback available, but the damage is going to be done here to the base. Nightfall bringing in the bottom wave.
Ari's trying to cut the creep wave as best as possible, but this wave might have just been enough for him at least to get the range racks, it looks like. Yeah, he'll finish it off. Team play from Aurora. Very clean this time around. Not hemorrhaging. I mean, how many kills did Cores actually died? Nightfall and Mikoto have only died the once. WS has just been the sacrifice, but his job for sure. Up to high ground again. Rax can probably swing toward mid.
This is been a tough one for Tundra.
It has been.
Maybe they got a little too much confidence after succeeding with the kind of the Ursa experiment last game. They're like, yeah, let's pick another carry that nobody's really picking and see how it goes. And yeah, the DK one this time round did not hit anywhere near quite the same, unfortunately, for Tundra.
He got solo killed by the Dawn, who was zoned out of the lane for a while, right? That has a pretty good tale of what's happened in this game. As Aurora, smooth sailing now in these times forward. Another item being delivered, a full Shivas for Mikoto. Final set. And Tundra's damage, it has not increased at all in these last, what, 8 minutes or so.
No.
They've not picked up any other items just yet. I think just, okay, small crit, pure, very close to Daedalus at least.
There we go. Aurora, probably
Final
one
hit.
fight away from pushing this to a game 3.
And a late Orchid purchased up for the Storm. Just trying to pick up what he can at this point in the game, I think. Careful.
Just checking
Hunting
if
on the
he-
sides there.
Yep, sees anyone out.
I also learned, well, not learned, but I've just kind of established it's also just don't give clockwork in most situations. I don't know, this hero just
Yeah, that's fair.
does
yeah.
too much. Does too much or too little.
And we'll be probably back in the first phase of bans next game. If indeed this
And
does
Tundra
go
did-
to the game 3.
I felt like this draft in particular, they were, because I just want to highlight, because like we were talking about, the Phoenix was untouched in the first game completely, right? A couple of these heroes just untouched. This one, it did feel like they kind of were trying to steal a little, right? Taking the Phoenix first, taking the Storm away. Has not really worked.
Now looking for the mega creeps. Tundra, have they got anywhere pushing Aurora off these barracks? Mikoto's in. They'll put the BKBs. They'll look towards Mikoto. Now the Sonic Wave comes out. They
He's too
can't
strong.
really damage him at all. 33's just having a TP away from the Queen of Pain.
And Pure.
Purist surrounded. He's out, no buyback. Looks like we'll be going to the game 3. As Tundra, they'll try one final attempt here with the remaining 3 members, but they cannot stop Aurora from finishing off the barracks, jumping 33, taking him out. GG is called. We will be going to a 3rd game here between Aurora and Tundra. Yet the plan for Tundra, it did not work out this time. And yeah, as we said, we've seen other teams try the DK. Liquid tried it. I don't think we're bringing this hero back right now, Fogged.
No, I don't think so either. And overall, just the lanes have to be better, right? The Storm versus the Quap. BZM actually did good in the matchup, did quite good, but this top lane, the DK, dies solo to Dawn. Bottom lane, they died to the Alchemist lane level 1 as well, too. Nightfall just is set up for success in this one, too. So Tundra, besides just draft, the gameplay needs to be a little bit better in the early game for them. But yeah, I wasn't crazy about the way they opened up with this one. Aurora, it feels like they got everything they wanted with this Alchemist draft and were able to just pressure quite a bit better.
Yeah, they're pretty much sort of the two of the top active supports in the game. This Lion Clockwork, and as you say, yeah, just the core trio having out Quap and Dawn. That sounds pretty good. You know, it doesn't feel like any of those heroes are really a substitute for one you'd rather have in that position. A pretty beautiful trio of heroes to play with, and as we saw play out, was definitely the case. I mean,
maybe
the game.
there's something about
What do you
Hoodwink
reckon?
also Owen now, right? We just were
It's
mentioning
been losing a lot.
Losing a lot, and it just
losing
lost both
Even with
games.
these good Hoodwink players right. Now, Ari's he's
Yeah.
one of the he's supposed to be one of the top hoodwink players. We've seen him have crazy hoodwink games, but I don't know if it's just a vibe or something, but or heroes, as players, as you said, just getting better at playing against it. But it does seem like it's heavily falling off, and you're probably better suited to look at other support options, maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm looking at like games, like numbers of games too. Like Lion has the same amount of games, is sitting at like a 55% win rate.
There we go.
Hoodwink has half the win rate with the same amount of games. So I don't know. You can't just blame a hero, of course, in particular, but yeah, very interesting to at least point that out as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in Game 3. I think the most interesting thing I'm ready to look forward to is to see what Pure brings in as a carry. You know, we've seen him bring in 2 carries that no one else is really playing right now. Was able to crush with one, had a rough time with another one. We'll see what he opts to play in the 3rd game, that very important game. The loser will be out of the tournament, and the winner will be moving forward to play against Liquid in the next series. So we'll have a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, but we will be back with Game 3 of Aurora versus Tundra. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast Slam 7 here in the last chance stage of the tournament. We're currently coming up to Game 3 now in this first series. Tundra versus Aurora, 1-1 right now. Fogged, after what we've seen so far, how are you sort of feeling with both of these teams' performances today? Where are we at going into this Game 3?
I think Aurora leading a bit here, right? For me, at least.
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, Tundra, even in the win that they did have a lot of great moments, but they still had sort of signs of the concerns that we've had for Tundra in some of the other games that we saw from them in the group stage. And then here in this second game, just not really a whole lot going Tundra's way, right? They did struggle in that one, but you could maybe put that down to some of the picks. So maybe this is something they're going to be able to give themselves a much better position with going into the third game with the draft. But yeah, some stuff we're just not going to see again from them, right? At least in this series, and probably not honestly in the rest of the tournament. I don't think they're going to try and run this carry DK again.
No.
And I think it would be unlikely that they go for sort of BZM's pick in such a way that kind of leaves him very exposed, right? That second pick Storm, it just wasn't set up to have an easy game.
No, it's picked already into Clockwork, and then the Queen of Pain is available, and the Lion was available. It was just instant snap picks from Aurora, so I wouldn't give it's like an 80-20 or anything like that. I think for Aurora, it's probably still just like some 60-40. You can't disrespect Tundra because this team is still insanely good players. It just sometimes lately they just haven't been able to deliver. So yeah, a lot probably will be reflecting on the draft and just the lanes, how they play out. Yeah, just these lanes in particular in the last game, right? I don't think you can have this happen. You cannot pick a DK versus a Dawn and die. That's like illegal. If that happens, like just call it, essentially, right? Because this hero is designed to have the stun so that you can't die in the lane, so you will free farm. So that's like, if you're full counter picking and then you die in the matchup, yeah, it's grim.
No. I'll be interested to see if WS gets one of his three heroes in again, and it's just, you know, he does have flexibility to play more, obviously, but it's those three top heroes that we were seeing addressed in most of the drafts. The Timber,
let's see if,
and the Dawn.
See what 33 gets too, because I feel like he's had, for me, a pretty rough tournament. I didn't really mention him because like I think a lot of this team does highlight with BZM and Pure making the plays, and 33 just kind of chills and coasts on the side with this crazy amount of farm. I feel like he's been having difficulty finding some of these heroes. I saw they're prioritizing Largo a lot.
And it's getting banned, so, you know, Aurora's giving the Largo respect.
Because the only one that the only one that they were really winning with across the board was the Doom. And that is also going to be gone, so. Is it just clock again? It is.
All right.
Imagine it's not going to be Phoenix this time, right? Or maybe they run it back and they feel like it wasn't. I don't know if it was the Phoenix in particular that was a problem. I actually think I'm okay with it.
I think Phoenix was okay. Yeah, Phoenix was okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with Phoenix.
If they want to do that again.
But it's not something that, like, Phoenix is a really good hero, especially in a lot of these players' hands. It can be a bit difficult sometimes to secure the lane for your one position, because your level 1 timing, once you run out of Fire Spirits, I've seen this hero just die sometimes. They will run it back. I'm still pretty okay. I'm still pretty fine with it. It just, yeah, sometimes this hero in the laning phase just does give up some kills to the offlaners that feels like it shouldn't happen.
Okay, this ban deserved.
Yeah, I was more annoyed, not like annoyed, more just like I didn't really like the Tundra next couple picks in particular. So the Phoenix I'm alright with. I don't want to see a Storm. I'd like to see something else.
There's no way they pick Storm second pick here again.
Yeah,
that's like they're not gonna. I mean, I guess you also don't want to pick your second support, right? I mean, what do you pick? And then I guess 33 maybe doesn't want to have his hero picked as the second pick either.
They might.
So then maybe you do have to that. Maybe you do have to pick BZM's hero.
Yeah, you might pick something like just a safer one. Like a Storm isn't a safe early pick for mid is the problem, right? Like if you can pick on mid that's like, I don't know, maybe. I want to say Puck, but also not the safest either. Okay, they're gonna ban it. I was thinking it is Puck actually.
I mean, Puck would have been the safest, I think.
It's the safest.
Honestly,
yes, you'd probably get Lioned anyway, but.
Yeah, but Puck's kind of good enough that you're probably still going to be able to play if you're like one of the good Puck players.
I think so.
I mean, the other one is Pango. Like, is that one that you can kind of just pick straight up and you'd be happy, or?
I think there's too many counter pick matchups that these players play. Like Makoto will just snap pick Monkey King and play you in the matchup, and then it's like, uh-oh.
Sure.
Maybe
Okay, maybe they do
ban
this.
Quap.
Ban
Maybe
the
they do
Quap,
Storm with the ban
and then
Quap,
just pick Storm again.
And then the Lion is going to just probably get snap picked by Aurora, but maybe this is a trade that they want to do. That. I mean, they're definitely discussing something along this lines.
I don't know yet. Does he want to play Storm again? I mean, they do really like the Storm. And BZM obviously is a great Storm player, but it's still hard to make it work sometimes when it's picked at this point of the draft, when there's still a chance for 4 heroes.
Yeah, they can Lion you. They can
go for the Nyx.
Nyx even, yeah. So,
Okay,
so
take the
they'll
Lion
steal the
themselves.
Lion. All right, so this is... We're
All right,
seeing this
yeah.
mini meta.
They probably go Lion, and then they probably will still pick Storm third pick now, right? You've gotten rid of the Co-op, you've gotten rid of the Lion. It looks like they're setting up to just go for the Storm again, right?
Perhaps. And maybe both teams just looking and being like, guys, maybe we just don't pick Hoodwink. Hoodwink just has a 20% win rate. Lion has a 60%. This hero... Sometimes things like this can't happen. It is a better hero in general versus Clockwork, I would say. Like, Hoodwink has its merits versus Clock, but Lion having double disables, preventing him from doing his shenanigans in laning phase is very nice. You can just 100 to 0 him before he gets cogs off in mid-game, too. So, Aurora, they'll move the priority of the Axe.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, we were saying, right, WS does get targeted in kind of the next wave of bans, so... Do you want to get him one of his top 2, really, the Timber or the Axe? You got to pick it now.
This is, for me, honestly, this has been my favorite offlaner. The Timber, of course, is insane because of what he can do in the recovery. But this hero doesn't need to recover. I've seen this hero beat Necrophoses in the lane. Like, just insane to me. They just cut the wave, they maximize, they end up getting some crazy amount of farm. I think that's been mostly noticed. But WS is also, for me, this is like second best Axe player. Always happy to see this one. And they'll just take the Hoodwink here.
All right. As you
Let's see
say,
if it works.
not been the hottest on the stats.
But it's a good hero. It's good with Axe too, right? Because you, not only do you have the big ulti as well too, right? But you can like surround people. You can. It's like a mini vacuum essentially in a way sometimes for the Axe to get the better call. So I do like the synergy of these two heroes quite a lot here, and it gives you. It gives you a 4 position that can hit the egg. Not a great one because the windup is kind of bad, but it is an option. And let's see, do they do the Pango? Or do you go for a riskier pick? I feel like the Pango's the safe one.
I think you just go the Storm again. I think they'll.
You think he's just gonna do the Storm?
I think they just want to go Storm again. Ooh, a twist actually. They take
very
the
big
Monkey King.
switch ups. All right.
And then I think ideally you take 33's hero now. Yeah.
Yeah,
and then
they
you
take
leave
the
it
Necro.
open
Okay.
for the kind of Monkey King right to be either mid or carry now, and then have 33 play Necro on the off lane.
I mean, they're going to get the Necro versus Axe, not in the lane matchup, perhaps, unless they do some type of switches with who's going to play which we have seen them do. This can be a bit volatile, I will say, with the Monkey King when you're putting it in this picking it in this position. They can set up to just counterpick you. Usually this has been like a last pick hero in a phase to shut down an opposing mid that you can just dominate. So this is quite a different Monkey King pick that we have seen at least.
I mean, I think it's well, you do well against the Axe right in lane, or no?
I have not seen a Monkey King safe lane in a very long time.
I mean, it's pure, I'm telling you. Game 1, he's playing Ursa, nobody playing that. Game 2, he's playing Dragon Knight, nobody playing that. Game 3, he wants to play Monkey King carry, nobody playing that.
You have sustain in a way versus Axe, but Axe can just, like, the first 3 levels can be pretty rough. Just from the poke and harass that comes out from the two of them. Because Monkey King's first level is quite bad. Huh. If they do this. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if that's going to be kind of unorthodox from what we've seen. Aurora will stick with insane comfort. And now this Necro.
Oh, you don't lane into that,
you do not go off
No.
lane. You're for Clock Shadow Fiend. It's the most miserable matchup ever.
Uh-oh.
This is a little awkward now. This is what I was worried about these two picks.
Sure, but then, I mean, now they have to do the sort of switch up that we saw from the last tournament where 33 takes the Necro to the safe lane and Pure goes off lane, right?
But now the Monkey's guaranteed to go mid, so
Monkey has
Aurora,
to go
you
mid.
can just pick a counter pick from mid for him.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, it is a pretty good Viper game. Viper's going to have to be banned,
It's
right?
got to be banned. I was about to say
You've
Viper.
gotta ban
It's
Viper.
definitely getting banned. There's no way that is allowed through.
If they don't ban Viper... No, they banned it in game 1, so they definitely, they're thinking about Viper when it comes to Mikoto.
They might forget it because these are not the Mikoto heroes. This is not he's not the Huskars, the Vipers. This is not
No,
Mikoto.
but they banned it first game. Game 1, they banned it against him. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So they had thought about it this series.
Okay, I hope.
Yeah. I mean, but then honestly, the other one I kind of like from Mikoto is I think he'd do really well on the sniper this game. You know what I mean?
It would destroy it, yeah. It's literally the worst,
Sniper or
the worst
Viper,
possible matchup.
They would be the 2 top bans, honestly, if you're Tundra here. I feel you ban out Viper and Sniper. Both of your cores that you've shown do not want to lane mid, and there's a chance that one of these is going to have to go mid.
Because Queen of Pain's also banned, because that's the other one, so that they don't have to worry about at least.
Yeah, ban Quap, Sniper, Viper.
I think I'm okay with that.
Banning Storm?
I'm telling you, they're targeting Mikoto.
Alright, so he's going to get the chance to pick one of those 2. And I think he will.
I don't know how much I'm crazy about Sniper with Shadow Fiend in the draft. Maybe it's good enough, because it's just Shadow Fiend's going to be so good, and then you just go for this Dragonlance Shadow Blade.
You know what I mean?
It's fine.
To go in.
You know, it's fine. Yeah. You know what? I'm okay with it, because you have the double melee.
When I see like Ember and Pango bans, sure, they're pretty standard bans, but they're also ones that Sniper
Gap
would
closers.
really hate to play the game against, you know?
Yeah, I can see the Sniper looking pretty good. But either one looks pretty insane. Honestly, Viper looks pretty disgusting.
Viper looks top tier. I mean, yeah, I feel like that's got to be the go-to. But I also think that's going to be the one that Tundra ban.
Well, they're going to have to deal with one of the 2.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll have a switch up at the last minute that they end up just putting the monkey in the safe. They're gonna. I don't know. This looks weird. This is gonna have to be some crazy type of lane swapping.
I think that's what's most likely at the moment. And they might be stubborn with it and just keep 33 on the offlane with Necro and Pure plays Monkey King carry. They ban Beast. Okay. Maybe not feeling too worried about these mid matchups.
Or maybe they're calling the bluff that they're like, Mikoto's just not gonna play one of them.
I mean, Mikoto could take the SF mid, or is that never happening? Or is there a chance?
I don't think I've seen anyone do it.
Nobody takes the SF mid?
No, not worth risking. Not worth moving him out of his best
sure,
position.
You don't
to,
need
like,
to. Yeah, sure,
it's just too good.
All right. They might be taking the Mikoto. I mean, honestly, both. Yeah, exactly. Both of these could go mid, right? I think I would kind of prefer the SF mid, and the Wind Ranger still being Nightfall.
Then the Necro has a lane, though. I think if the SF's top, the Necro has low lane. I gotta think.
Let's see what Tundra do. At the moment, I'm feeling that it's going to be 33 Necrophos and Pure Monkey King.
And then they're going to pick a different
BZM's going to get something else, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's likely to happen right now, because they don't want to just get crushed in the lanes.
I really think this Monkey King is going to be pure. Maybe BZM takes the Necro mid, and then 33 gets last pick.
That could happen. We haven't seen as many, but we did see Nisha play it, and some players do like to play the Necro mid.
I feel like, yeah, Necro mid would be okay against any of these cores. Like, he's going to do okay. Like, and if you can get away with the Necro going mid, it's kind of nice.
Unless the SF goes mid. That's a horrendous matchup for Necro.
Okay, well, you just get raised.
Yeah, you just die. You can't walk up and do the pulse thing that you usually want to play around. You just get triple raised and potentially die.
Okay.
In old days. I haven't seen it in the new days matchup, but I still envision that you're going to get level 3 on SF and you're screwed.
Yeah, I think if you definitely mess up the start, you're going to be in a big trouble. Yeah, it's going to be...
True.
Who are you sending mid? Oh.
Pure's playing the Necro, which he has. I don't think he's ever played in a pro game.
Pull up the stats, folks. What we got?
Pull them up.
We looked at this before. He does not play Necrophos.
He really doesn't.
I don't think. To the point, I don't think he's ever played it in competitive, right? That's what I'm gonna
I'll get it for you in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Remember, there are, we always have to mention this because I saw people calling us out the other day as well too. Yes, these players have Smurfs, but it doesn't matter if they have Smurfs.
Yeah, whatever.
It still matters a lot if they played like only 5 hero of 5 times on the hero ever.
You know what I mean? I care if they played it in officials. And
so his official 2023.
2023. So he hasn't played Necrophos in an official game for nearly 3 years. So trying something a bit different. Pure, he just wanted to try different stuff today. You know, first 2 games, heroes that no one else is playing. And then third game, a hero that other people are playing, but he isn't.
Okay, and it is Mikoto on the Wind Ranger, so they are looking to just play the SF in the safe lane. Don't take him away from his best position. The Brewmaster, I don't know. This hero also can be very vulnerable versus Clockwork. You can just get screwed by battery assault nowadays again. Unlike how you in the past, for a moment, you could go into the void stance. Now it doesn't exist. You could actually get your ult off in between the battery assaults. Now you can't again.
And obviously, you've now ended up with a situation, right, where BZM on the mid Monkey King, it's not a matchup where he's going to be, like, making the enemy mid cry.
Yeah, but it also is a mid Wind Ranger, which is not really a mid... this is some interesting stuff that have developed into this one. Aurora, it looks much more standard across the board, much more from what we've seen, which has looked pretty dominant. But Tundra throwing some wrench into the works here. I just don't know if BZM's going to have a game is my biggest thing, right?
No,
I don't know if BZM will have a game, and then I'm worried for the Necro, if Pure's not comfortable on it, that he could just get exploded a couple times.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen and, you know, looking at the sort of matchups, this is going to be a tough one for Tundra.
It does feel like it, at least on paper.
Like, everything just makes a bit more sense from Aurora's lineup, even though they do have a Wind Ranger mid, which, as you say, is very much a bit of the outlier. But you can see why they picked it here. Can go mid against this Monkey King, and obviously not a matchup where the Monkey King's ever really going to get the chance to get the Jingus up on you unless you really mess up, makes big mistakes.
And they have double ranged cores now, so the egg, it very likely will die in the mid game almost every single time too. Not really the best protection for it either. Okay, let's see how this does develop. Aurora's, it looks very, very self-standard. Tundra, I think, is going to have to do some kind of crazy stuff in this game, and let's see if Pure can just bust out this Necro.
He's called it already.
He's done.
It's just a loss. he's talking about packet loss, not the game. Let's find out. Let's find out.
How's 33 going to endure the pressure of an SF Clockwork? This lane is
that sounds nasty, right?
Mira.
Well, this will be a good way to start if they begin the game by killing the clock. Mira, he is going to take out. Pure gets first blood. 33
lives.
He's getting healed up.
The heal.
The pulse, it will save him. He's going to be fine. So, first blood, that'll definitely go somewhere here for Tundra to start the game. And in fact, popping a smoke, maybe see if they can find something more.
Who got the first blood too? It was Pure, right? So
it was Pure, yeah.
7 wand charges as well too for him. So his lane is already set up for 7 wand charge. Oh my god. Good luck killing him in lane now. Set up for success in the lane anyway, right? Playing versus that axe. So Pure, he is designed to have a good game. Let's just see what BZM is able to get on this Monkey King in this matchup versus the Wind Ranger. I'm super excited to see what this one's going to kick off to in the mid game. If they're actually going to have a Monkey King that can play the game. Mikoto. Ooh. He might just die here.
Body blocks coming in.
Oh,
very nicely controlled here by Whitemon. They'll set up to take down Mikoto.
Very nice. Look at the wand charge. BZM has 10 stick. He'll use it right away, but we'll be able to get the first CS of the lane for free. Okay, cool stuff. How'd the bounty exchange go? It was 3 going the way of Aurora.
Yeah, 3 for 1. Yeah. So 2 kills and a bounty for one side, 3 bounties for the other side.
And let's see how bottom does. This is the lane, at least for me, to watch if 33 can endure the pressure, because the Shadow Fiend Clockwork has just been able to decimate most of the lanes.
And top. And WS on the Axe, one of his best, but one of the matchups that we've seen put against the Axe specifically a lot of times now, this Necrophos.
Whitemon, that's the last Fire Spirit. They've got heals coming in from Pure. Is it enough? It will be.
When these two...
what
we got?
I was just curious to see what Mikoto is going to overall build in this game. He's just going to go treads, but I wonder if he's going to deviate a little with his item build in terms of, you know, if he just goes like Maelstrom or what's it actually going to be. So I've not seen a mid-Wind Ranger at all.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, like, because, like, do you go for the blink early and play around the shackles?
I'd imagine no. Right, you still want to have that the first early item. I just wonder what the first item is for him to farm. If it is just going to be the standard, or if he's going to do something slightly more aggressive with it. I just don't know what you can actually deviate with.
Because that way, you feel like you still absolutely have to buy an item to farm, even when you're in the mid, as the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of always been the past. So I'd imagine it's still going to be the case, and it is still one of the best damage items, right? The Maelstrom is still super effective. I just was debating if he does go for maybe that like diffusal that we used to see. I just don't think it's that useful this game.
VIM. And whilst he won't be able to kill the Wind Ranger, he should still be able to find a pretty good trade to farm in the matchup.
But the Wind Ranger can get kills on him. That's for sure. BZM does have to be very careful in this matchup.
Oh, if he
BZM
gets a
goes
power
for the
shot.
water rune. Oh God, that was crazy. It's a double wave now onto Mikoto. Top lane. Looks like they are hunting for Kaori, but he should be just fine. BZM, I can't look away from the mid lane, really. He does have this double wave to play onto here. And he should be okay. Gets the extra sustain built up.
Bottom lane. We'll be able to grab a creep wave at least here. Bring that over for 33.
More of the boring lane in particular. Trying to grab the range creep. Does at least get it under the tower. 33 was trying to pull it all the way behind to deny wave. Won't be able to do so. Rotations, BZM, he's moving.
It's a good one as well. Yeah, comes in with a boundless to allow Pure to close in on WS. Very nice little move.
He's really struggling in the mid lane, though. The thing about the mid monkey is when you play this, usually it's picked into a melee. So if you can't rely on your Jingu at all, you do start to run into problems of sustain a lot. Since you don't play with a bottle, anything like that. Can be difficult in terms of that matchup. So Mikoto starting to pull pretty far ahead, 28 to the 13-5. But it's not one that he can't, like, just cannot lane verse, right? It's not this Viper where it just completely pushes you out, or a sniper that just, yeah, threatens kills and pushes you out constantly. So he's still getting some stuff.
And on this bottom lane, what's sort of the plan going to be for 33? To kind of have a game after what's going to be this very tough laning stage.
Wait for a Phoenix rotation probably to get a wraparound, or wait for the Monkey King to make a move and then look for anything you can on Nightfall. When it's just the two of them there, they cannot threaten the Shadow Fiend at all. So it's gonna be a slow one. And overall, that's one of my concerns too for the Brew is 33 likes to play these heroes that can go back and just jungle. A lot of times if he does struggle, this hero cannot do that. This hero has to come back through getting a kill.
Top lane, Pure nearly dies. But ends up sort of baiting Kaori in. I say that, Pure. Okay, the bait's successful. My goodness, Pure he was living on the edge there. He really was, but it works out. He gets away with it. They get the kill, and they'll also get the chance to chase down WS. That was pretty crazy. But he makes it work, Pure.
BZM struggling in the lane matchup, but is at least able to make these connections work. And Pure, I'm very happy to see this and point this out too, right? Does skill Ghost Shroud. That's why he lives. I've seen too many Necros not skill it, and it really infuriates me in the laning phase. Too efficient of an ability. 33.
Kaori's turned up the rotation.
They don't have damage between these two, though. They need the Shadow Fiend.
Just be able to annoy him, push him out of the lane for a bit. Yeah, it's got a salve though, 33.
Top tower pressure is building up. They have this catapult still alive, doing a good job here with Pure. They might take this whole top tower here. Bottom, they're looking to do similar on the side of Aurora, but Pure is just tanking the tower here, keeping the catapult alive. They're going to get the majority, if not all of it. It's a very early tower to get. I don't think we really see this offlane tower die pre-7 minutes almost ever.
No, that is very fast. And definitely not against these Necro safe lanes. A super fast time to be able to pressure this as a Necro.
33. Is the SF in range? He is not. He'll be able to walk away. Looking to contest the Wisdom, but on the other side, too, we see that Tundra not only contested for Wisdom, also likely to get WS. Another grab. Oh, he's short on mana.
He's got it now.
I was like, oh no, he's 20 short. But yeah, somebody had a mango to pass over to him, I believe Ari or a Lotus.
Yeah, I think it was Arya. And this is a very, very good start here on the Necrophos for Pure. He's played the lane very nicely. 4-0-1. Pretty much gonna have the relic gold. He might be on track for one of the quicker radiances we see again on this Necro.
But his other two cores are having a pretty miserable time, Owen. 2,300 net worth on the Monkey King. BZM is just literally rotating around non-stop. And the Brewmaster, 1,600. So even though they are with 6-0 and a Necro free farming, getting a top tower, they're actually behind on gold on the map. That's pretty crazy. And let's see what BZM builds. He's getting gone on Mikoto's level 7.
Corey's coming in from the side as well. If they get a bushwhack, should be able to get it. Maybe it's not even needed. Yeah, Mikoto. Okay, we'll get held back by Ari with the stun. A turn for Whiteman instead, but Whiteman's able to dive away. The bushwhack doesn't catch him.
They survive. Nicely done here. And the supports on Aurora are still very low level. Even though they got their wisdom, they're level 3, just making the moves around. Important for BZM to survive at the least so he doesn't fall further and further behind. But his tower now perhaps in jeopardy. Mikoto will get a rune. Okay, so he's queuing up a different build, Owen. He's queuing up Specialist Array on the Wind Ranger.
Oh. Okay, I mean...
I've not seen this on a... I've theory crafted it on the Wind Ranger, but I haven't seen it in a pro game, so... Oh, I mean, this reminds me of old times. Again, Dota 1 reflections. You know, Dota 1 when Rangers would buy? I've told you this before.
Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Wait, what's this got to do with Battle Fury? I guess, okay, because it's hitting multiple things.
Yeah, I'm joking about it. They used to buy just because there's no better items back in the day, because Dota 1 was hilarious. But yeah, now he will actually get this like kind of pseudo cleave on a ranged. He predicts the smoke as well. We'll be able to disengage. Oh, it's cool. Let's see if it does work. He will have split shot versus Brewmaster roll too, which on paper sounds kind of cool.
Oh, look, they've got the setup with the Boundless. Into the stun. Pure's walking over with the scythe at the ready. That's going to be Mikoto gone.
Not a successful scythe though. They got the Lotus right beforehand.
Yeah, was that Mira? Yeah, I think it was right.
Yeah, it was.
Mira. He's also actually able to TP away. They didn't have any further stuns for him, so still a dead Wind Ranger, but a little bit of a sour taste.
Another kill.
They couldn't get the Reaper Scythe kill itself, but they will still indeed get a second one here for Pure. Now 5-0-2. Back up towards the top. If he can work his way through another couple of waves, it's going to be this 10-minute Radiance. Like, this is
crazy
indeed,
timing.
again, just one of the faster Radiances we've seen on the Safe Lane Necrophoses.
And yeah, look at this. They actually do get the Lotus pack. So he lived at what? Was it 10 HP? Maybe even less?
It was close. Let's have a look. How low did he go? 9 HP on the hit from the side there. So Mira messing with them a little bit.
They still get the kill, but yeah, just denying away that Reaper, of course, is hilarious there. And there is that Radiance. That is super fast.
Literally 10-minute Radiance. All
Insane.
right, Pure. Ready to go. And as I say, Honor here, he's not, as far as we can see in terms of officials, he's not bought out the carry Necrophos in 3 years.
It's still crazy, though, that it's 8-0. They have the tower, and they're behind in gold. Only by slight. It's like teetering and tottering, right? They're just right on the cusp of that gold team.
All right. Who's Pure blaming? Is he saying what happened mid, or is he saying what happened off lane? Because he's like, I'm doing
there's
my
nothing
bit.
they can do. Let's be honest, there's nothing they can do in the matchups, right? He probably looks and he's like, BZM, good job. Like, you haven't died versus a Wind Ranger. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, there we go.
Sure they're being positive.
Yeah, they're not feeding. Yeah, nobody's fed yet.
Nope. 33 neither, right? 33 did not die versus the Clock SF. Monkey King did not die in the Wind Ranger matchup. So, all in all, I mean, the lanes are still rough for them in particular, and we are seeing Aurora's heroes able to catch up quite a bit better, especially the Axe with Dominator can just naturally farm better than a Brewmaster. But they've done a good job of limiting that farm, blocking some camps, invading as well too, as I have seen from Whitemon. And BZM is just playing a bit of a different style where he's gonna sacrifice himself pretty heavily this game. So we'll see what result it has in the mid game. But Mikoto is gonna be quite farmed in comparison. So it's all about Pure. Enable the Necro. I want to see, let's see what items they queue up to enable him as well too, right? Glimmers, etc., so you can protect him is going to be important because there is a good amount of hybrid damage on Aurora from the Shadow Fiend. And you look to play around your strengths. Pure in the front line, looking for another tower here.
Looks like they're not interested in really doing too much to push them off right now. They're pretty scared of what Tundra have when they turn up for these sort of pushes.
33. They have no gap close, really. Bushwhack won't connect. The support levels need to come out for Aurora. The fact that they don't have the 6 on either of them right now is making a big difference. If they had 6 on Clockwork, they could set up for the defense mid. The fact that they don't have it means Tundra can just walk up, get this tower. They do have the level 6 on both supports, so Aurora, a bit afraid to just fight into that ball. That's why they're giving the lane to Mira bottom. They're like, okay, we need clock 6. We can't actually initiate a fight until we have that. Dominator, we've been seeing this a couple times now. It has been getting scythed. You do get the stack from it. So you do see that Pure is up to the second one. So WS has to be a little cautioned with how he uses those Dominators.
Very close to the bots, Pure.
There's the array. So Pure has the bots, Mikoto has Specialist Array for farming, and BZM is just going straight up aggression. Going for that Deso.
Sweeping over towards the mid. Still catching Mikoto is pretty tricky.
They're giving Mira 6.
They have Ari at the front.
They want to. I mean, they're looking like they want to kill this Clockwork because they probably know this is what they're doing. Right? They're like, okay, Clock's about to hit 6, and then they're going to look to make moves around it. So want to punish Mira.
Yeah, and they want the tower down here as well.
Yeah.
Keep up the super fast timing that they're taking the tier 1s.
Not the easiest way to kill with just these two. Can they close the gap with Ari? He should be able to find Mira here.
Oh,
TP though. Oh,
it's a good position for TP.
What a heads up TP! Wow.
You know, he could sense that there was more coming from him from all the angles.
Big brain. 8-0, but as we said on the numbers, Aurora is hitting those creeps nicely. All 3 cores farm at a faster pace. Well, not all 3, right? The Necro is going to farm at that equivalent pace, but the other 2 are going to fall behind in comparison to an Axe Dominator and a Specialist Array Wind Ranger who can hit the creeps. So cool adaptation we're seeing from Mikoto. Hook shot. Won't connect.
Mira. Oh, they'll have him. Another kill here for Tundra. Tier 1 at the bottom taken. Getting a lot of money off the map.
Midas now for 33, so he can start to make that recovery himself as well. Not in the same fashion as an Axe, not in the same speed but as an Axe. But steps toward his recovery. And WS, speaking of his farm, can look to start getting involved. Has the vessel finished up. But I feel like Aurora, I feel like they're just going to sit back and hit creeps until they do have the next timing, like the blink on the Axe in particular, unless the fight comes to them. Because they are still just, farming, right? Nightfall is probably like, guys, this is chill. I'm an SF with no pressure.
Yeah, I think, both of them. Nightfall and Mikoto aren't going to be too interested in fighting right now.
Mm-hmm. WS does have Vessel, though, so he probably wants to get a charge going for himself here. Mid lane. Get the catch.
They'll get the hook shot and the sharp shot over to BZM. Into the call. They'll kill BZM off. See if they can get away now. Starting to back away from Pure as Pure turns up on the Necrophos. He'll turn for the easy scythe kill onto Mira.
Bruce split.
Now, splits there. They can control WS. Requiem's going to be interrupted.
Nice
Nightfall not
Cyclone.
initially able to get it out. They'll just walk back. Stay out of the radius of potential ults from Aurora.
That's the team fight from Tundra. That was all their ults used. Got to disengage now, back away. Don't want to run directly into Aurora again here. Mikoto will find himself a haste rune. This Vessel, they got to get some type of dispel. Something to protect the Necrophos, because that's going to be very annoying for Pure. And Aurora, with all those cooldowns used, looks like they are setting up for topside. The Bushwhack does not connect. Did see BZM jumping in the trees. Tundra looking for the fight even without their ults here.
Balance in. BZM sets up with the Wukong's command. WS is going to be able to dodge the stun there from Ari. Doesn't catch onto him, so the Axe walks away freely.
BZM.
Jackal's in. Power shots there. They'll jump around the Wukongs, but the Battle Hunger's ticking them down. The focus fire comes in from Makoto. Now with the hook shot on Ari, they're going to be able to get more. They take out BZM and Ari. Bushwhack onto Whitemon. They'll take out 3 of them. Aurora ready to bring the fight together now themselves. Might have had a slow start on the kills, but as you say, never really fell behind on gold. And when it comes to the point where they're happy to bring the numbers and take these fights, they absolutely stand a solid shout in them. I mean, 4 to 10, sure. 2K lead now for Aurora.
I'm shocked Tundra went for this fight, I gotta be honest with you. Perhaps thinking that Aurora split up, but they had no ults. They literally just had the Wukongs. You can see BZM jumps into the midst of things there, but there's no follow-up. The initial stun ends up missing as well, too. And that Vessel, honestly, this Vessel is gonna hurt them so much here, as we're seeing. Onto the Necro, onto this Monkey King as well. It ruins them. So for Tundra, I think overall, have to just wait to fight around those cooldowns. Whenever they make these aggressive plays without it, you can see that Aurora just looks much stronger. Cooldown's coming back up. Brewmaster split in about 5 seconds or so, but Aurora feeling strong around this BKB Nightfall. And I do not blame them. It has an amp damage as well. This SF's an issue.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They found Whitemon. Mira's got the setup. Aurora picking up kills across the map. This is only going to speed up from them now.
Yeah, especially with the blink on Axe. He's got it now finished up. It just feels much easier for them to just make moves individually. While Tundra, it feels like they have to throw so many ults out to kill these heroes, to kill these tanky cores in particular. Setting up immediately for top. The ward is still there. Ari. He's found. Oof. Quick and easy.
Double shot there coming in from both angles.
I don't know. I'm feeling big concerns for Tundra. Especially for BZM in particular. I think he's going to have the hardest type of recovery in this game. Has the Deso at least finished up for that big burst damage? But yeah, his farm is really starting to fall off. The Brewmaster 33, once he gets Aghanims, he's going to be incredibly strong around the team. But yeah, just for BZM, very fragile in this game.
And are you okay with this being the option then to deal with the Vessel charges, going for the Manta on the Necro?
Okay.
Obviously not something that we really see from Necros.
I mean, he needs a Dispel, right? But this does give more targets if he uses it wrong, the Axe Call in particular. And I just haven't seen this, right?
I was going to say, what else would we see, I feel like, from some of the other Necro carries in this situation? Would they just go like a BKB or like a Yules? Or we even saw one pick up a Lotus for themselves, right?
I thought he was going to go Lotus in this game, but maybe he just wants to have a bit more raw HP in particular as well, too. So just wanted a hybrid. Because most of the builds that I've seen, it's like, it's Wits who goes for Wraps every time. It doesn't deviate on his build.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll see if this ends up working out. There's a reason, there's a clear reason why he wants to do it, so we'll have to see if it does end up working. But it could end up hurting versus the Axe in particular. Aurora, Tormentor time. And at least for me and you, I think most of the games that we've seen the Necro have success. He has this clear separation in net worth between everybody else, but he also doesn't have his cores having this rough of a game. So I'm just continue looking at the Brew and the Monkey King. And Brew's going to recover, but I'm super worried for BZM. Unless he wins a team fight, I don't know how this Monkey King's going to get back in here. Ari. Sneaky.
And can they connect on this, or a little too deep?
This is pretty deep. The sentry's already placed down as well, too, so they will see him.
Ari will...
He just bails out.
Yeah, get out of there. Head back, pick up the Shrine of Wisdom. Did not feel that he could go for the steal.
He's having a pretty quiet game, but he does not really have the best heroes to pair around him in particular with this Finger of Death. Just the Necrophos at this point. So he completes the Manta. He's going to go for the Heart. Yeah, we'll have to see. All right, it's a Dispel versus the Vessel. Can obviously see why he wants to go for it, but we'll see how it does in the fights overall. Brewmaster, Ags is done. Level 12 as well. Could be a timing that Tundra looks to play around here.
Yeah, I think so.
Got a couple items picked up together.
Only real big one that you're lacking is still the BKB on BZM, but that's not going to be there for a fair bit more time. So now is probably as good as ever a time to get out and see what they can do. Aurora, they're pretty prepared. They'll also hit out with the smoke.
Mira.
And Ari's going to go for the jump, but in turn, WS will make the jump over the walls and will get used up into the air, but Ari's dead. Shackle
Pure
holds back Pure. The split comes out looking for Mira. Requiem will push them back, though.
Pure.
And Pure's in trouble. He'll get the
God.
Ghost Shroud off. But some of these ults here from Tundra now having to be used at distance and not really connecting completely with Aurora.
And
Trying to find
33.
Mira with the remainder of the split, but Mira's going to get glimmered. And 33 is just going to have to really retreat with the rest of the split as this ult comes to an end.
Can he get out? Mikoto's on the chase. Looks like he will, but that's the big ultis from the side of Tundra.
That was a supernova and the split
nothing.
being used.
Aurora can probably just go for Roche now. They didn't even use the BKB on the Shadow Fiend, and Pure almost died. 100-0 from a Requiem into a Cog bounce. This was
Definitely not what they were looking for.
No, I mean, this is before Mikoto had BKB too, so for the ideal for Tundra there was finding the Wind Ranger. Now Mikoto is very likely to have that BKB for the next fight as well. Tundra.
Corey.
Another kill here, but missing with the stun, and the Wukong's wasted.
Oh dear, now they just
dear.
got to run.
Hookshot also does miss. Ari does get hit from power shot.
Ooh. Dodges the sharpshooter.
And he'll live. All right. Everyone just walks away. Couple spells not connecting. But now this SF, who's already 0-0-0, Nightfall, having a free game completely. Doesn't even get a kill involvement. That's actually insane. Has an Aegis to play around too versus these ults. Tundra's just got to get better connections, but it's tough for them to keep people inside this Wukong. Tough for them to keep people inside the egg, as we're seeing. Not the best control. And those BKBs, the triple BKBs on the side of Aurora are soon finished up. Mikoto has it done, the SF has it done, WS very close to him having it as well too, and BZM is still quite some time away from his. These BKBs, whenever you're playing versus big team fight in particular, the BKBs can counteract it pretty heavily. Mikoto looking for a solo play here.
I mean, he can go for
We'll
it.
find him.
Easy shackle, easy kill.
Didn't use the medallion. Come on, Mikoto. You would have killed him way faster.
Come on, nobody uses neutral active hotkeys.
You better use these neutral actives. Nightfall, pretty deep forward.
There's going to be a buyback. Nightfall is going to get the Requiem off, though, and BZM, he nearly dies to the Requiem with the sharpshooter. He'll live. Supernova's out. Nightfall's going to focus the egg, take it out here during the BKB.
Deny.
He's got it. Well, okay, they do get the deny, but still, the egg's dead, and that's a dieback, essentially. WS is in with a call onto Pure. They're trying to burst through the Necrophos. Have got the follow-up stun, but he's still able to get the Ghost Shroud off. Nightfall's pretty low, has to be a bit careful. It's only be set for BZM, but the dust is caught onto Nightfall. They get the side down on a WS, kill off the Axe, and try and chase for more. Boundless strike down onto Mikoto. BZM still has to be very, very cautious with how low he is. We'll see Mikoto just opt to BKB. TP out there at the end of that fight.
Cool fight from Tundra. The buyback from Whitemon, he ends up diebacking, but it is a deny, and it did force some reactions and does net them a couple extra kills here. Pure will be able to get that Reaper, get the finish off. He's got the heart now finished. If they can't 100-0 the Necro, definitely can see how much Pure can do in these fights, just being able to walk through. He's 8-0 still, yet to die. He has to have a... I feel like Pure has to have a perfect game. Whoop. Can't dodge everything.
Too much coming in.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games where if Pure dies like once or twice, the game could just quickly become impossible for them here. But if he can continue to play this clean, definitely still have chances into this mid and later stages.
Yeah, we'll see again in the replay. A sweet little deny coming in at the end of that by 33. And all in all, with the way that the previous few fights have gone, Tundra, it'll certainly take the outcome of that.
Yep, not too shabby. BZM, of course, still unable to recover in the game, but it's all about Pure. Everything needs to be about this Necrophos. But yeah, I feel like it really is one of those situations where Pure, 1 or 2 deaths in the game can just end immediately. I feel like for Aurora, they have quite a bit more liberty in this game to make some mistakes. But we'll see as it progresses. Level 20 is hit for Pure. does have that heart at the ready too. He is pretty insanely tanky. If they don't just full 100 to 0 him, those long fights, he will reign supreme.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, cool. And 33, so probably because of the Shadow Blade, I'd imagine, on the Shadow Fiend as well, he goes Distiller on Brewmaster. So we're seeing cores pick up more Distillers at least, which is kind of cool. A lot of detection on them.
I mean, maybe this item is just that good, right? I mean,
It's first double Glimmer, and it's first as an SF with Shadow Blade. So yeah, sure. Can't argue against it. They don't need a Vessel. And Vessel's pretty expensive a lot of games and just gets dispelled in these later stages. Pure. They got to just play behind him. Play all around this Necrophos at this point. Another smoke. Smoke on smoke action. BK or Aegis is getting reclaimed in 20 seconds here. And BZM does have BKB, so it at least can pop the Wukongs and just sit inside of it to protect his cores. Ult's all at the ready here for Tundra.
ooh, they know where they are. Looking for Mira. He'll hook shot away. He just tries to TP out, but the Yules comes in. They'll just have to let Mira go down. And ideally, Tundra want to see if they can catch something more from this, but that's not going to be the case. So we'll just be Mira.
A kill without using any ults, though. Very nice for Tundra. Can turn this perhaps into another catch here, as there's no Aegis anymore on Nightfall. Aurora, immediate split push action. Axe with the illusions, cutting the waves. Mikoto split pushing toward top. Now they're looking to gather a bit toward bottom. Maybe WS and Nightfall look for a duo play. Whitemon might just get caught here.
Oh, the classic. Oh, doesn't even need to. No Requiem, just a call and a couple of right clicks.
They'll get a pick, though. Kaori does get found in the tree lines. But no Phoenix now for 40 seconds. Both teams playing to their strengths.
And how much can Tundra try and push with what they've got?
Hard to hit buildings with their
Yeah,
drafts.
it's not the best tower hitting, right? They have a Deso, that's probably about it.
Yeah, most of the times I've seen this Necro, this happens. The game is very likely to extend for some time because this hero just doesn't hit buildings in particular. Gem now picked up. For Whitemon, wanted to control some of this vision. And again, right, they are playing with these double glimmers, with the Shadow Blade, so they are looking to hunt around the map here. And at the moment, Tundra does have the better vision control. How are these neutral items? Haven't really taken a look at a couple of them in some time. I'm seeing the Partisan brand starting to come out here, so some big magic damage from some of these heroes.
Dire's middle tower.
BZM, he's like a support almost essentially at this point. It feels like the whole game relying on Pure. Bottom, the catch. WS, is it enough?
Pure's coming in. The Glimmer's there, though. WS getting a walk away. The Requiem pushes them back. WS is able to get the BKB off. He's going to be fine. WS lives. Ari will die.
Nightfall.
Team come. Oh, it has to BKB and TP. And they don't have anywhere to stop that.
Continuing to look for more. They did use the brew split. They want to find another target. Mikoto. Can they get the Cyclone on him?
Oh, it would be nice to catch him. But a good shackles there. It stops him from being cycloned.
And now potentially Aurora gonna look to turn things.
They cut his tree.
The lanes. They cut the tree.
And they got the shackle. Mikoto's trying to get in to finish off the kill, and they'll find it. Sharpshooter comes in from Kaori. They kill BZM.
This is just with 3 heroes down here as well. And Whitemon.
Oh, and
another
the shackle. Oh, the
Oh
cock
my
pushing to
God.
the shackle angle. Oh, that was dirty.
And now Pure, he's alone.
Oh, gonna put the Manta. 33
He's
can
so
try and help, but
isolated.
he doesn't have split. And
Here comes
I think
Nightfall.
33 is just gonna say, good luck, Pure. You're on your own here, buddy. Hookshot
hook
comes
shot.
in. And Aurora hold the fight very nicely around that tier 2. And honestly, all really started
shackles.
on that kind of turnaround on the initial shackle and just shackling the last few seconds of the Wind Panda so he couldn't get thrown up himself and get threatened as the Wind Ranger. And by that point, you know, it really felt that with Tundra's chase, they were kind of all in on 33 probably saying that he was going to be able to get that set up with the Wind Panda.
It ends up being pretty brutal. That was like the power shot initial, right? It's literally as he's jumping to the tree.
Cutting
Sometimes
down
these
the line of
power
his
shots,
trees.
like sometimes this ability doesn't cut the tree as well too. That was a bit of RNG as well too. But these shackles afterwards were not. These were just beautiful from Mikoto.
And you'll see, look at this cog push into the shackle angle. Mira. He's able to push Whitemon up a little bit so it lines the shackle up perfectly between Whitemon and Pure.
And that's this is that one death that I was talking about for Pure, right? It feels like this game has to be pretty much perfect from him there. They're trying to push forward for these kills. It gets counteracted pretty heavily there from Aurora. Nightfall has a full Daedalus now. They also have the blink on Mikoto. They're all scaling. All 3 cores on the side of Aurora scaling, but only 1 on the side of Tundra at the moment.
This is Pure. Harder and harder for Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, next fight, but Pure, it has to be a better fight from him, has to get so much out of it. And Roche, it is coming back up, so it's going to be the big point of contention, and there is an amp damage on the bottom side. Pure would love that.
That would be very nice for Tundra. Grab that.
They have
they got a smoke?
I think they have 1 left, right? Yeah, they do. So Ari has 1. They'll give it to BZM. Okay. Aurora's looking for the fight themselves. We'll back away. 33 does have level 4 split, so he does have another timing that has been given to him.
They got sure they got a smoke and run straight back at Aurora.
It's difficult to just run directly into them, though. If they have,
but they're going to get Roche. I mean, if they want to, Roche is up.
They'll have to smoke and look for some type of play for sure. They can't just let them go into the pit. See how they approach the fight, though.
Have to do something about this, Tundra.
Okay, so long fights can look pretty good around this refresher brew with Pure. If Pure survives, that is. If Pure gets burst at the start, the fight's just instantly over. See if they can execute. Aurora. They see them. Breaking that smoke there. This Dominator creep is... I wish you could see how much Dominator has farmed for a player. I feel like this creep has gotten WS like 5,000 gold. Maybe even more. Roche is going to start shifting. Both teams have to prepare. On 33, he expected the fight to kick off right then, right? He sold his boots to finish off a refresher. So he's going to rebuy those boots shortly here, but... Kai Assange for WS, very tanky.
Tundra.
Not much growth again, BZM. An Echo Saber, not something you see picked up at the 35-minute mark, but really looking to get any small thing for the fight.
Yeah, exactly.
They know they have to win this fight or the game is going to be so hard for them as it progresses. Right ball. Inching forward. Mira will break the smoke. Glimmer blink. Looking to get the high ground here. WS will get the call.
Yeah, immediate response though with the Hex. Mikoto's going to come in and delete the Lion. Ari's out of the fight. BZM will get the BKB and the Wukong's command down. Nightfall steps out to the side. There'll be a straight buyback from Ari. Nightfall gets the Requiem off, pushing back Pure. He'll turn sight down on towards the SF. They kill Nightfall. The calls there from WS onto Pure. Pure still very tanky though and hard to take out with the BKB coming to an end on WS. He has to start running. Pure's chasing him down. In on top of the Axe, the Glimmer comes in. Mira trying to do his best to get WS away from Pure. The jump forward there. 33 comes in with the clap. They'll TP out, but the damage is done. Pure brings out WS. As they can get kills around him, but they can't deal with Pure.
They got the chain stun on the SF. All important, he wasn't able to get the BKB off in between. He gets Reapered, brought down from pretty much 50% HP. They lost both supports almost instantly on the side of Tundra as well, too, and they were able to get this fight win. That was pretty huge for them. Pure dishing out the damage. That was both brew splits. 33 did pop the secondary one at the tail end of things. They got to go straight into Roche.
Yeah, no,
See it again. So what stunned him? He didn't. I guess he didn't get BKB off the boulder, and that was just enough.
Yeah, not getting the BKB off is pretty rough there. As they absolutely
Roche.
need Nightfall to be alive so they can have damage to try and threaten Pure.
This is not dying fast.
Can they? I mean, can they get over for a steal in time? Makoto's got the blink ready. Might be able to time it.
Huh.
It's going down. Mirror hook shot will be blocked off by Whitemon. They'll use the supernova. Karori. He'll throw his acorn shot in, but the Aegis has been picked up. Karori's going to get killed off. Sure, the egg does die, but he sort of did his job, right? Make the space. Aurora still want to fight. They get the shackles. Ari's gone.
Tundra needs to run. They have no ults. No way can they fight. Even if they get this Aegis, have to disengage. Nightfall will check the pit. Nothing's left inside. A good move from Tundra. A move that they need to make, though. Who ends up getting that Aegis, too? It was BZM, so it's not on Pure. The all-important one.
I think Pure probably feels like he can't die, though. Like, what kills him?
He absolutely can still die. If he gets caught in one call and SF's hitting him, he just dies.
I mean, I guess
100%.
they've got the nullifier pretty soon as well, right?
Yeah, I think that's...
Like,
is it done yet? Okay,
yeah,
he's about to have
400 gold. 400 gold away from it.
I'm shocked they didn't give it to Pure. Maybe it was just because of the situation of what was going down, but it feels like
chaos,
this whole draft is about... It's all about Necrophos, so...
All right, yeah, he's got it. So, I mean, you're right. If Makoto can kind of get a blink, shackle, nullifier down on a Pure, he might just die.
Honestly, just a blink call, if Nightfall's in position, he will die so fast. So Pure has to be very careful with this upcoming fight. Has the backup of his team now behind him.
Smoke up from Aurora on the high ground. They get the call on a Whitemon, take out the Phoenix.
Pure hitting critical mass points soon. He can finish up one more item and swap things out soon. Pipe being queued up for WS, realizing that, I mean, most of the damage, of course, is that magical. Can they chase forward and get kills here? BZM has been found.
Was ready. Nightfall was so ready for him. It's him gone once.
And the back line.
They're going to be able to set up potential for a second time. Hookshot comes in. He'll get the BKB off, but the right clicks from Nightfall, destroying BZM. BZM taken out. Pure's going to go for the TP away. He's, my goodness, lucky that he gets away with that. He will get out of there. Karori's going to try and do his best to avoid the Brewlings, but will get found by them. But the Brew Split is dying here for its duration. Israel have to stop it early, try and blink away. But they close in. They've got the call. He won't get the chance to get the second Brew Split off as he's gone for 80. Has got buyback.
It must have been a scenario thing, honestly. Like, there's no way. Like, BZM's Aegis just doesn't do anything at all. Just dies in a couple right clicks. Aurora, they know how strong they are. They know the whole game, it's all Pure. Every single thing. So if he's just able to get split away from the fights, there's no threat onto them here. Level 25 now also hit, so Nightfall, his damage has drastically increased as well. And they did use the refresher, right? So for Tundra, they have to have everything come in unison kind of perfectly together with double split, ensure that Pure can survive as long as possible. And it feels like they have to get the Scythe in these little chain stuns, but it's been so hard for them to do so because I think Ari just dies at the start of every fight.
We'll see this again. BZM just getting caught out at the beginning by that Requiem.
The clockwork is such BS too. We have to talk about this, right? Like, every time that we see it, just these cogs, how much they can do.
WS back in action is watching Pure.
Oh, Pure has to be careful. You see Whitemon as well too. The Radiance does stop his blink.
Oh, here comes the smoke again from Aurora.
They feel so confident. Satanic is finished up for a Nightfall too, as he finishes that 25 talent too. So watch for those raises, full healing him potentially. Pure.
I try to get lucky there with the bushwhack, but it was a little too far of a reach.
Pure has to be, it's like you said, all about him. Has to be so careful. Has the buyback to be able to join in for the secondary number if he does get caught out. Are they building anything for him? I keep checking the supports. They have forced that, but no Glimmer. I saw Lion building for himself. He built Lens and he's queuing up Shadowblade. I wanted to see more things to just protect Pure because, yeah, everything is about him. And a DD. Mikoto does have that as well, like you said, with the Nullifier. He's going for the Hydra Breath as the final item too, since he does have that Specialist Array from earlier, and has hit 25.
He can delete heroes.
Yeah. The longer fights are starting to get better and better for Aurora, I would say, as it progresses.
I'll find a shard here for Ari. Top and mid. The push is coming in from Aurora.
Pure, careful how you show yourself.
The WS will be quick with the jump if he sees you.
Speaking of WS, he does have the pipe finished up too, so that's gonna, I mean, it's gonna negate what it feels like. I wish I could see what the actual numbers when you break down, you know, Dota Plus has it. I wish I could see. I feel like it is like a 70-something or 80% magic damage that Aurora's been taking in this game. So this pipe is gonna be quite effective in this mid game. Or in this later stages, even. Blink for Nightfall, looking to get in, so if there is a call, he can follow up, either with a Requiem or with those raises that pack a massive punch now at this point. Aurora looking for the fight. Tundra, they cannot leave Pure side.
And Pure, I imagine he'll be keeping buyback available at all costs now. Aurora. Just having the creep. Bring in the mid. Nightfall's got the bottom with him.
Can't move my camera off Pure. One misstep, can't just get blown up.
I mean, what's sort of his biggest threat at the moment, really? What's the easiest catches on him? The Blink Call and or the Blink Shackle?
Any of them. They're all, it's all threats,
you get one of them.
Just anything. Mira will scout things out. He knows that they're postured in that area around the ward. Problem is, too, like, the supports, I'm watching in multiple of these fights, Mikoto's just incinerating them. Like, Ari dies instantly, same thing for Whitemon. They're having much more difficulties bringing down the supports of Aurora, too. So for BZM, I feel like his job is find these supports, at least scout things out, because his Wukong is still effective versus the two of them. It's just not very effective versus the cores at this point. He's just having difficulty finding them in comparison. Both teams holding the buybacks. How many of them have it, actually? Quite a bit. BZM. Is that his Nullifier finished? I think it is, right? So now he can actually focus the supports. So I want to see BZM pretty much zoning / killing the two of them there while they can isolate the SF with the Brewmaster and the Necrophos. It's still hard to execute, but these supports are getting a bit too many spells off in the fights on the side of Aurora in comparison to their counterpart.
It looks like Aurora are going to fall back for a bit and split back up across the map.
Wait for the Roche is probably the call. Swift Blink is purchased from Nightfall, so they are spending the gold on Aurora. Pure. He will spend as well. So no buyback for him. He's going to slot in that BKB over the Aghanims. 9-second BKB at this late. Can catch Aurora off guard here. BZM. Oh my god, be careful.
A very scary crossing the river right now.
Mikoto's damage has gone up drastically as well, too. Hydra Breath is picked up now. Heroes will die so fast here. And they have this double ward on bottom side, too. Whitemon trying to get the D ward. Just going up here.
I mean, Mikoto's trying, but I'll be honest,
Not
it doesn't
enough.
really get close to killing him whatsoever. And now, Tundra, they can try and get kills themselves. WS will come in with the call. They've got the call in the Requiem combo. It will go straight down on a BZM, kill the Monkey King off. WS is going to get thrown up in the air. by 33. They get the Hex for him on the way down. Pure closing in on him. WS Hill get taken out by 33.
Mikoto tries to go for a very aggressive focus fire play. And the catch, too, the Brew will be able to get the Cyclone. Can they close the gap? Another split.
Oh, he gets the blink off.
What? Oh, that would have been massive for them.
Yeah, gets the blink off, thanks to the Dandelion Amulet.
Yep. I was going to say, what blocked the damage?
Yep,
on the initial
good old neutral.
And 33, that is the second split used. He really wanted to force something. Roche will spawn. But they don't have their Deso hero. They don't have their physical damage to be able to go for it here. Not sure if we'll see Mikoto go for that type of play again. I think he has to go for different targets. I think the Rattle Cage even was killing him, right?
It didn't look great. I mean, it was definitely one of those things you do to try and sort of vibe, like, hey, you know, how close am I to actually being able to solo kill this Necrophos? And obviously, Mikoto learned in that situation, he is not close at all to having, you know, sure, he's incredibly stacked as a Wind Ranger, but what he has does not threaten this Necrophos in a one-on-one. So, yeah, he absolutely will not be doing that again.
He'll be going for supports again, and I imagine it's up to Nightfall to kill off that big core. 2 splits were used. 30 seconds until 1 split is going to be coming back up Aurora. I imagine they're going to look to at least punish that timing here. Roche, it is up. Tundra does have good securement of this area here, though, with the wards right now. Let's see who they find. They do see Ari. The hook shot gets blocked. Oops.
Okay. I mean, on the plus side, I don't think that hook shot was hitting anything anyway, so...
They saw Nightfall. That Ob Sentry did see him for a quick second there. They can 100-0 the SF as well, too, if they just get an initial stun onto him. Both teams looking to play for that big burst damage. This game, the closest one I think we've had in quite some time, at the 50-minute mark.
This is
insanely close right now.
Close.
One brew split is back up. 50 seconds until the secondary one. Ari. He'll break the smoke on the Lion. Ari trying to jump forward and find something here. Won't be able to. Pure still just with the 1 death, too. Very important for him, as we said, not to get too many in this one. Perhaps going to be able to get that next item, too. Wondering what he is going to go for. And they are going to be able to start the Roche. They've got only 20 seconds to do it.
I mean, Aurora could interrupt this.
They do not kill it fast enough by any means. Axe Call will catch the Lion. Oh, Ari. That's a freebie.
I mean, Mikoto, not going to get the shackles. Pure able to dodge it with a Manta.
That's 60 seconds, no line. Roche is going to start shifting toward the top side. They're already drawing the line. They know that Tundra's going to go in that position as well. Ari, though, 50 seconds.
How's the smoke situation? They've got a smoke on Kaori. If Aurora want to go for the smoke play whilst they have the number advantage.
I can't believe Tundra actually still has the smoke. They do have 1 remaining on Ari. I thought they'd used all theirs. Aurora. They're going to look to force something without that Lion here.
Mikoto, if he can get BZM or 33, it'd be a pretty huge catch. They're going to try here from the side. They get the lockdown onto the 2, and then the follow-up lockdown as well as they line them up perfectly.
Picture perfect.
Pure and BZM dead. We'll see BZM buy back for this one. Whitemon, he'll get the egg off. Mikoto, he's going to opt to BKB and get away from the egg. He'll turn towards Ari, go for the shackle to bring the line down. No buyback available on Ari, as he's dead twice. Die back on him. WS going to get chased by both Pure and 33's Brewlings. Nightfall's trying to get back in the fight here with this Invis. BZM puts the BKB in the Wukong's command. Nightfall will step out of the Wukong's command for now, but the second split is ready to go for him. They have a glimmer on Nightfall, trying to keep him safe. He's trying to get the razors off, but the Boundless Strike into the Reaper's Scythe is there. That's Nightfall dead. Buyback on the SF. Mikoto jumping back in with another focus fire for BZM, but Pure moves forward to push back the Wind Ranger. Stop Mikoto from being able to stay on target. WS walks up. Hook shot from Mirror into the face of BZM. Kills off the Monkey King for good. He's gone for 100 seconds. WS is back in with the call. gets the kill on towards Whitemon. Pure, he's going to be pretty much on his own. It's just him and 33 left to try and clear things up. They'll kill Makoto. They'll kill WS as well. I mean, you've got to use their buybacks, Aurora, because they know that Tundra do not have the buyback. The Shackle comes in, into the call. The lockdown is there this time around to kill Pure off. 33, the last one left. The Eon just buys him a little bit of time, but they'll still find him afterwards. And with that, this game should be over. The buybacks have run out. It's only 33 with a buyback available. They can take the tier 3, move on to the tier 4.
GG.
And they'll get the game. They'll get the series, and they'll be the ones to move on here to the next series, whilst Tundra, it's the end of the line for them here at Blast 7.
They made Aurora work for this game, though. Even though Aurora has this great late-game scaling draft, some really good answers in particular, as we see. Like, Tundra, they honestly made them work pretty hard with this Necro. Pure playing it pretty damn solid here, only having the 3 deaths at the end of things, but definitely seeing the struggles for BZM on the Monkey King. The difference him and Makoto were having in this game were pretty ridiculous. Makoto was just going from target to target, getting 2-man shackles, focus fire bringing down a support. It would come back up, go for a secondary one as well. I need to see some damage breakdowns in particular, because it does feel like he had a pretty clear separation between him and BZM. And yeah, Makoto, 37,000 damage, actually the highest in the game behind Pure, and BZM only having 14k.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Tough one. And it's
Very
just sort of similar to the second game, where the mana and the hero that was picked for BZM in terms of when it was in the draft, it seemed like it was never going to be easy for BZM, right? To sort of have the game he'd hoped for as the mid laner in both of these. And yeah, honestly, this game 3,
fun game.
Pure on the Necrophos for something we haven't seen from Pure in 3 years. His performance looked pretty great, right? He was insanely farmed, but it did seem that this time round, sort of the fact that things had fallen apart as early as they had in this game elsewhere, just made the game very hard. Not impossible, because it did look like Tundra did have a real shot of getting the win here, but it definitely made it very difficult for them against Aurora.
Yeah, it always felt like they were on that overall clock, but they were taking it to these later stages with some clever type of team fighting, securing Pure with some of these sites. But overall, yeah, Aurora, their draft did feel like it was going to get to this point eventually, where they were just going to have this outscale, and they did execute very nicely, and a lot of it around this mid-Wind Ranger. So, I mean, it was cool, right? To counter-pick versus the Monkey King, and he got some good shackles, so...
No, he really did. He really did. Yeah, fun to see Makoto bring the Wind Ranger into the mid. Just, I guess, continue to show the flexibility of this hero. Support, carry, mid, it can be done in all of them, and on top of that, Nightfall with the Shadow Fiend, we very much, I feel like we've seen so much Shadow Fiend do so well in numerous lane matchups. It just seems to be a super safe pick right now as the carry, and to the point where there's not really a lot of times where I've seen an SF look kind of sad during the laning stage, right? They normally look pretty good fogged against most of what's picked in this meta.
It feels like so many times either they have a Clockwork or a Treant Protector. They have one of those S-tier supports, so yeah, it does feel really damn good. But yeah, I have to give Tundra some credit. After having a very, very rough entry into this tournament in particular, having some recovery games, of course not where they want to be, but at least trying to match Aurora toe-to-toe, who Aurora's looked pretty good in the early games.
They have.
Yeah, this was a cool matchup.
Yeah, I think, coming into today, people probably expected Aurora to get the win here against Tundra in this best of 3, but probably not for it to be as close as it was. Yeah, Tundra, they gave a great fight, but not enough to stop Aurora from moving on to the next series, which we'll be having after a short break. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to see Aurora play a best of 3 against Liquid to see who gets to move on to week 2 at Blast 7. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast Slam 7. We're here in the last chance stage before we move forward to week 2 of Blast Slam 7. And we're about to find out in this best of 3 who's going to be moving on and who has come to the end of their road here at this tournament. It's going to be Liquid versus Aurora in this best of 3. Fogged, we just saw Aurora. They were able to get the 2-1 against Tundra to move forward and get the chance to play against Liquid here. What do you sort of make of their form right now, and what do you sort of make of Liquid's?
I feel like this is going to be a pretty fun one because I think both teams match each other in terms of tempo. I think Aurora, we've seen that they like to play very fast right now, super skirmishy, just constantly looking for plays, constantly looking for aggression, but also having good scaling. That's the one thing I do always see from Aurora is they don't put themselves into this like pigeonhole where they're like, we have to get so much done and we're not going to be able to play into these later stages. I feel like they do a good job of having these 3 cores that are going to scale very hard into the late game and also just have very good brawlers in the early and mid game. Well, I feel like Liquid does similar, right? So at least for me, this feels like a very good team matchup of each other.
Yeah, both teams going, 6 and 5 in the group, so very even performances in the group stage. And I feel honestly, probably for both of them, I'd say, relative to what you'd expect from these squads, right, that the group stage performance slightly underwhelming. Probably a similar amount with both of the teams, right? When it comes to these two, that you would imagine them to be at a similar level, considering the players, considering what we've seen from them before. I guess if anything, maybe Liquid is coming in as the team that's not been able to sort of prove themselves recently on the same level that as Aurora has. Would you agree, or?
Yeah, I guess. Liquid's just such a hard team sometimes to determine because like they're a very, very good team, and then sometimes they just have like these little slumps with their players at times. But I don't know. I have like last series I had Aurora over Aurora like 60-40 over. This one I feel like I have Liquid 60-40 over Aurora, especially because of the early game tempo that they set to. So at least for me, this should be a really exciting one because of that, because it does feel like they're going to match up each other and will match up versus each other really good in terms of fighting, but they also don't all play the same type of heroes as well too, which I think is pretty exciting. Like Slardar is ignored, Drow was ignored, Io was ignored, at least in the Aurora side. Liquid, they play these heroes, so I think we're going to see pretty different drafts in comparison to what we did just see.
Yeah, I mean, if Liquid would have been, as you would imagine, watching the series that we just had with Aurora versus Tundra, what do you think they took away from those games when they were watching how Aurora was getting the wins and with what heroes they were doing it with?
Probably just how that they can play a bit faster is the thing that I would say. For Liquid, a lot of their games that they do win and all, they constrict the map pretty hard, and I want to say they have like a 5 to 10 minute earlier game length. I'd have to look to confirm it completely, but I want to say that they look to close games out a bit faster. Aurora plays a little slower, a little bit more about making sure that Nightfall can be the Giga carry.
Yeah, that's I mean, in terms of the carries that we've seen being played by Nightfall today, I feel like out of all of them, the SF's got to be one of the main ones that both teams are going to be thinking about in the draft.
Yeah, and I think maybe the Drow is, like I was mentioning the Drow for a reason, because it's like Liquid's playing it, and I think Liquid had played versus a bunch of teams that also like to play it as well too. In Aurora, I need to actually look completely. I don't see Nightfall as a Drow player. That just, it doesn't tick for me for Nightfall.
I think if they go for something like a Drow against him, would it be a time for Nightfall to bring back in his PL? Because wasn't that always something that was quite good against the Drows?
Yeah, they did it the other day. Yeah. In fact, they did it versus OG.
Yeah,
I remember watching. Yep.
Yeah.
So absolutely a potential for them to do it there. It was OG's Drow, right? So it's not to play him, but a much easier matchup in particular. So let's see what we get.
Let's see.
Clockwork definitely going to be super contested. Yes. That's for sure.
Clock's he's gonna show his face, whether it's in the first phase bans or probably as the first pick for one of these sides.
Immediately though, you see what we're seeing a lot of teams do in particular, right, is you ban the cores. You ban what the cores like to play. So right now we're seeing already the switch up. Kez, Slardar, heroes that were ignored, if not even banned later in the last series. We're gonna see them prioritized quite differently. Liquid, let's see if they have any targeted bans in particular versus Aurora.
Yeah, there's the clock ban. I mean, Liquid are very much on your level of thought there, right? Just get rid of the clockwork.
not worth playing against. And Shadow Fiend's gone too. I'm actually happy not to see SF. It's an insane hero, don't get me wrong. It just, I think me and you have casted like 12 games
We've had a lot of SF
Shadow
games.
Fiend. It's insane. And it rarely loses. I feel like most of the games we're seeing this SF, it dominates the lane, and it's kind of just like, is the other team going to be able to withstand? And even if they can, the SF still scales crazy hard, so... Okay. Tiny Ban, Doom Ban. Those are the ones that Aurora have had the best success. As I said, Nightfall, I think he's probably the best or second best Tiny at least. He looks super comfortable on it. And let's see what we do get as that first pick. Is it going to be a Phoenix? Is there going to be IOs? Or a Puck? All right. So cool. Very cool.
Liquid. What is going to be the hero they value as much to get first up straight away? Will it be one of these supports? Honestly, you've seen a Puck. Maybe you don't even feel bad picking a lineup very early.
Or the mid. They might just pick that mid matchup as well too. And they will just pick the Pango.
Yep. Okay.
That's kind of what I thought they'd do as well. Leaves your draft open as well because it can be a flex, although we've seen more players straying away from playing it toward that off lane. You could just put it mid. Always good versus the Puck. Skill matchup.
And there's the drama.
Yeah, look at these bans. I had a feeling this was going to happen. There's going to be some limited carry, at least from what we've seen in the normal carries, the turrets.
Do you ban? Where does sort of the win range come into the equation? Because both of these teams do like it. Both teams like it.
I don't know. Maybe it's gone.
They're both very good with it.
I think for Liquid, maybe wanting to ban it more because they have the Pango, and the turret hero versus the Pango seems to be one of the better answers. Let's see how they prioritize.
And whether or not they do still want to ban the Lion, Aurora, playing with this Puck.
Yeah. Could look to do that one here. Oh, do they want to ban? It depends on what strategy. It's like, do you want to ban to protect the Puck, or do you want to ban to shrink Liquid's type of draft potential? Because they can still do IO stuff, and it depends on if you're ready versus the IO or the Coddle.
That's true, and yeah,
it's just another factor you have to always think of.
We were pretty impressed by the IO game from Liquid the other day, which, as we've said, is a rarity because it wasn't something really in the box. He's been playing a super large amount, but had a very good lineup with the IO the other day.
And the hero does look conceptually kind of broken, I will say. Like, the heals in general just look broken, but then Relocate just adds another factor. So this is one of the other healing heroes, so they will take out that Coddle, which probably is the better pairing with the Pango because of the Chakra. So looking at that one instead. We're going to see some... I want to say we're going to see some newer heroes, but perhaps not because there's just always replacements, it feels like, for the ones that do get taken out here. Super targeted.
Always a standard against WS. And they'll get the chance to get that line. So, I mean, I get it. Yeah, Call is... Yeah, it's like...
It's the combo.
Out of those two, which... you probably would still rather not play against the Cottle, right, than the Lion?
Pick your poison, right? One's a different... It's a completely different type of strategy things that you play around, so...
And I think just sort of all around, the Cottle's going to be more annoying, I guess, than the Lion is.
Yeah, we'll see, right? It's like up to Mikoto, right? At that point, you tell him, hey, which one is going to be more annoying? And if he says, I can deal with Lion, then you go, okay, I don't want to play versus this Coddle type of draft strategy. They'll go for the Hoodwink.
Shows their face again.
It did win last game.
It did. It wins some of them.
It wins
Not most of them. Not most of them, as we've seen on the stats.
But great with Puck. You're going to be able to get the Shard in the mid game also to amplify everything that the Puck does. You've got extra catch as well, too. And yeah, playing on the tree lines, we'll still just see this hero, of course, picked up almost every single game, even if the win rate doesn't reflect how good it is. And do they want a second? Do they want something like to set up for a turret? Do they want something to set up for the Pango, like a Grimstroke or a Bane or one of these heroes that can actually lock him down potentially? We haven't seen many do the Grimstroke. I do still want to see it more, but they'll just stick with their guns.
Yes, stick with what they've been enjoying. It does feel over the last week or a couple of weeks, they've played a lot of Phoenix Aurora.
It's
they
Kaori.
Really like it, yeah.
I mean, Kaori is like, yeah, he plays
Phoenix.
Well, we've added another hero, right? He did play the Lion, even though I don't think did they end up winning? Yeah, they did win that one. But yeah, his Phoenix Super nice. That does mean Mira's going to likely to play the Hoodwink. Does mean double range supports. Means probably a melee safe laner. There's not that many melee carries. We'll see.
I'll see Liquid. Into the reserve time now.
How do they want to formulate their draft? Silencer looks insane right now, but this is a hero that people are straying away from, and it feels hard to fit in a lot of games. But first, Puck Phoenix, it's two of the indicators that people do like to play Silencer versus. Or Night Stalker could be an option. We've seen Ace play that a couple times.
Yeah, this does look like a... yeah, you're right. Night Stalker looks great.
Like the Night Stalker, of course, the matchup versus Phoenix can be a little weird sometimes with the eggs superseding, but you just
like,
press
who cares
W.
About that?
You know?
Yeah, Night Stalker is very nice. Or has looked very nice, at least in the games that we've seen some of the teams show us.
It's good for all three. Like you can find Hoodwink in the tree, you silence Phoenix, you silence Puck. Yep. So I can see if they do want to go that route. Not every team would, but Liquid, I had to mention the chance for it. Maybe something they're debating. Got to think about the lane that you're going to play against too, right? Because if you just snap pick a Night Stalker, you got to look. They haven't picked, the carry, so you don't know what matchup it's going to be against. They'll go for something safer.
Okay.
Going for that Dawnbreaker. Taking it. This is also a deny pick, right? So you're taking it away from WS while giving it to you, because WS does not play Night Stalker that we've seen.
No, and indeed the one that he has left in right now is his Axe.
And
which
Dawn, pretty good
be terrible.
Axe.
It is. But to the point where you think he's put off from picking Axe completely here?
Probably not, just because you're going to look... I think both teams are just going to look to stick with comfort across the board here, just have solid drafts that they can just play at any stages. So probably will just still look at that Axe here. So Liquid, do they want to prepare for the Axe is the question. If you think that they're actually going to go for that there, since there's limited options. They do the Silencer. Wow, I actually can't... Hell yeah.
All right.
Okay, I can see it. When I saw these three heroes, it is, or at least the two of them, the Puck and the Phoenix, it's a clear-cut reason for Silencer. The execution sometimes hasn't been the best from this hero, but...
I mean...
Oh, wow.
I think Aurora, can they fit Nyx Assassin in their lineup here? Or you don't like
Great
it?
versus Dawn. They'll just do the X. They don't want to lose this. If he doesn't pick it here, it's banned, right?
Oh, wait, no, never mind. What am I? They can't pick Nyx anyway. They've already got two supports. What am I about? They're still looking for their two cores. So, yeah,
you are right.
For WS. Yeah. And, yeah, they still need just, Nightfall's hero.
So Silencer, in terms of lane, sometimes can fall into problems versus hard spam. And Axe plus Hoodwink is definitely one of those that can put some pressure onto the Silencer. But in the mid game, you can see what the concept is from Liquid, right? You just pop the global, it hard counters Puck and Phoenix in a lot of situations for you to just get that lockdown. So this first pick Puck, a lot of answers that Liquid is starting to already put in here.
Monkey King ban coming out. I guess trying to...
Because it's Liquid.
Yeah, fair. Fair.
One of the few teams that will just still put Monkey King safe lane, make Ace comfortable with kind of playing that more sacrificial-ish kind of hero. Although a lot of us don't like it on the safe lane, they'll still do it at times.
Do you want to ban out Mickey's Nature's Prophet? Or you, because then it gives him a lot of global potential, right? Teeping around, global silence to keep the Nature's Prophet covered. He's got Dawn as well, ready to back him up globally. Lion sets up the global plays.
I haven't liked NP too much. I think you have to have more frontline. I just don't like it with these two supports in particular. It just looks weird. Even though he has Pango Dawn with him, I don't really see it that much. Maybe though. Maybe because it is him. Obviously,
the carry that is still there for both sides is that Wind Ranger. It's been left in. Both carries do like the Wind Ranger. Does it look better for one of these two lineups?
The turret hero versus the Pango, right? Aurora perhaps wanting it instead, but they don't have a way to hold the Pango in place the best. They have a call, but they don't have a BKB piercing lockdown. It's easy to execute, like a, Roar or Fiend's Grip. Let's see.
Oh, that's a ban. A rare ban. I've seen it today, obviously. Tundra had a very good game with it earlier. Yeah, they just got the Wind Ranger in. I mean...
So just comfort across the board.
One of these two teams was going to take it. They both love it.
And it makes more sense for Aurora's versus the Pango because you have the Focus Fire versus him in the mid game. Their front line is not the best on Aurora either. They have an axe, and that's pretty much it. Everybody else is quite vulnerable, very squishy. On Liquids, they have two much stronger front lines in particular to allow the Line and Silencer to cast the spells.
What do they want it last?
For Mickey... So a lot of heroes are banned, so I'm trying to think what's left in the pool. Might be something a bit unorthodox. I was thinking Bristle, but it's versus the Axe, so maybe not. And in the Hoodwink, so probably not.
Oh, wait, Necro's in, right? You could just play Necro carry against the Axe lane, right? Or you don't like it?
Oh, yeah, maybe. I'll just do
Lifestealer.
Lifestealer.
Go for something different. Lifestealer. Okay. I mean, always nice against the Phoenix.
Good against the Axe lane.
But yeah, in terms of the game, though, there is the Axe with the taunt. It's going to be there against him. But yeah, talk to me about Lifestealer. Have we seen much of this hero? Is anyone playing Lifestealer? I'm going to check this out if this is another unpicked hero.
I want to say I saw it once. At least twice, actually. I'm pretty sure we saw Bet play it. I remember Betboom having a Lycan plus Lifestealer.
One game. There's been one game, and indeed, it was Betboom, and they did indeed win with a Lycan, Snapfire, Cottle, Bane. So a completely different style of draft. But we did have one game of Lifestealer that was a win. Did go for the Radiant Armlet MKB
standard
Abyssal BKB build, so nothing too crazy.
What was he against?
Oh, that actually, you're right. That's the real question.
You don't mind
what was he against? That was picked against. Honestly, nothing that say that would jump out as being a good Lifestealer game. It's picked against Largo, Ringmaster, Quap, Hoodwink, and Terrorblade.
That is really interesting, actually.
You know
I wonder
what I mean?
when it was picked up here.
Because like this game, I see clearer reasons for the Lifestealer. So hey, if the Lifestealer won that game, that probably bodes pretty well for this game.
Perhaps looking at some limited damage to be able to bring him down in the mid game, because it is very particular how they're going to have to chain stun and go for the burst until the Wind Ranger has that crazy items, right? The Puck, the Hoodwink, the Phoenix. You've got Rage. It's going to be very, very good for you in the mid game, and he has Silencer to boost him. Liquid, it's a little bit different from what we've seen. Aurora, it's literal just full comfort across the board. So it's a strong draft from them. Just is it good versus what Liquid has? I think this Silencer could make a big difference in terms of how Aurora wants to play the game. If he gets these good globals off, it's going to trip up a lot of the idea of Aurora.
No, I'm wondering now, when did Mickey last show some of his Lifestealer in a pro game? It might have been quite some time, right?
I can check for you if you want.
Let's have a look.
Let's go to here.
A couple of months ago, he did do a game with it, but before that, it was back in mid-2025, so indeed we do not see a lot of this from Mickey.
So as you said, slightly
fun
different.
to see. Hey, we've seen a few carries today try different, obviously, but early. We had Pure bringing in Ursas and DKs. You know, we don't see a lot of those at the moment. And now we've got Mickey saying, hey, this is actually time to bring out the Lifestealer, which is also another carry that nobody really picks right now.
We're in for some excitement for sure. Nisha, he gets away with this Pango. It does look like a pretty decent Pango game overall. As this first pick, good supporting cast behind him with that Silencer. I'm going to keep eyes on the Silencer. I think this is the one to watch for the difference making. The globals are very threatening for a lot of the heroes on the side of Aurora. Aurora, though, it's full comfort. So, I mean, they know exactly how to play this draft, looking to play very aggressive, not super cooldown, not super cooldown oriented. Can play fast as well.
No, yeah, for sure, right? For Liquid, it's more about when do they have the global, when do they have the Solar Guardian. Aurora's is like, you can think about the Dream Call and the Supernova, but it doesn't have as much weight. Like, they can absolutely get a lot done without those, especially with the Axe. Once he gets a solid start, WSC's going to be ready to go all the time.
And let's see how the lanes go. So, me and you haven't been the biggest fans of the Wind Ranger still, even in games where it does look like it can have a very clear reason. So let's see if he's going to be able to impress us this time around. Tofu.
I get a chance for first blood here, Tofu.
Pops the first fairy fire, gets blood grenaded. He dead.
First blood for
gets the
Mikoto.
last hit.
That's the dream for the mid lane.
Good play from Aurora.
Okay. Do you think there's any like kind of
That'll change the
variation
build?
in
No.
lifesteal build, or is it always? Is it still just going to be Radiance? You have to buy
It's
Radiance.
just got to be. Yeah, I think it has to be, and I think
You
the games that
can't
I've
do
even
some
seen
kind of
them-
like armlet deso old school style, or you always want to get the Radiance.
Sorry, Mr. Matumba man, you know, the man who always did this build even when people were doing Radiance. It does feel like it is outdated, unfortunately, at this point. Just hard to stick on targets, and you want to be able to dish out damage when you're not, you know, just hitting them.
Sure, when you're just like surviving, running
Yeah.
around the fight, yeah.
And yeah, let's see what result the mid lane has. Because Mikoto gets first blood, he is going to be set up for some really good success versus Nisha. It's a very skill-based matchup, so let's see how Nisha does deal with him having that first blood. Let's see the top lane, right? The volatility that can come out with this lane. They don't really have the best stun for a Dawnbreaker. If he gets on top of the Wind Ranger, could be pretty dangerous for him in the early game. He might have to skill Shackle at like level 2, which is not ideal. Or 3, at some point, right? They want to have some type of cancel. Boxy steps up a bit far here. Will take a lot of damage.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Corey on the Phoenix will always know how to push his limits and just get the maximum amount of damage done.
I think Boxy also, using that stun there, he felt needed to use it on Nightfall, but they could have potentially actually turned and killed Kaori right there. If he does just stun him, the Dawn was in range to be able to get the Q follow-up. So Boxy overall does have to be a bit careful in the lane, but can get kills constantly up here.
And on this bottom lane, how safe is Mickey? Oh, I mean, WS might just
Very
be dead.
safe.
Yeah, they'll get it. They just run him down, kill off the axe.
Tofu
We'll lose Tofu
does a
in
Fairy
return.
Fire.
Didn't get it off.
He had time. He ate the Tango instead of using the Fairy Fire, so a little bit of a misclick there coming in. Gets hit by the attack right afterwards, so Mira will get a trade. And Mickey, yeah, he should be pretty safe. I think the thing about Silencer is the damage is quite high in the early 2 levels. You just end up clicking with the glaives. Even if he is versus the Hoodwink, who's one of the better damage dealers inside that laning phase. Feels pretty nice for Mickey.
They're not going to be able to get the 3-minute lasers here, Mickey. Or actually, maybe if Tofu walks
walking
over.
in.
Yeah, Mira has to be
Aurora.
careful.
Yeah, they don't want to contest it. Acorn bounces are nice, though. Beautiful bounces.
That's quite a bit of damage. They'll try and turn with the curse. Tofu's going to tick down low to the Battle Hunger. Should survive.
Tofu. Very big missteps from Liquid there. Hoodwinks, these players are very good at capitalizing on when people are standing next to each other. He gets literally the bounce back between the 2 of them perfectly.
Yeah, they're super low now, the 2 of them.
Yeah, all because of Mira. His damage is probably... He probably has by far the highest damage in terms of laning phase right now on heroes.
Yeah, setting up for a very nice lane for WS. He is very comfortable.
If he doesn't land this double Acorn like that, right? Mickey's probably able to contest versus all of these CS, so it's massive that he does this, and maybe even just gets the kill. Tofu.
And mid!
Mikoto.
Yeah, he was sitting so low there, Nisha, that he was being very, very cheeky. I mean, he just took the Illusory Orb and Waning Rift to the face there on that one.
First blood making a big difference here. Mikoto, 24-4, and he can put the pressure on. He always does this too. He buys Wraithband versus the Pangos to get that little bit of extra armor. Mickey's getting zoned now because of all this.
He's getting super bullied.
All it takes
got
is
a
one
salve.
good Acorn.
I mean, WS might be able to stop the salve. He's got to keep careful, hide around the tree.
He's getting zoned off the wave. He's gonna have to
He's
use
got
rage
rage
again.
available again. It's not looking easy for him down here, though.
No, I mean, Mira has done God's work down here. Might even be able to set up for the kill still.
Look at the bushwhack. Battle Hunger up in a second. Mickey's trying to get the Battle Hunger off himself. Will do so. The right click from Mira. One more. Can he find it? He can't. Mira won't get the kill. Mickey survives.
That sentry as well, too, puts it down to try to get the hit over
Corey.
the tree line.
Look who's
Kaori's
here, though.
trying. Rage!
Rage is up. Corey, can he do it with the right clicks? He can.
He can.
He'll get the kill. And he might just get Tofu as well. The Spirit does connect.
It's not enough. All right, this bottom lane's exciting.
Oh my goodness, yeah, good rotation from Corey to ensure that they do kill the carry.
Crazy aggression all coming out because of this Hoodwinks bush, the connections he's been able to get. Mickey does get the kill to reestablish that lane, but he is getting pressured now because of all this. Very cool stuff. And Ace, this top lane, they haven't been able to find a kill onto Nightfall so far here, even though there is a rotation that comes out. Pulls the wave into a very comfortable and protected position. Solid start for Aurora. Full Vanguard for the Axe. Now they can just rotate with the supports, leave them alone. Nisha.
Nisha. He's going to get caught by the Dream Coil. Dive forward from Kaori. It's another nice kill for Aurora to get around the mid. Setting up from Makoto to get this amplified damage rune. Setups here as well from Mira. Catches Boxy. Double kill for Kaori.
Damn.
Aurora getting some really nice early kills and some important ones as well. Makoto in a great spot. And Nisha, a couple of deaths now in this mid.
Mira is owning this early game for the team. Super good moves, great bushwhacks, great pressure. And mid tower now in jeopardy as well too. Nisha dying with the catapult up. Amp damage on Makoto. Do they want to bring more heroes? I imagine so. Nisha?
Nisha's got to be careful. Oh my goodness, if that bushwhack hits, they would have had a fair bit of follow-up burst with this amplified damage puck.
They're bringing the Lion over, but this is also around the Wisdom, so you don't want to overcommit too hard around your mid tower because then they can go and steal it. So they are looking to back up Liquid. Should be able to get the Shrine, but Kaori's looking to steal some stacks even.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Makoto, he's interested.
Just throw the orb from a distance. Gets them all low, gets a couple of them, but does look like Liquid will be able to finish off the big ones here. Kaori will sap experience. Up to level 5 already on this Phoenix now. Very early. These two supports, we said the comfort from Aurora is there. We're seeing that especially on these two. Ace, it does have 6. They do have to remember about Solar Guardian now for the next aggressive play. Makoto in particular, if he does want to rotate, a 2K lead off of these lanes for Aurora.
They're going to try and go for a stop. They'll go straight for the TP out now that the shackle's used.
Makoto. Looking for the power rune. Has backup of Mira, who's also getting some nice stacks going for them. It's going to be. It's a bottom one.
Oh, and he gets it.
Tofu. They're using the
Solar
solar.
coming in. He might have got the rune, but they'll take his life.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Makoto, we said this is a first pick puck, right? So far in the lane, things have been amazing. Now in the game, we're going to see how it turns into this puck game, right? Because he does have to deal with the silences, has to deal with the lion stuns too, and the hex. Very good start into this game, though. All 3 cores having a great entry into the game. They just have to watch out for this catch. WS, he's very tanky.
See if the 2 supports can do it.
They're bringing Nisha. With him, they should have more than enough.
Yeah. Even Mickey coming across to look for him. A very dead Axe.
Giving it to the cores. -1. That's... do have to factor these in as well, too, right? It is 6 int now that has been taken as Tofu, and he is playing versus an Axe. Can be problematic a little in terms of early mana.
This time round, Ace is not going to be able to TP out. Shackle's there. And with that, they can keep the pressure onto the tier 1 tower top.
Kaori's level 6 already on this Phoenix. The supports on the opposing side are still only, what, level 4? Level 5 on Tofu, but he is pretty much a core now at this point on this Phoenix. They've done a great job in this top lane. The Dawn also shut down. Only 3,200. He has 39 last hits only. Even though there's movements coming out from the supports. Ace is struggling.
And it's quite a juicy ancient stack that does lie waiting for him. They have seen it. Is there any way that Aurora can move maybe even the Axe over here to take these ancients away? Or is that move just not really going to happen from their offlaner?
No, it's too hard to contest this one. This one very likely that Liquid can just get either with the Pango or the Dawn. Unless they want to use the egg. I guess that could be an option if they bring the Phoenix plus the puck. You just egg and just throw all the spells, but we'll see.
He's going to get stacked again. Like, this is a very high value stack. Mira will die. They get the support trade. Dive
Hex.
forward. Hex comes in. Corey will be able to get out of the Solar Guardian. He has the egg ready, but knows that there would be no point. They would have been able to take him out. Makoto will at least get the ward on the way out of this. But yeah, dude, these stacks are very juicy.
These stacks are gigantic.
This is a big ancient stack.
It's dangerous in that area versus Pango. It's like going versus like an Earthshaker, you know? It's like, oh yeah, we want to contest, and then he Echo Slams and kills you all. It's similar concept with this Rolling Thunder, because you just get bonked and chain controlled. I don't know if it's a risk they want to take, and it's too late anyway.
A very nice stack here for Liquid to take.
Aurora still a 2K lead out of these lanes. Makoto is going to have a very, very good timing on his Witchblade, and they are getting these stacks as well, too, on their side for the axe. And WS can go normal build this game. Most of these axes have not been able to just play normal builds because they're versus Necrophoses every time. He gets to just go for this Blink Blade Mail.
Oh, it's so much more nicer for him as the axe, right? Nobody wants to pick axe and buy Helm and Spirit Vessel. Ain't nobody want to do that.
Okay.
Bushwhack. Not quite ever closing for a call.
Kaori.
Corey with the dive forward.
Careful. It's a global.
There's the global. Rolling Thunder's going to be heading his way as the finger flies through. They'll kill him off. Stun holds back both of them. Rolling Thunder comes back in from Nisha. Great angle.
Ace is here.
Continues to catch on to the two of them, and that's going to be Nightfall dead. This fight going horribly for Aurora. They do at least get the dunk onto Tofu, but WS unlikely to get out of this one as Aurora losing 3 heroes, 2 of their big ones. Now, WS and Nightfall getting taken out. Or maybe WS
gonna...
Ain't no way.
One more swash.
Oh!
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, he's trying to dodge it. Oh,
he will.
It. Okay, he lives.
And now,
Never
Boxy.
mind. And now he might be able to turn.
Nisha.
He's running back at them. They'll get Boxy. Bushwhack's there. WS is ready to get back in. And he's ready to dunk him. He gets the last laugh, WS. He looked dead for sure. But keeps them just baited. Keeps all of us baited and interested in him. And he turns it around and gets the dunk off against Nisha as backup comes in.
The reason he has all this farm, all the small items he's been able to pick up, Splint Mail plus Vanguard, it looked like he was going to die, but just way too tanky. Couple spells not connecting either. That was beautiful. Aurora up to a 5K lead. That was so much time spent chasing him as well, too.
And that, because it looked like it was going to be so rough, right? They bring Nightfall over and he dies. You know, you lose your carry, but still, the way it closed up, you're ending up increasing the lead. WS now has the full Blade Mail. He is in a very happy place now. Top 3 net worth here with the 3 cores.
Some of these, I swear, WS and Notice for me have been these standout offlaners on some of these heroes where they just get so much done. I want to say so much done with so little. This one wasn't so little because he has so much in the game, but beautiful aggressive play from him. It really looked like he was dead. And that Liquid, they brought everything as well, too, for that fight and ended up losing so much at the end of it there. 5K lead. Full item now finished up for Nightfall. He's got the Maelstrom for the farm. Global is back up. All ultis on both sides. Aurora. But Ace now, a clear separation between him and the Axe now at this point. This Axe is super threatening and super tanky.
I mean, this is probably going to be one of the slow echoes we've seen on Ace. The Dawnbreakers.
He's caught again.
Yeah. It's going to be a really slow item timing from Ace this game.
And most of these Dawns they've been like one of the top net worths in the games themselves coming out of the laning phase. This is not the case for Mace. He's had some struggle games.
Radiant's courier has been
Axe will find the courier, and that is the relic.
They get the grab on a Makoto, but indeed in terms of couriers, that's the relic gone. Bit of annoyance there for Mickey. Will slow down his farm, at least towards getting the gold for the Talisman of Evasion. Not having that extra damage.
Big pickup on Makoto, though. It's going to be like this throughout most stages of the game, right? If he does just get caught in any of the disables from the Lion, it's very likely this puck will just still die. Kaori playing a very aggressive spot here. He might just die.
Oh. No,
this is Ace's recovery.
No, he's dead. That's some money for Ace.
Oh. It's a lot of money. It's a big Phoenix.
There we go.
Very greedy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think
like, insanely greedy.
What's going to be interesting to see is for Liquid with Mickey on this life stealer. Obviously, you know, at the moment, doing as a Lifestealer does, AFK farming this Radiance into, he's got queued up like the Armlet and the Sange. I just wonder, because we don't see it that much, is the Lifestealer in this sort of draft going to turn up at a point of this game and it's going to feel like, oh my goodness, this Lifestealer's taking over? Like, how threatening does this Lifestealer have the potential to be when it comes to these fights? Top, they will get the jump on towards Mirror. Just go for a quick support kill here with the two. I say that. Oh, he's actually
alive.
Away. They used Solar Guardian for that.
And now Ace can even get himself away.
Oh dear. Nightfall's coming in with the angle, gets the shackle onto Ace. WS able to walk up. He's got the core to control him. And he'll have the dunk to chop his head off.
Oh, Mira dancing on them. Lives with, what, 50 HP or so. Gets the back up, too.
Oh, over in the mid.
Oh, Nisha.
Global Silence will come out. But again, it's sort of Solar Guardian used, Global Silence being used, not really getting any kills for Liquid. Aurora keeping the lead. But yeah, is this Lifestealer going to turn up and just carry the game? How easy is that going to be for Mickey?
It does not look like the easiest one by any means, right? There's a silence he has to worry about from the puck in particular. There's an axe call, and there's the Wind Ranger focus fire. If he doesn't just kill... If Nightfall's not dead in the fight, he will kill Mickey almost every single time. Aurora, even though they gave up that kill on Kaori, trying to get some big snowball plays here. And forcing a defensive global, that is not what Liquid wants to do almost ever. They want to be using this global aggressively to find kills. Aurora in a good position to just take advantage of the map here. This tier 2 also, there's no glyph available.
Yeah, just 16 minutes in doing this. If they can get kind of these objectives, it's going to pretty much give the goal for WS to have this blink on top of the blade mail. And I mean, WS on his axe is, you know, forced to be reckoned with, and it's going to be a very fast blade mail blink timing on top of this Vanguard, which is going to cause a lot of issues for Liquid. Any three of these cores getting caught by the jump of an axe are not going to have a good time.
Aurora has a very good draft of being able to push the envelope too in terms of aggression, and while Liquid's, if they get on the back foot, Silencer can be one of these heroes like we used to talk about Disruptor in a lot of situations. Getting ran at does not feel great. So overall for Liquid, they have to start at least trying to execute and get some of the initiations themselves, because if they get initiated on, in most of these situations, the fight might just be decided right then.
I think this could step up to be a difficult game for Liquid.
Oh yeah, a lot of pressure.
It's just there's always a question mark when you sort of see these kind of different carries being picked, especially when it's like a different carry that is reliant on an item build that you're not really seeing on other carries, right? Like, there's not really other carries that you're picking right now going, right, I'm going to get this Radiance Armlet, Sanjin Yasha, and then I'm going to carry a game, right? It's just a very different approach to everything else that we're usually seeing at the moment.
And overall, right, just for Liquid's draft, quite a bit more volatility in it, where they have to play with the Global, with the Donald, and just get these connections. Global is a very specific ability they have to use. If you mess up a couple Globals, the game can snowball out of control very quickly. So Aurora, right now, having a very good entry into this one. The Blink is done for the Axe, too. For them, much easier to make aggressive moves. Liquid do have a timing now. Axe is finished up for Nisha, and they've got Global back up.
WS.
Doesn't get baited.
They might just abandon Mira, leave the hoodwink to go.
Just ditch him. Are they going to look to turn this into anything else? They didn't use Global, so they do have that for the aggressive move onto Mikoto potentially here. They can get the catch, but WS is hunting. They might look for Mickey.
The setup, he'll get the rage off. They will use the Global immediately. So that does mean with the Global coming to an end, they might still be able to get the fight going. Shackle's going to be there as well as the Supernova. Solar Guardian's coming in, but Mickey's just dead! He's dead. They can't kill the egg, so the Supernova still's going to hit them all. Mikoto gets the angle for the coil into WS, finding the call onto Boxy, takes him out. Ace is going to tick down to the Battle Hunger. They'll try and get at least Corey in return, but Aurora, they're surviving. Turning to Nisha, they've thrown the vessel down onto him. Bushwhack comes into play. The Sharpshooter comes in. Nisha taken down, and they'll be able to run down Tofu, get the team wipe.
5-0.
Completely smashing Liquid there in that fight. And that's Liquid using these big ults, right? Global Silence comes out. Solar Guardian's there. It doesn't matter. They can't save anyone. They don't kill any of Aurora. Just really nice placement there with sort of the Supernova coming out. Yeah, Liquid are not in a position to take this egg out. and and Mickey's presence in the team fights. I mean, he's a life stealer, and it doesn't feel like he can do a whole lot as a life stealer right now.
And overall, this is what I just was mentioning. When you're using defensive globals, Owen, it does not feel good almost ever. The aggressive globals are the way that Liquid wants to play with this game, and it's Aurora. They're making the first moves. WS just being so farmed is able to get the setup for his team there and get this cleanup very nice. Kind of perfect, right? He calls, baits Mickey, they get the shackle. It's like a picture-perfect fight for Aurora. Even if they drop super low, they dance around the fight with those cooldowns.
Yeah, they played that so nicely.
Every cooldown being used and getting nothing.
Smoke time from Liquid. They are going to try and strike back. They do have Solar Guardian back up in a few seconds. Same to be said for the Global Silence. So, as you said, they really want to use these ults on the aggressive, not reactively. So, yeah, let's see if they can get the jump.
Eyes on Boxy to get the initiation, but the Tormentor's already dead. Can they get a catch on the retreat?
And they'll get Corey.
Not a core kill, though.
Don't have to use the ults for it, of course. They will still manage to hold those.
But Aurora playing, they're under, right, this is a draft that they've played 100 times, so they're super comfortable on it as Mikoto.
Tofu, Essence Ring will save him.
WS looking for the angle.
And I'll get the battle hunger.
That's awkward.
Yeah, they'll turn and try and punish him for this one. Solar Guardian coming in, will get the blade mail off. But WS, after he did try to go pretty aggressive to see if he could get that kill, he'll get punished for that.
Mistake. A pretty big mistake, a rare one as well, too, from WS. With the ward, he ends up missing the call, doesn't get the catch there, and ends up getting brought down. Liquid able to strike back here. And who got the last hit? It was Mickey, right? So he got a big injection. Exactly what he needs to get back into a more comfortable spot to match that Wind Ranger.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tofu will be found. As we said, Kaori essentially is a core hero at this point on the Phoenix. He's got a little bit the Essence Ring.
This Essence Ring's doing work for Tofu. Or mid.
Okay.
They've got the jump. They catch Mikoto with the Hex. Boxy was waiting for him.
Liquid want to be on the aggression. They want to try to find these pick-off kills, and here they do get themselves 3 pretty solid ones after a slowdown of the game. Blade Mail being picked up, so Ace looking to pivot and adjust since he is very far behind. He is the sacrifice of the team. It's a good Blade Mail game. Always versus that Wind Ranger versus these supports, they will hurt themselves a decent manner.
Just each moment, though, falling further behind on the gold.
A lot of pressure on Mickey in this game.
Yeah. I mean, because with his build, right, again, it's just what you expect when you're playing a Lifestealer. But you kind of need to wait, until the item after the SNY before you're posing any significant, like, offensive threat. I imagine what the item after it is probably going to be the MKB, would you imagine? Like, what do you think the damage item will be for Mickey?
Ags or MKB, right? Probably the MKB. Okay, he'll kill Basher instead for now.
Okay.
All right. More about the grand scheme of things. Abyssal Blade does have very high merit to be able to pick up this game versus the Puck and versus the Wind Ranger. Just locking them down in place is still good if you do get that hit. Cooldowns are back up. Rolling Thunder is at the ready. And Mikoto, does he have the Aeon Disc finished? He does now, so has a protection. So he does need this because they are focusing him pretty hard. All it takes is one disable and he's dead. Liquid looking for the aggressive move. Boxy with the Infest. This is 3 heroes. It's not 2 because they've got that Solar Guardian that can come into play. See if Aurora's ready for the move. Nightfall. They're stalking him. They're on him.
Solar Guardian's coming in, and they've got him. Big kill there for Mickey.
They're getting momentum. They're being the aggressors now in these last 4 moments. Aurora getting caught off guard here. There's still Global available too, potentially for the next move, even though they use Solar Guardian. Mikoto does have to be cautious. Nisha's reading his play too. He's like, he wants to cut the wave. I'm not letting him. Very good strike back from Liquid. After things were getting a little messy there, it was up to what, 10,000 lead, 10,000 experience as well. Do strike back pretty heavily, and their cooldowns gonna start to come back up here soon. So Aurora, see what the next move for them is now that they have BKB on WS. I imagine they want to look for a fight themselves. They don't want to be getting caught. They want to get these aggressive plays also on the side of Aurora. Because as we say, there is the chain stun. Even though they have these BKBs, they might not get it off.
Here we have it. Smoke up with WS and Corey.
Who can they find? And who do they want to go for here? Dawn ult, 15 seconds. This is around the Roche as well, so whoever wins this fight, very likely to get that Roche on.
WS leading the way.
Gets the vision.
He's going to get the jump on Nisha. They'll try and go straight away for him. The Solar Guardian's coming in as well as the Infest. They'll keep Nisha alive for now and turn and kill WS. Nisha will still die through the roll-up. So 1 for 1. Silence onto Mikoto, but he's able to back away. A beautiful push that comes in from Mira. The tree will get taken out actually by the Supernova. Doesn't matter, they should still burn down. Mikhail try and turn a lifesteal back up, and Nightfall gets the kill as he picks up the double. And now Boxy tries with the TP out, will not succeed, and they can dive here. The tier 2 tower look to clean up Tofu and Ace. Ace will try and swing back with the Starbreaker, brings Corey down low, who's dying to the tower. Ace chases on. Can he get the final hit in? He can. Ace will at least be able to bring down Corey in return, but Mikoto and Mira turn back over towards the Dawnbreaker, buying time for Nightfall to get in range for the Shackle. The silence there. Aurora back to taking the team fights in their favor.
They got the initiation. Even if the global, they actually did a good job of reacting on Liquid, I will say, right? The Infest plus the global, they try to keep Nisha alive, but that's all they could do. They could try. Aurora with the initiation, he gets almost, I mean, pretty much nothing off on this Pango. I think a lot of this game is going to be determined of who gets the initiations, because as we see, the global defensive does not do nearly as much as it does when it's on the aggressive. Beautiful play from WS. Aegis for Nightfall.
Yeah, Aegis, and he's pretty much got the money to start buying into the Daedalus.
They're got to look for a play. Liquid.
All right.
Wanting to go for a catch here onto Nightfall.
Solar Guardian back in 5 seconds with the respawn of Ace.
BKB is back up for Nightfall, though.
Oh, they're going to be ready to jump him. They're actually going to jump the Phoenix. Actually, they try and jump both. Nisha gets the angle of the Rolling Thunder onto Nightfall. They get both of them with the opening. Nightfall tries to one with the Rim Run, but they take him out with the Starbreaker. Mikoto's going to be here. They're trying to help out here on round 2. Initial stun comes in. Nightfall's thinking about turning and fighting back. He'll look for the Shackle. Actually gets the Shackle here on Nisha, but the Glimmer's there, and they don't have detection down, so Nisha's fine. The Glimmer will save him.
Buyback
They'll back off now that the Global Silence has been used.
Exchange of cooldowns, exchange of BKBs, Mikke able to survive, and Nisha also, they need to be sure they have some extra detection for him. I think he was just on the outside of this sentry as well too, right? I think he dipped into it for a quick second and then hit again. We'll be able to survive. This game was delivering. You can see how aggressive both teams are playing around these cooldowns. Both teams want to be the initiators. Back and forth exchanges that we do have here. WS having to sacrifice himself a couple times now here. He's starting to get behind himself also on this axe. Not in the same manner as the Dawn right now, but that's, I think, 3 deaths in a row now that he's had to sacrifice himself. Mikoto. He's got the A on disc. Doesn't get popped. Now it does. Nisha. Means for the next 2 minutes, Mikoto can just insta-die. This game's super exciting. Even though the numbers, right, 7K for Aurora, it looks pretty dead even.
Absolutely, yeah. No, for sure. Both teams can take a fight. Ace, seeing what he's going to do with his money, is just going to opt to finish up the Harpoon.
Tanking up. He is dishing out a good amount of damage on this Dawnbreaker. He's soaking a lot as well, too. Liquid. Looking for another play here with this Infest constantly. Global on cooldown 25 seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, Lotus now. Mikoto has a way to protect himself versus Global. He needed something else. The Aeon Disc. Aeon Disc is just not quite enough. Tofu. This would be a good catch if they do see him, and they do. Oh! Doesn't get the dunk, though. Whoopsie.
Dire are scanning.
And no silencer for the next play. If they do something quick in the next 30 seconds.
Dunk is on cooldown. This can actually make a difference sometimes. 60 seconds for that, too, since he didn't get the connection.
Radiant's middle
Liquid
tower
looking
is
to play on
under
their
attack.
vision on the bottom side here. They don't have any wards on up top. This ward
Yeah,
that caught Nisha earlier did not get de-warded, by the way.
And Mike will have the basher out for the next fight. Aurora, whilst they do go for the smoke, it will be into both the Global Silence and Solar Guardian.
Dire are
Wanting to
scanning.
catch these backline supports. Mickey has 20 talent, so his sustain has gone up drastically in the fights on the open wounds targets. The catch on Nisha.
They'll go with the call. Global
Global.
Silence comes out.
Nightfall.
They make the jump over towards Nightfall, but they're able to force him back to safety. Nightfall's going to be fine. Gets away from the Solar Guardian. Nisha chasing him down with the Rolling Thunder. Nightfall staying close to the safety of the egg. Nisha turns his focus over towards Mira, but it's actually just going to be full retreat now from Liquid now that they've used their two big ults.
Both teams used quite a lot there. BKB is still available for Nightfall, but they use majority of ultis here. Coil's back up, but they don't want to push too far forward. They'll be happy just getting a Tormentor, it looks like.
Has been killed.
Still staying in the area. They don't know exactly that Liquid all backed away just yet. Now they can go for it quick. Nobody dies in that fight is pretty insane. Both teams just playing that disengage very nicely here. Ace does switch the build, does decide, you know what, BKB probably pretty necessary.
Yeah, I mean, this feels a lot nicer. It's sometimes, the upgrade from Echo to Harpoon when you still sort of have two slots to build stuff in. It's like, do you really want to go all the way for the full Harpoon before you do get something like the BKB on the way?
Need BKB in this game. Liquid, again, smoking, global, on cooldown, but they're looking to just get catches with this Infest combo, because anyone who does get caught could just potentially die instantly. So Aurora have to stick together. Mikoto.
Yeah.
Aeon Disc is on cooldown.
Nightfall's the dream catch.
Yeah.
Makoto, they'll
as you said,
settle for
though.
that as well, but yeah, Eon just
Yeah.
on cooldown.
They're in.
They get the angle for WS. They'll find the axe. He'll get out of the Solar Guardian, but he's gone. They get Mirror on top of this. And can they dive the tier 2? Not quite, but still a big hit there. Instant moves as soon as they saw the axe. Straight onto him. The jump from Liquid right now, super strong.
And they're a WS. This is now 4 or 5 deaths in a row, it feels like, for him. He is really starting to fall behind.
Yeah,
Ace
and
is
Ace
getting
is recovering.
a bit more
because
scaling.
Yeah, Ace was super far behind, and now he's pretty much
Bottom tower.
at the same stage as WS.
Yeah, Liquid perhaps showing that they're not as cooldown reliant in particular, where they can just go for these 2 or 3 man plays, getting the catches. Aurora does feel like they're a bit more cooldown reliant and a bit more reliant on WS getting the calls. If he gets gone on it, feels like a lot of their team fights being broken here.
Yeah, these Infest plays have been really nice between Mickey and Boxy.
Yeah. So, I mean, another reason why we don't see that much Lifestealer, but seeing them use this
Nice.
Infest like this makes me miss the old days when we used to see like the Puck Lifestealers just playing non-stop with the Infest. Does synergize quite well with their draft here. And Tofu isn't deviating too much on his build, just Glimmer into Refresher. I think we've talked a lot about why this Refresher is so busted nowadays on the Silencer. You don't have the concept of refresh BKBs or anything, so that second global in most situations, it's going to be stuck on everyone. Daedalus for Nightfall. If he can survive in the fights, he's going to do an insane amount of damage. It's just the question of if he does just get 100 to 0. Feels much easier for Liquid, at least, to execute those type of plays because they have the coverage of the global. They have the Infest. Looks like they will see Tofu. Quick and easy grab.
What can they do with this now?
No Roshan. Can they transition it into another kill here? Mira is running in, but won't be able to get the catch onto Boxy.
And Makoto was closing in on Mickey. But with the BKB, it's a very hard one to ever really go for.
I really like that he
So
went BKB. This is one of
Yeah.
the heroes that feels insanely strong with it because you can just have 20 seconds of immunity, essentially, when you have this timing. They're going to go for the Infest, Mikoto.
Catch him up on the cliff. At the same time, Nightfall's going to
Nisha's in
try and
trouble.
focus fire Nisha. And Nightfall's running him down pretty well. Not enough to finish it. Solar Guardian gives him a little bit of a heal, and Nisha's able to jump back to the base.
Super defensive from Liquid, though. Aurora taking advantage of this. Did they use any BKBs? They didn't.
Yeah, Nightfall kept his cool. Didn't need it for the chase there.
Radiant's middle tower is
I was so close to having the damage to kill off Nisha.
That's like the ideal scenarios that they can set up for him, as we've seen the turrets in particular versus the Pangos at times can't do it. WS, though, as you said, he's falling behind, looking for plays constantly. I believe he sold his Vanguard as well, so lost a decent amount of gold from that as well, too. So Dawn pulling forward even more. Tofu. They used the sharpshooter pretty quickly there.
Yeah, got a little spooked, I think, when they saw potential backup behind him.
Positioning from Aurora. Using the gem, trying to take out the wards here. This game, again, very, very close. As you said, both teams looking for the initiations, looking for the jumps. Liquid having more and more survivability as the game goes on versus those instant jumps of Aurora. They're smoking again. Mikoto still has Aeon Disc. Mira. Oop. Boxy's
Look at
in.
the heck straight away. The call's going to be there on the boat for them as they take Kuri out. Boxy is dead in the turn and trade, but Ace finding double.
Nightfall.
Maybe Nightfall's got to run. They could just go for Roche here, potentially Liquid, as they push Aurora away from the pit. Kuri brought back for this one. TP out will succeed. I mean, Mikoto's still trying to get in on this, but he's on his own against the four of them. He does not have the damage. A bit of a sloppy start to that.
Liquid's jumps are all hitting. The axe again. WS just dies instantly. Kaori as well, too. They get the jump. Boxy, he's just jumping through every target, getting into the backline. Even if he dies, he's getting the connection on the key heroes here. Liquid looking more and more comfortable in this game. And the scaling. Ace, not only the gold, right? Ace is now level 23. WS, who had a much better entry in the game, is now only level 19 and has had no item progression. Liquid's looking to go again here.
Yeah, around this
It's an
Roshan.
illusion.
It is a little bit baited.
A pretty big bait. That's quite a bit of the cooldowns used, at least the Infest plus that Rolling Thunder, and it's going to be around this Roche timing, so Kaori.
All right, and
ends up
WS
play
is
with
going to
this
be back
illusion.
in the game.
And they have vision of Liquid. They have this ward that was not taken out. Let's see if Liquid wants to go for the fight here. They might get caught under this ward, Tofu. Mikoto, careful. Roche is going down.
They're not going to be able to time a steal. Aurora, secure Roche, get the Aegis onto Nightfall.
Very
They're ready
heads
to
up
look for the
illusion.
fight. They're looking for Mikhail. Have the rage to dodge the bushwhack. Liquid
Can't
escape.
catch him. Nice play though. Right, Kaori. Just illusion bait will be able to secure them that Roche, secure them in Aegis for Nightfall. See how much it dissuades Liquid, because as it seems so far, Liquid's still just kind of running, even if they are playing into this Aegis and just running at them. As we said, the initiation is crucial in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is
Shivas, so WS now does get some progression, but it took him a very long time between these other two items that he did pick up to get this next one here. Game is so close here. Aurora with this Aegis now. Nightfall has this protection of the second life, so can use the BKB in a very aggressive manner as well. Liquid not stepping outside, not getting caught.
I mean, yeah,
Who's
do-
going for
do
the
you think
nullifier, by the way? Okay, Nisha does have it now. So this Aeon Disc is no longer going to be that protection for Mikoto as it has been.
Okay. Yeah, because we did see Mickey earlier considered the nullifier, but then I think felt that it was kind of awkward to find a slot for it in his build.
Yep. This looks much better. He just doesn't have the slots to go for that other one. Maybe
No.
he'll replace the Yash at some point, but that's probably going to be with that MKB and then the armlet eventually later. Aurora.
Liquid. Oh, they get the Hex.
Kodo.
Seems like a burst through him. He'll get the chance to phase shift, and with that, we'll be fine. Boxy turns with the stun. Mirror. WS gets the call on a box in. Now they're trying to turn the Guardian. They're straight in onto WS, trying to kill this Axe off. He's going to get forced to the side, gets the BKB off. WS will get away. Nisha's going to try and chase it with the Rolling Thunder.
Dead.
Supernova gets focused. The egg immediately killed off by Mickey. Aurora, they've just got to try and get the rest of them out. They'll have the Dream Core to hold down Nisha, try and give space for them to retreat.
Amp damage bottom. Be able to find that one for Nisha. WS lives, but they have to use, what, 2 or 3 Force Staffs, if I'm not mistaken, just to bail him out.
And they nearly lost Makoto.
Yeah, very close to losing both of them there. WS and Makoto almost being brought down. And that's Aurora with the Aegis, and they're kind of scared into the fight. It was a boxy buyback. They are showing that they do have to be careful in the fights, even if they have an Aegis advantage. The damage, the control from Liquid is absolutely there.
And it's looking difficult to deal with Mickey. You know, Mickey at this point of the game, super tanky carry. I mean, even when they're getting these calls, it just seems like unless whoever gets called is being focus fired by Nightfall, that they're probably not dying.
And it's hard to ever execute that when you're playing versus global. If you don't catch Tofu at the start of things, even if you get the call, he's gonna global. So if you BKB, right? If you BKB too early, then you're gonna get globaled afterwards. So you have to kind of, it's hard. It's hard for Aurora to execute it cleanly when you are playing to this global. And there's gonna be a secondary one very, very soon for Tofu as well too. So we're seeing, even though they have gold lead, they're getting some of these jumps, it is hard to bring down some of these core targets because of this global. Octarine, Mikoto, continuing to get that scaling. WS does get that recovery as well too. Has the Cloak of Flames after the Shivas too. Now has 3,000 gold. Doesn't die in the fight. Pretty important for him. Triple item pickups. Liquid, Shadow Blade, I believe a Basher also coming out for Nisha, and a full AC for Ace. And he's about to hit 25 too. So for them, some big timings being hit. But for Aurora, 25 has been hit for the Puck with the Octarine. So this is a pretty insane one, how much he can do in the fights.
Yeah, late game Puck, and especially in the hands of these kind of Puck experts like Makoto, it can single-handedly kind of carry the game.
Just the control you provide in the backlines. Like, these supports just start having much more difficult times just casting their spells. But there's Refresher, it is there. So Makoto can still get tripped up. Even if he uses his Lotus and his Aeon is down, that second global could catch him. Eyes on Kaori with his Lotus, how much he's going to be able to do to protect. Mira also has a Hex. A lot of different things to factor in these next upcoming fights. If they can get the initial Hex onto the Lifestealer or the Pango, that is an extra tool for them to potentially bring them down and focus them.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, Liquid just doing their best to not give Aurora any chances in those final moments of the Aegis to fight again. Now they can look to strike, though. The Aegis coming to an end.
Mira, they see the Lotus is being grabbed.
Oh, they can go for an easy kill.
He's very dead. Doesn't want the finger stack, I guess. Could have popped the wand and just grabbed it there, but doesn't end up using it. They're looking for more targets, maybe expecting someone else to be in the area. Just a pick off, though. 7 stacks here for Boxy only.
Aurora. Where do they want to go to next? I mean, they're pretty split up right now. Looking for this next round of items, but it will take quite a bit of time to get there. And Nightfall obviously looking at the Ags next. Overwhelming Blink next from Makoto, but still quite a while until they have the chance of picking those up.
We're getting into a pretty beautiful late game. Both teams having kind of all their timings across the board here. Yeah. The supports on both sides are very strong as the game progresses as well too. Boxy is a bit behind, but his control is kind of all they need. But if he does die, it is a dieback, so he will be dead for a very long time. This game is pretty tense. Nisha.
Absolutely anyone's game right now.
He takes the damage. He is dealing quite a bit of damage in this game. Going away from the Rolling Thunder cooldown. We usually see most take that one. Nothing to laugh at by any means, how much Nisha's damage is going to be in these fights if he's not controlled. Zero words on the map right now. Nobody having vision. They do place one up top. Both teams just playing with that dark map at the moment here. Very limited. Aurora will back up because of that. Just no information on the map. You can tell both teams are just kind of quite cautioned for each other.
Well, who's got the smokes?
They're going for it.
Here we go.
They've got Solar Guardian back up.
Mickey's actually leading the way at the moment, not using the Infest. Okay, he's got to back up now if he wants to go for the Infest play.
Kaori has to be very careful with his positioning on this Phoenix. If he gets caught in any disable, he is just dead as well.
Here's the Aurora smoke. I mean, as we've been seeing the last few fights, though, it's definitely more difficult for Aurora to get the perfect jump.
Finding Tofu is just hard, and he's got the double global now. This can't just be a game. This can't just be a fight decider.
And you see Ace as well, right? Sitting super safe in the base. Knows that if they are off the map, they could be searching for him.
The execution for Aurora has to be very clean when you're playing versus the double global. You pop the BKBs, as we said, at the wrong time. Can be super dangerous. He does have Satanic for a secondary dispel, so does have that for Nightfall. Tofu.
Hiding in the pit.
He's been
found.
found.
They know Nightfall's going to see him. Sentry's down. They will come in with Rolling Thunder and the follow-up Global Silence on a Nightfall, but Tofu still gets shot down by the Wind Ranger. Nisha is going to have to see how much he can control Kaori here in the river with this Rolling Thunder. Will blink away.
They find primary target
on the way out, and now Nightfall's ready to come in with the focus fire onto Nisha. The call comes out on WS onto Ace. Nisha tries to turn, but the Hex is there. Nisha's gone. Ace dead as well.
Aurora, they find Tofu.
Yeah, they're able to get pretty much the ideal start to the fight. Finding Tofu, sure the global comes out, doesn't matter. They kill him off, and honestly, from that point onwards, unlike the last few fights where Liquid's been pretty coordinated, they were completely spread apart.
Split all, like literally everywhere. And Tofu being in a, it's like, he's sneaky, but it's in an aggressive, sneaky spot. He does just get found at the start of things, and they don't have the double global that they are quite reliant on Aurora. They smash the fight.
And now they're into the base. They might have to consider some buybacks here. I mean, it's Ace and Nisha dead for a minute.
At least one set is going to go down here. They broke their team fight completely. Broke the coordination that we've seen Liquid have a couple times here. Aurora, they get the jump, literally on the dream targets.
So much. They take these buildings pretty quickly. I mean,
super nice
do you
fight.
just let 2 sets go? I guess you have to. You don't want to buy back here. They get the call.
They might have to buy.
And the bushwhack into the silence. Mickey's just dead.
Oh, man. I mean, he's going to probably have to buy back, but now at this point, the sequencing is kind of disastrous on Aurora.
Oh, they just got
the fight that they've been looking for.
Do they want to go for the third set?
Why
not, right? Because now they really don't want to buy back because they're going to be back up in 10 seconds. Ain't nobody want to use buyback when you got 10 seconds until you back up.
Boxy tries to step up here. I feel like they got to use this mid-K buyback, but they got to do it on an initiation move, and Aurora, they're actually just going to back up. They're not even going to give them the opportunity to get the kills. What a decisive fight as well, too, after what felt like a pretty even game. All it takes is one.
That was a huge fight for Aurora. They're going to get the Roshan on top of that. Look at that drop-off. It really was a game where it felt like both teams had a shot, but that sort of loss of a team fight and loss of barracks means that this game is now in a very difficult spot for Liquid to recover. Roshan's going to be here for Aurora. They could come down the top lane and look to try and get the Megas.
And that was Liquid's fight with the double global that they weren't able to even utilize because Aurora found them. So they were waiting for this timing for some time and ends up not connecting. Aurora.
They got the coil onto Ace.
Finds a catch.
Ace just has to BKB and run, and WS, meanwhile, he's been able to get the jump and killed off Boxy.
And that's a
Ace
gem.
has to Solar Guardian to safety.
And Makoto in deep. Does get caught.
He's got backup coming. Well, nice to jump away with the Waning Rift. Bash onto Nightfall. WS, he gets the call. They get the call in the Hex. They've locked Nisha down again. The Supernova comes out. He's trying to run. Mickey tries to head over to help out, but he's dead. He'll have to buy back. Mickey The remainder of the BKB gets on top of Nightfall, but the Lotus was there. Ends up abyssing himself. Can they even bring down Nightfall? The once Nightfall surviving. Finally, he goes down, but so much damage is done. Ace, he'll fall. Dead for 100. Nightfall's back in with his second life and ready to keep the push going. As WS works on the barracks, Nightfall actually screw the push. He wants the kills. He's diving forward. They kill off another. Tofu's out of the game. He has got buyback, but no global to use. Neither of them available with a refresher on cooldown. Aurora get the mega creeps and seemingly on the verge of closing this game up. The silence into the call onto Mickey. Lifestealer gone. He'll buy back. They're putting everything into trying to hold this fight here, Liquid, with the amount of buybacks they're using. Nightfall just kiting Nisha, just taking him out with the focus fire through the Rolling Thunder. He's gone for 2 minutes. GG is called. Game is over. Aurora take the first game of this best of 3. I mean, Liquid, they were giving it a good shot, a good fight. It seemed pretty close. And then that one fight there, my goodness, the game comes to a very sudden ending in a matter of minutes, Fong.
They call it the literal dream fight, right? After a couple of these fights looking like they're teetering on the edge, this time they catch the silencer, they catch Liquid so split up on the map. Aurora, with their comfort, all 5 heroes that they love to play so much here, and we're seeing that comfort come into play. Slight hiccup in the game, but overall, still super aggressive plays.
And it just feels, honestly, it was similar to the game earlier, right? In the previous series, it was what was it? It's something against the Wind Ranger. But either way, the fact that the Wind Ranger kind of got ignored, and then they get to pick it as the last pick, especially when you're sort of leaving that in when you want to try something different, like the Lifestealer. Maybe that was a risk too much to take when it comes to some of these later matchups, because we did see how much easier it was for Nightfall to just zoom around the team fight, getting the damage out, as opposed to what Mickey could do on a Lifestealer.
When it got to this point, right, those key item timings, the Hex in particular that they got for himself, the secondary Dispel also for Nightfall, but mostly, right, just catching Liquid very split up. Liquid, after getting some very good aggressive plays with their aggressive global infest plays, that time, the exact opposite. Aurora gets the jump, splits them up, kills pretty much everybody without losing anyone themselves.
Yeah, well, it's always fun to see kind of some different heroes being picked up, but doesn't work out here for Liquid, despite the fact that they gave it a very good shot and kept the game very close for the majority of this one. Aurora, they'll take the first game of this best of 3. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back very short after a few minutes break for game 2 of Liquid versus Aurora. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for Game 2 of Liquid versus Aurora. We just had the first game, and we did just see Aurora manage to get the win, but it was a long one, a hard-fought one, and for pretty much 48, maybe 49 minutes of the 50 minutes, it was a close one, Fogged.
It was. I will say, though, at least adjustments for what I want to see made in terms of what Liquid can do is ban the puck, step one, because you counterpicked it pretty severely, and Mikoto kind of popped off way too hard, in my opinion, so I think you just get rid of it, because he's just too good at this damn hero. It's literally his best, as we've seen so many times he carries. Only has 3 deaths in this game, and they literally picked Lion plus Silencer to counter it as well, too. So step one, I would say, ban the puck, and then step two is have a better entry into the game out of lanes, because their lanes went kind of rough in particular, but for Aurora, just keep doing the same. Pick your same heroes, pick your comfort across the board. It's the heroes we've seen so many teams play. Why change anything?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we'll see some of those heroes that we've seen coming out from them quite a lot just come out again. It's been doing pretty well for them, and we'll see if it's going to do enough to get them through to the next stage of Blast Slam 7. Of course, the winner of this best of 3 will get to secure their spot at the LAN finals next week. So everything to play for. Let's see what they've got here in this Game 2 draft as we get into the picks and bans. Opening bans,
so
pretty much the same.
They leave it. They better ban the puck. Damn right.
There we go. Ban the puck.
Yeah. Step one, I'm happier
Now,
already for Liquid. Step two, they need to play better in the lanes.
Who's banning the clockwork? Where's that coming in?
Aurora might feel forced to because they're not first pick. So yeah,
you're right, they
have to.
do. And then are you? What's sort of the next one?
I can't remember right now.
Do you ban the? We see Pango go through a lot. Didn't win last game. Is Pango bannable, or because I feel like a lot of teams just don't ban the Pango?
I don't think you need to when there's the turrets are the meta. I think now that we've established the safe laners, the best ones are like, well, you know, we'll say the best ones in the most situations is like the Wind Rangers, the Drow, the Shadow Fiends. It just seems like these turrets feel very good. Maybe if SF is banned, perhaps it can be changed, perhaps. We'll see.
And overall, how did you feel about the lifestealer at the end of it? Is it, you know, was it something that you're like, maybe if Mickey was on something different, it might have been a bit better? Or were you actually kind of convinced that it's not a bad hero to pick right now and it's perfectly viable?
Mixed. I would say mixed.
Yeah.
I think they tried something a bit different with their heroes, like you were mentioning, right? They did Lifestealer, Silencer quite outside the box in comparison to what we see from most situations, so I think it's okay. I just think it's probably maybe on like the A or B tier and compared to these like clear S tier heroes.
I like this as well. Aurora, they've shown us today that they can play this Wind Ranger very well in both the mid for Mikoto, the safe lane for Nightfall. Sure. So with that in mind, absolutely, why not? Just open it up as the first pick.
Yeah, it seems to just be absolute comfort for them, and as we saw in that last game in particular, right, I think Aurora is just going to draft comfort no matter what they're playing against. They're not going to deviate and be like, let's counterpick this so specifically. I think they're going to stick with their guns in most situations.
I mean, do Liquid ban the Phoenix, or do they just let him have it?
I think you should take it or ban it. Like, this guy's too comfortable on it. Kaori never has a bad game on Phoenix. I don't think I've ever seen him have a bad game on it. Heavily focusing on Mikoto. This is also in case of a flex potential, right? They want to keep the Slardar open. You don't want it to go versus a Queen of Pain in the mid lane. They don't want it to just be set and locked in that off lane right now for the side of Liquid.
Well, do they always try and prefer to get it in the mid rather than the off lane Liquid when they pick Slardar?
Just having as a flex, right? Just in case of things.
Sure.
Like Nisha likes to play it. It's good versus a lot of the current mids, and yeah. It's just a strong hero if it has a good lane. Problem is, I've seen this Slardar hero a couple times. It doesn't have a lane, and then the game is just disastrous. Like, he gets snipered in one side and then vipered or something on the other side. It can fall into some weird problems.
There we go. There's the respect. I feel a lot of teams don't give Aurora. You know, so many times that we have seen Phoenix get left in for them to pick.
There's a lot of heroes you got to ban, though. This is a very... I mean, a team that has really, really insane, like, top 2 heroes for a lot of their players, right? Mikoto, his puck has to be banned so many games. WS, his Timber has to be banned. There's a lot of focus that you have to put on this team.
Yeah, talking about WS, we'll see likely looking at... Is it just going to be looking at the Axe again, do you think? If
Probably.
it's pickable, he'll probably take it most times because, again, it's just not really one of those heroes that ever feels super rough to play. Right? It's always going to have its part.
It's only versus Necro that it's been like hard countered by, and even versus the Necro, it's done decent in times. You know, it's had this kind of window where you can just itemize to counter instead. So let's see if Aurora... Do they just do something standard here? Do they just do this hoodwink? Do they go for something a little more outside the box? So other teams might treant in some of these situations, especially for Slardar. There's some merit there, but Aurora, not really tree team. I think that's specifically P-Vision and Yandex that we see the tree almost every game if they don't have the clock. See what they're debating. A lot of the mid heroes also starting, like, they're gonna get banned out as well too, so it's like, do you want to change things up? Okay, they'll take the Lion, kind of protective pick as well too.
On Liquid, I guess, as you say, they would ideally keep the Slardar's position a bit sort of up in the air, so probably looking at those supports, what they want to go for. I mean, what are the super strong supports still left in that they like?
They like IO Slardar quite a bit.
Ooh,
Something I'm thinking if they want to do that.
IO would not be a bad shout, yeah. But, they'll definitely be thinking about that.
Depends on what strategy they want to go for. So techies instead. I like techies a lot. I've talked about this one so much versus the Wind Ranger. Just it makes the matchup really hard to play because you can throw it on anybody, and then just getting a Wind Run dispelled in the mid game, it can just kill you almost instantly. Same thing for the lane.
Now, because there is a techies, how much does that sort of weigh in on Aurora deciding what lane to put the Wind Ranger in?
It's a good question. Might still just play that safe lane. Nightfall does seem like... It's mostly Nightfall. It's just if they see an opportunity, they'll switch it up. And it's actually Liquid to take the tree themselves, so...
Alright, so this is going to set up, what, for pretty strong lanes, right? Having this tree techie support duo.
Yeah, and they're looking at Drow Ranger, for sure.
Yeah.
Looks like a solid setup for Drow. So for Aurora,
I mean,
you should probably anticipate that is going to come out.
Yeah, you can't really steal the Drow though, right?
No.
You don't want to play Drow against these in-your-face heroes.
They'll just take the axe, as we said, just to super comfort across the board. Aurora's not going to deviate from comfort. There's going to be a 5-man level 1. Be prepared for that, right? They're going to go cut the tree. Cut the trees immediately to ensure that this axe can have a better lane. So we'll see. There might be a 5v5 clash. I think a lot of times when we see Train Protector, it ends up happening because they just look to ensure that the lane can be protected.
Aurora. Probably looking to show their second support here, I'd imagine.
Do you do something like Rubik? It's not the standard as we've seen it a lot of times. It's not great with Axe in particular, but it does have the steal versus the techies, and then they have both lanes protected with lift and with stun versus the suicide. We'll go Wyvern instead. It's a bit different.
Why the Wyvern here, do you think?
Cold Embrace, super good versus Slardar. Protects a lot here in the lane. Gives you the jungle as well too for the Axe. You can just stack freely, use Cold Embrace on that Axe to just farm him up. But it's different from what Aurora usually plays. I need to actually take a look at when the last time they played this, because it's not their normal, and they usually just stick with their guns.
And is the Wyvern going with the Axe for the lane?
Probably not, right?
But then you have a Wyvern Wind Ranger safe lane. Doesn't that feel a bit weird?
That sounds bad. Yeah, I prefer
you know what I mean?
actually being there. Yeah, you're right. So it would be with the Axe. Okay, so maybe it's just because this hero doesn't... If Tree wants to hit you, it's kind of difficult, and you'll just get turned on very quickly from the attack speed. So maybe it's also a lane matchup thing that they're thinking about. I haven't seen it as much, though, so I'm curious to see the design of the Tree versus Wyvern thing. And the last time they played it was 3 days ago. And that's like the only one, actually. They have not played it too much.
Liquid.
Okay.
See if they give a bit of a clear indication now of where the Slardar is going.
I mean, this also could be a preemptive pick for Strau, right? Like we were mentioning, they probably know that this Drow was on the table there from Liquid, so maybe this is one just going, okay, you want to pick it? We got Wyvern versus it, which is a very, very good answer. Liquid's taking a lot of time here. They'll still do it, but I do think that this was in preparation for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. That Liquid were definitely thinking, do we still want to do this? Because Aurora, they have picked for this situation.
And you do fall into a position perhaps where you're going to have... right now, it's very physical dependent lineup. Techies, of course, gives you a lot of magical, one of the best, if not the best, magical damage contributor in a lane or in a game. But right now, this Wyvern is clearly showing a reason, right? Versus Slardar Drow, if their mid pick or their offlaner is also another physical core, this Wyvern's going to be insane in this game. So I would like to see Liquid pick a kind of variance of damage here.
I mean, honestly, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't mind if they did do the switch up and put the Wind Ranger in the mid lane and then last pick Knight for his PL. What about that? Because doesn't it look like a free PL game?
It does look very free. Techies does not really like to play versus here either, because you can just play with the, you know, just send illusions on the mines. You can play around it pretty nicely too. It could be a good shout.
Because as I said, Makoto, he popped off on the Wind Ranger mid earlier. And
he did.
When it's a good PL game, Nightfall will win the game.
So they're still thinking it's Wind Ranger carry. They're expecting that Snap to potentially be that mid laner.
Which is, I guess is the most likely, but
yeah,
they could switch it up.
They're going to Pango for Liquid, right? I'm seeing a Monkey Ban, a Snap Ban. That is like an indicator of Pango, and that would mean triple physical cores.
And that would maybe sort of switch you off from wanting to do some like PL thing. Yeah, Pango would be a nice...
Yeah. I don't know if...
You probably ban the Pango though, right?
They can choose. You can decide, do we want to just play verse it? Because we have Cold Embrace, and it's literal 3 physical cores. I don't know if I like that from Liquid if they go all in on the physical. Let's see what the choice is going to be. So they're banning the Storm.
Yeah. Do they
have to know.
Or play the Slardar mid right and get something else for Ace.
Yeah, I guess. I'm just trying to think what he would want to play.
Maybe get the Underlord so they have some magical output. Underlord techies.
Possibility. I'd like it because it gives them extra, like this different types. I'm a little worried sometimes when I just see 3 physical cores and there's a Wyvern, right? Like it's an indicator of some concern for me. Let's see what they do. They may just force it. Let's see.
Well, the Pango, yeah.
Oh my god, down to the last second.
Ooh, Void Spirit. Okay, it's a little bit of mix with the damage, but not the hottest hero.
No,
I
but
don't know what the stats are, but I feel like it's not great right now, the Void Spirit.
It does benefit from corrosive in some ways as well. It gives them hybrid damage to catch versus the Wind Ranger and the other backliner. But yeah, this hero, I don't know how I feel about it. And Mikoto, he's got the pick now. He can choose what he wants to do versus it.
Yeah, does he want something else? Does he want to? Is he happy to take the Wind Ranger mid against the Void Spirit and allow Nightfall to have the last pick carry?
I don't think he needs to. I think now he can just think about his normal hero pool.
Wind Ranger and just get something that's going to give you a good matchup in the mid against the Void Spirit.
Yep, a nice active laner to be able to play around with the axe while the Wind Ranger just farms.
I mean, can he just go for the Pango? How's the Pango game look for him?
Overgrowth can be a bit annoying, I will say. But it's not bad. Just sometimes the turret is the concern, right? The Drow tree, they overgrowth you and you're just going to get hit inside the roll in a lot of situations, but...
Oh, they do the switch out! They do the switch out, as I said. We know they could do this. Because Makoto showed us already today as mid-Wind Ranger. They're going to do it. The only thing I was going to say, might question it, is the fact that the Void Spirit can be, like, he can do some stuff against the PL, at least in the early to mid. That can be quite annoying. And everything else that's shown before, I'm telling you, Nightfall was telling the boys, this is a PL game.
It's a very similar one that he picked it in the last time versus the Drow, right? And I was seeing this Drow from a mile away. They definitely saw this Drow from a mile away with the last pick, with the Kaori pick as well too. Now the question is, Kaori adding another hero to his arsenal. I think he's played like 3 or 4 different ones that we haven't seen him play as much in the past now, just in these last few matchups. This is going to be interesting. We'll see if he can execute it.
All right. I think I like it though from Aurora. You know, it's just one of those things. You know, when Nightfall gets a last pick PL, you do pretty well to trust in him.
He's not Nightfall when he plays PL on. He's Epileptic Kid. We got to give him his original name that that everyone used to know him on the PL for, of course. One of the probably the most played PL, I think, in pro games in particular and in the pubs. This guy is crazy on the hero. Their lineup around it too, it looks pretty nice overall. The question for me is a little about the Mikoto Wind Ranger in this game. Because in that one earlier, it was versus a Monkey King. It had this clear advantage. Versus the Void Spirit, I wouldn't say it's that clear.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We'll see if... Because obviously last game, Liquid did give us a very close one. And, you know, whilst there are things to deal with the Drow, it has very much been a case of multiple teams bringing out this Drow Ranger and looking very good with it.
It has.
Liquid's
insane.
definitely one of them with Mickey on the Drow.
And if they have good lanes, right? The big thing I was looking for Liquid, besides banning Mikoto Puck, like I was mentioning at the start of things, is just fixing the lanes. And these lanes do look quite strong. So into mid-game, it does look very, very strong for them if they don't just get smashed in these lanes. For Aurora, though, if the game slows down, this PL is going to win at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Nightfall. He is going to be happy with every minute of gameplay he gets to play this game. Because, the longer it goes, as long as he's not completely shut down, he will just be getting stronger and stronger against what Liquid have against him. Well, let's get into the action here and find out who's going to be able to take this game. Yeah, I got a little bit confused there because we don't see the score at the top.
We don't have the ticker. They tricked us.
I was going to say, I'm like, did I just imagine a game one? No, we have had a game one, and Aurora did win game one. So this is game two. At this. We'll see if Aurora's going to get the 2-0, or if Liquid's going to be able to push this to a game 3.
And like we said, look at the level 1. They're setting, so the idea from Liquid is set the trap on the retreat, because they know that Aurora's going to go up there and cut the trees versus the Tree Protector. They're looking to catch them as they back up. Let's see if Aurora takes the safe path, or if they just walk right into them here. They're going to smoke just in case, and now they know. So it's being very careful on Aurora, ensuring that they don't get grabbed here.
Yeah, they will not be heading into the high ground now.
Both teams on top of things, though. You could tell. They're both like, okay, we're versus Tree Protector. Okay, we have Tree Protector. Let's set this kind of trap. So but both with preparation coming in. And now Aurora getting the opposing high ground, looking to get the pincer themselves. Oh. Tofu.
Who's going to start it? I'm looking at Tofu. I'm going to get the 2 bounties. So should end up just being the 2 for 2.
Kaori.
Get the jump in onto Mira. Mira, he looks more dead. Mickey takes Mira out. And Kaori also... Verifier, is it going to save him? It's not. So they'll get 2 kills to start this one, Liquid.
So their lanes already should look quite a bit... So the 2 things I wanted Liquid to do already off of the starter game here, looking better. Banning that puck, getting off to a better start here. Mickey getting a first blood, and the mid laner getting second. A dream start for them.
See how well
top lane.
WS and Mira can deal with this safe lane.
Yeah, this is the lane to watch for me. I think bottom lane is going to be probably pretty passive because there's a Wyvern in the lane, so you can just cold embrace any aggression. So hard for Liquid to punish the PL. Top lane, this can be where kills just happen constantly here. Tofu.
And the mid matchup. How should Wind Ranger do against the Void Spirit? Like, is there a chance for one of these two to win the lane? You think the Wind Ranger can win this? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Wind Ranger should win, but overall, Void Spirits are pretty good at just getting something out of the lane too. First few waves, though, very important, because that's where the Wind Ranger can get that big advantage in terms of harassment. Oh, he's just cheating. Okay, he has tree armor.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I forgot about that. So, okay, he'll probably be even, but I think Mikoto will still get some extra denies at the least, because he just goes for stats from what I've seen on these Wind Rangers, so you're not playing around the bottle fill-up, so you're just able to harass really heavily. Nightfall.
Well, heavy damage
getting here. Pretty aggressive.
Coming in. I'll be able to doppel away. In top lane, WS able to get the wraparound and take out Mickey's courier.
They'll just cut the waves. Tofu taking a bit of a beating there with the battle hunger. And WS, okay, so he'll just play Cut the Wave versus the Treant Protector. Doesn't want to just play in the face of the Drow. Let's see how much these denies that up.
Can these two kill the Axe, or is WS going to always get away with this? Oh.
Toe-to-toe.
Wow, so close there between the both of them.
Mikoto.
He will. It's going to take a few seconds as he has mana for the power shot.
He's contesting every single last hit, though. Mikoto is playing these first waves actually perfectly. Look at those denies. 8 of them already versus this Void Spirit. Bottom, Kaori. They do get the Bash Connect.
Yeah, Nightfall able to live. Some nice early kills here on the lanes, Liquid.
Strong aggressive lane that they have between the Slaughter techies. Hard to bring down Nightfall, but they're actually putting some fair pressure onto him here so far. Kaori, even though he has Cold Embrace, does die, which is pretty rare to see in a Wyvern lane. I keep looking at mid.
And Mikoto trading super nice. It's been some very nice last few waves from him against Nisha.
Just poking him. Every time he steps up, he takes like 10 attacks and a power shot. The stats definitely coming into play. Has 2 damage base advantage. Is going to go for Bracer plus Wraithband. Nisha needs the bottle fill up. Pop. Will not get the full wave drag for WS. Still getting a fair bit out of this lane. And overall, Drow plus Tree, this is a lane that's designed to dominate the lane that it's up against. So the fact that it isn't dominating is a good sign for WS right now.
And they'll do some good damage to Tofu. Yeah, with the Battle Hunger on him.
They do.
They'll get the kill.
That is very ideal for them. More than ideal, in fact. Getting a kill versus Drow Tree, not something you'd expect from an Axe Lion lane.
Nisha definitely got to be careful now in the mid. Now that Mikoto's got the level 3 power shot. It's a big nuke.
Yeah, he was thinking about going in for it there. He's dancing in between these Dissimulates pretty nicely here. Nisha will get the power shot connect onto him here.
Bottom lane. Never attempted for Nightfall. They brought Tofu in. The Cold Embrace comes out though. Puts a bit of a stop to the attempt, and the crush is going to be off the mark.
Pretty big slip. Looked like that was a kill for them, but off the mark there with the crush. And that was a 3rd hero rotation to get the kill there. Unfortunate for Liquid.
Yeah,
Nisha. The tree armor is honestly keeping him alive in this lane.
If he didn't have that,
he would have died.
Yeah, this lane would have been very rough.
Boxy. Taser power.
Mira's coming in with a wraparound. He's got the stun on a Boxy. Might just be able to set up for Nightfall to get a kill.
Nice rotation from Mira. Knows that he can start leaving the Axe alone. But speaking of the Axe, they're actually looking to stop him from doing this creep cutting here. Saving the Leech Seed, the Disable.
Oh, the fortification as well. It's like, you ain't getting any of these creeps on the way out.
Straight up bullying coming out from Liquid there onto WS. And Mikoto now in the mid lane. They're looking to try to get perhaps a swing around here. Boxy can get the catch, but he actually hit 6.
And they just focus fire. Into the
Taser.
stun. Hex. Oh, he's got to back off Mikoto. Nisha will be okay. Mikoto does not have the mana for a power shot. Jump forward with the blast off. I mean, the power shot mana is going to be there. Can he hit the power shot? Ooh. Oh, that was close.
So close.
Nisha's going to live.
3-man rotation from both sides. Mikoto focus fires in, but the taser immediately stops the aggression. Boxy in the right place at the right time. Another power shot is available.
Hey! Oh my goodness, these are close. Ooh, Nisha. I guess he has got the raindrop. He's got the raindrop.
He does.
At least that second one probably wouldn't have killed him. Still.
Okay.
Top
Level
lane.
6.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See if they can get the setup here behind the tower.
They want the wisdom.
They're going to be able to get Corey. WS is trying to head back in, but it's scary around this drow right now. Mick is pretty strong with the 6.
Mikoto's not healthy enough to TP over. This is going to be a steal from Liquid, and bottom side, Ace should be able to get his as well. Good movements from Liquid in this early game. responding accordingly, keeping Nisha in a comfortable spot in the mid lane, protecting him. He's even actually ahead in the matchup now versus the Wind Ranger. And overall, the matchup of the Void Spirit versus the Wind Ranger, even though we don't like Void Spirit that much in a lot of games, it definitely has its merits versus Wind Ranger as well too. Being able to just hit with the Astral Step, being able to lock down during the Wind Run with the Q. So I think Mikoto would have liked to do a bit better in this matchup in particular, even though he has 16 denies. Getting Mickey involved. He's got a point in Gust. Nightfall could get brought down here from this.
He's getting surrounded. Nightfall.
Oh.
Looks like he senses something's coming. The Gust is going to miss the chance to doppel. They'll try and bait them out with the illusions, and indeed he's baiting them out quite nicely. Buying time for backup to come in. They'll still jump in with the blast off, but the Cold Embrace will be there. Here come the TPs in from Aurora. They get the stun and the Hex onto Mickey. Nightfall, he'll be fine. Mickey's in trouble. WS runs him down. The Battle Hunger upon Mickey. He'll try and bring Mirror down with him, but the dunks there from WS kills Mickey off. Ace
Nightfall
will run down Kaori. WS coming back in, looking over towards Boxy. So they do end up getting the 2 kills, but they don't end up getting Nightfall, and they end up losing their own carry. And obviously taking a lot of his time as well, moving him over to this bottom side of the map, Mickey, to try and get him involved in the action. And indeed,
and it's,
you know, Nightfall, he kept his cool there.
It's a full free farm Drow as well, too, that turns up and dies to the Axe, who's now second in net worth just off of that movement there. Nightfall. Individual plays, quick little micro. They got baited.
Super nice plays there for Nightfall on the PL, and Nightfall's PL just signs of things to come from him.
Mm-hmm. So many times I've seen this, just microing that one illusion first. People fall for it. It's hard to know which one the real one is if they do this very, very quickly, as we did see there. And Aurora was super ready for the move. Everybody coming over. Looking to smoke up Mira and Mikoto. They want to look for Mickey again. He is a bit vulnerable, even though he was free farming.
Top. They get the setup on a WS.
They're coming.
WS has got backup. Power shot
off the mark.
Hit. They still get the stun though onto Mickey. Living Armor will come out to try and protect him, but Nightfall's in with the wraparound. He's turned up and ready to bring down Mickey a second time. Mickey's gone. They'll get the grab onto WS. Can they kill this PL? Power shot comes in, finishes off Tofu, and Nightfall, he is perfectly fine. So 2 times now, you know, Mickey, he came to Nightfall's lane. They were able to deal with Mickey. And now Nightfall, he's coming to Mickey's lane, and they were able to deal with Mickey again.
I love how he gets involved early. I've seen more PLs get involved early in this current meta than in the past. Just taking that portal up, joining his team, and Mickey, he got baited. Again, 2 times now he's been baited by his team to look for the aggressive plays. They do eventually bring down WS, but this was the free farm Drow, who has now gotten slowed down a massive amount here. And Nightfall, he'll be able to back up and reset. And overall for Aurora, right, their lineup is more about the later stages of the game, and they are matching Liquid in this early game.
Oh yeah, they're... Yeah, Nightfall is very, very happy with the pace of the game so far.
Liquid still with a lane win across the board and a very strong draft to snowball things, so a 2K lead for them out of all things. But Aurora definitely striking back with more of a greedy approach.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? The scaling just straight up at the Wind Ranger and the PL is going to be so much better than the Void Spirit and the Drow.
Yeah, in the much later stages, absolutely. Liquid can play quick, though.
Oh, Nightfall. He's out as soon as he senses this sort of
nice
5-man
curse.
moves coming in. And that might actually buy time for Corey to live. Have they got any further gap closed? They've got Astral Step. So Nisha should be able to Astral into a Remnant. Yeah, they'll get the kill, but takes him an extra bit of a chase. And even more time, because he actually gets the opportunity to get a Cold Embrace off as well. But they will not be letting him go. They will make sure they kill him, but it takes a lot of time, and, you know, Nightfall immediately left the area. He knew that he did not want to be around those 5 heroes.
And no one reacts. That's the important thing on Aurora, too. They made the call. Kaori's like, let me die. He buys an extra, what, it was about 30 seconds extra for them to chase. So they get a lot out of the map out of it. WS cuts the top wave. They hit the mid wave. PL backs away. So overall, Aurora, they're perfectly fine with that. Mikoto. There's a taser.
Get the Hex onto it.
Boxy.
Ooh.
Another
Blast
power
not
shot.
Quite connecting.
Ooh, ball hit.
Does give the vision for WS to get the battle hunger onto Boxy though. Boxy trying to deny himself to the neutrals, but WS gets him, finishes him off with the dunk. McKay TP's in. WS, he will definitely pay for this with the overgrowth being used to hold him in position. The rest of Aurora will manage to escape the range of it.
I love that we're seeing both teams just matching each other. We said that this was going to be a super action-packed game because of the way that both playstyles clash with each other. So, yeah, 6 to 10. Liquid bringing even the Drow in every single time to the situation, so they get another kill on WS, slowing him down. But Nightfall is getting to hit the creeps. He is not the one being pressured, and for Aurora, that is the dream for them. All about the PL this game.
Radiant's middle tower is
And on the Drow, do you sort of change up the build to deal with the PL? Like, is it still a way to go against him by getting this Ags build online with the Drow, or you know, what's sort of the move?
I quite like Manta Butterfly in most situations after Dragonlance, but I know there's a lot of builds that people like different of. I will have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of the Aghanim's. I know some people really do like it, but Butterfly versus PL has clear timing that you can hit, where they don't have the true strike, and it can be super good versus it. But we'll see what Mickey wants to do. Because the thing about the Ags, it does give you this farming element as well, too, during downtime, that you can just, yeah, get that crazy amount of farm, but we'll have to see what build Mickey wants. Ace.
Yeah.
Getting closer and closer to the Blink Dagger. So for Liquid, I'd imagine, right, they're going to look to accelerate things quite drastically when he does have that.
scanning.
Well, for Aurora, probably content sitting back until WS has the Blink Dagger himself. As we said, a little bit more of a greedy lineup coming in from Ben, and Makoto's doing the same build. So he's going to go for that Specialist array for the scaling. Makoto. Trying to get the jump, Nisha. Vessel's done for him, so they will have pretty good synergy timings coming in. Vessel from him, the Blink is about to come out from Ace. So let's see if Aurora is ready for these aggressive moves, because they do have very good defensive heroes on Aurora, with the Wyvern, with the Axe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tofu. He's got his eyes on Mira. We'll have
Mira
Nisha swinging over.
Mira's very high level this game, also to point out. Sometimes I've seen him be like level 6. He's almost level 9 on the line this time around. Just to point that out.
I'm talking about great. Do you mind that the sort of build up for both of these supports is the Blink Dagger as first item for both of them on Aurora?
Kaori might switch it up. They're playing this hero without Blink just feels quite bad. It's really hard to land curses, always be in position to get the cold embraces. They probably just need to build. The Lion has to. The Wyvern, we'll see if he does deviate.
Okay. I think Corey could be considering other stuff.
Under attack.
The thing is, too, is like he's playing with PL, right? So it's like you don't want to go Solar Crest, you don't want to go Glimmers, because then it gives away which one the real one is. So it's always tough to say how they do want to itemize as the two supports, right?
Yeah.
Liquid, though, they want to play super aggressive now. Timing has been hit. Blink on Ace. Can look to shut down the map
Scanning.
pretty effectively here. WS does have Blink, though. So Aurora can absolutely fight back.
Dire are scanning.
Looking around this mid.
Here comes WS.
Ooh, they'll go for the jump into the stun.
Counteract.
Living armor comes out.
Curse.
On the back, but the dunk comes in. They're finished off Nisha. Overgrowth comes in onto the four of them. Nightfall swinging across though, and the cold embrace is healing Makoto up. Another mine laid down will finish Makoto. But you know, it's the fact that the time has been bought for Nightfall to turn up to the fight. You know, and when this PL turns up, they kind of have to just run.
Big win for Aurora. Super prepared. They get the first jump. They kill Nisha before he gets anything off. Even though the wraparound is there, they get the connection fully. And Kaori is super fast with his curse, actually. Stopping most of the aggression coming in to protect Nisha. Aurora, one step ahead. And as we said, Liquid, that was them looking for the timing fight themselves. Nightfall has the Manta finish now.
Nisha. Gonna try. Ooh, WS not quite able to grab him. Dissimulate comes out. Ace is gonna jump in, but he's super low here. He jumps in, just gets burst by the power shot. Both of them dead.
Oh, Nightfall
WS
dodges
is gonna
the
get
blast
healed
off.
up by the cold embrace.
Nisha.
The shackle comes out on Anisha. He's got one more astral step to jump away.
Dire's middle tower is under
They're getting ran at. Aurora will have to back away. They are outplaying them in these fights.
Well, that
very
felt like a
nicely
risky
here.
attempt to hold Bright. I mean, he had a couple of heroes. Ace jumping in, he had no HP to play with.
Ace, who was having one of the best games for his team, too, now has just, effectively killed his net worth with that jump forward there. And Boxy, too, jumped in to follow and dies immediately afterwards, too. Nightfall turns up. He has yet to die. He's got the Manta on the first component
this
already.
PL.
This PL is a concern.
The numbers might look close at the top, but it's a Nightfall PL. He got to pick it last pick. He knows what he's doing.
And versus limited counters, right? He can naturally build Manta versus Tree.
And
They can't. Damage.
It's so hard really right now for Liquid to get these kills, right? You're jumping an Axe, he's tanky as ever. You're jumping a Wind Ranger, they've got a Wind Run. And you're jumping a PL, and he's just got all these illusions jumping all over the place. Unless you're able to get this clean jump 100 to 0, any long drawn out fight, it's just going to be a nightmare to deal with as Liquid.
Liquid has to find backlines. They can't just let Wyvern play this type of game where he can just free cast. Kaori has died 5 times, but he's still been able to get the spell casts off pretty effectively. Same thing for Mira.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
If they can't kill the cores, you got to kill the supports so that they can't just thrive.
Radiant are
And that's pre-blink daggers, right? So when these two supports do get their blinks, it's only going to get harder for Liquid in these team
the
fights.
positioning is just going to be way better and way easier for Aurora to approach when they do have those blinks to follow up. WS has Blink and Blade Mail now too, so, and the Ogre Club. A lot easier for them to just set up kills around him getting a call. For Liquid, it's very specific how they can get the fights. And that last fight, it was a 4-man overgrowth too, right?
It was, yeah, under the tier 1.
But just losing their core, losing Nisha right at the start of things.
Tofu's got the setup. He's going to go for it here with the ult. He's happy to drop whatever they can here to secure these core kills.
Dire's middle tower is
Got to get something going for themselves, because you can imagine that they're like, oh my god, there's a Nightfall PL. We can't just let the game slow down. We have to keep making these active moves. But not finding him yet. He's playing it clean, and a PL in this type of game that doesn't die early is designed, especially if it's in Nightfall's hands, to take away
it's just such a good PL game.
Yeah.
It's like maybe the drought with like the Ags into some Butterfly is going to offer some answer to the PL, but the other 4 heroes, they're all looking at Mickey. They're like, Mickey, you got to be able to deal with this PL because none of us are really going to have a great time. Yes, so like the Void Sprayer has some sort of AoE damage, but yeah, once there's a couple of items on this PL, it just won't be enough to burst Nightfall.
Off the mark with the blast off.
Oh, they do get the counter play on Amira. Curse is going to go for the TP out, but WS just walks up, gets the dunk off, and now Nisha's in trouble. He's dying to the battle hunger. Another dunk comes in from WS.
They're getting baited.
They really are, and these sort of deaths hurt, right? Because if you haven't got Nisha on the map leading these successful kind of kill attempts, you know, who's the one that's going to be starting to make these moves into the kind of big scary carries and cores of Aurora?
And the scaling, as we said, for Aurora, it's absolutely there. Mikoto, he pretty much has the BKB done already at this point, too. And Nightfall, the Aghanim's, it is done now, too. So he can get... He's already been getting involved. Now he can get involved in every single one of the fights. This makes it so much harder to keep track of which one is that real PL.
Okay, he has got his Ags now. So...
Okay.
We'll see how effective that is at dealing with the PL and the illusions in the fights. It is definitely an answer.
It is. And it will get him that farm as well to be able to match versus the PL as well, too. Is going to delay that potential butterfly timing for a bit here as Mira. They'll find Tofu. Free grab. Nightfall gets the kill. Oh, man. I miss me some Nightfall PL, even though I hate this hero.
He finds Ace.
Ace? No man's
Not
land.
going to be able to TP out.
He is, I mean, super alone down there. That is a rough death for Ace. 2 deaths kind of delivered to the side of Aurora. And yeah, Mikoto already at this point in the game, very hard for them to kill him when he's got BKB now at this point. Or before BKB, absolutely have good kill threat with the Void Spirit, the Slardar, and the Techies, but with BKB, difficulty's gone up a lot. As you said, killing the 3 cores of Aurora feels very complicated. They can kill WS, but he's the sacrifice as the Sax.
Yeah, just the straight-up matchups that they managed to get through this draft just seem really nice for Aurora. And again, like, it is, you know, pretty even on the numbers, 14 to 13, just a 1K gold difference. But yeah, the nature of some of these matchups, it feels like Liquid, they kind of needed to be further out. You know, they needed to have a lead. And then, you know, there's the chance that you're slowing down the PL. But as it's been,
they gotta go.
They haven't been able to slow down Nightfall whatsoever. Yeah, this smoke, it has to hit good. If it doesn't, the game will start looking very difficult.
They got to get a kill, and they got to progress it into a Roshan, pretty much, it feels like here.
Yeah, because that's what they can do very well.
Mira will get caught. Is that enough for them to go into a Rosh? I don't think so.
They might just try it, though.
I think they do just try, because they have corrosive.
They take it quick.
They do. Aurora is going to be very prepared for it. Do they actually want to go over there?
They can go for a big blink still. They've got blink curse. They've got blink call.
The vision was placed, though.
Yeah, and Tofu's in position to try and block off any sort of move over. And Nightfall, he's already in. He's starting to just sort of tease around with him in the river. The jump's going to have to come soon. Nightfall, he's going to head forward, get the information. Start to push the away. And he's been caught by the call. WSC able to get the jump in. They've killed the Drow.
Oh my god, another Rosh. Look at TP.
And Rosh indeed is so low. It was a risky move to make. Liquid overgrowth used, but to no avail. Tofu still dies. I mean, they had to go for some sort of desperate play. It doesn't work. The call's there. 3 dead. Roshan free for the taking here for Aurora. Really starting to see, indeed, the actual signs of how tough this game actually is for Liquid. Even though they kept it close for the early game. Close, it's just not good enough when you're up against this just level of honest. It does feel like a bit of an outdraft, I've got to be honest. I don't know if they maybe forgot about the PL or didn't see the chance that we saw right for the switch up to allow the PL to come through as the last pick. But this game seems very difficult to play.
It just got, like, 20 times more difficult, right? That was Liquid. They need to get this Rosh for the Drow, prevent the PL from getting it. Their lineup, Liquid's draft needs this Aegis to be able to keep progressing. So, yeah, these next few moments, I wonder how Mick is going to play the fights. WS just has their number. Another catch potentially here. He's got the call. Ooh.
They'll get out this time, Nisha, but my goodness.
Just.
I mean, because that's the thing. There's so many threats for Mickey in these fights, right? You have to worry about the call, you have to worry about the curse, you have to worry about getting like blink X by Mira, have to worry about this PL, just running it and getting
cold embrace.
Have to worry about getting focus fired by Makoto. He's just having to worry 24/7, Mickey.
It does feel like Aurora playing with absolute comfort versus this matchup, and Nightfall in his prime element, as we're seeing, just charging in versus heroes with confidence.
Yeah, he knows they can't touch him.
Look at him go. They seem to know which one the real one is this time, of course, with that Aegis. They are going to go for him. The Nightfall tanky. Is he actually going to disengage?
Oh, they get it once. Can they do it again? In and out. Curse is going to be there. Give him a bit of space, but they do a decent amount against him on that first life.
Shackle.
Aurora. I mean, they have to chase this Liquid, right? You've got to try and punish.
Ace is looking. Does he want to jump blindly to high ground, though? A bit dangerous.
It's a bit too much. Well, all things said and done, they definitely lost that Aegis a little bit sooner than I think they would have hoped for, Aurora. Losing that one pretty quickly.
Yeah, Nightfall. Trying to push the limits of his hero this time does get punished.
Dire are scanning.
Blink is finished for Kaori. Blink on Mira. So now they do have that positioning. Gem also was picked up pretty early here for WS. And this Axe definitely want to just keep watching. Feels like if he does get the call on the Drow, the fight's over. So overall for Liquid, they have to ensure that they can protect Mickey, at least get information for him in the front lines. But yeah, the PL issue, it just continues to rise.
Yeah, because you see, right, Nisha's moving around the map. He wants to make moves, but can he ever really jump the PL?
He's trying, but he might just get jumped himself.
Yeah, tries to clear the illusions. They just come in with the counter jump, take him out.
And they get top play also, and Boxy also.
They're getting a lot right now. They're getting a lot right now here, Aurora. 3 kills, double kill for Nightfall.
This pick seems too perfect. And the play around it, too. They know how to play with this hero. Kaori, also, I do have to give him quite a bit of credit here. Wyvern, a hero I don't see him play very much. He's doing a pretty damn good job. getting the protection, getting the curses to protect as well. Ace, he is queuing up Aghanims, so looking to be a bit tankier, but he is super vulnerable in the fights now at this point.
I mean, it's just a hard game to itemize when you're behind.
The scaling is just so good from Aurora.
He's going to get caught by the shackle. Does have a lot of backup, though, so Makoto won't be able to fully commit. But, they get the call on a Mickey, and that buys time for the stun to come in, and Nightfall is just closing on towards the Drow. The Hex is there, the dunk comes in, Mickey dead once more. Nightfall, he's hungry for more action. He's ready to just find the next target.
WS.
WS, call onto the 2 supports, Tofu and Boxy caught. This is, again, if you're Liquid, you got to be feeling, what do we do? What do you do in this sort of position? It's, that this PL is just probably never going to die.
It's feeling hopeless very, very quick. The kills that they tried to set up on him early ended up getting the Drow killed a couple times, and WS, he is just finding the Drow every time. How does this man do this every time he's playing Axe?
Yeah.
12-4-5. And Nisha, they're setting up for him again already.
They are. Ooh, he's over to the Lotuses in time. Makoto still trying to see if he can get the shackle angle. Should be all right. Dissimulates back up in a second. Nisha's away.
They're snowballing out of control with the draft that scales harder. Liquid, they have to still try to fight into it. They cannot sit back, I would say. They have to look to try to catch something.
What?
Nightfall?
They get the jump, but WS is just going to get the call off. And Boxy, he tries to set up on towards Nightfall, but ends up losing his life. Maybe they can get WS. The shackle catches Ace. Ace gets nothing off. Ace is gone. The cold embrace is down to WS. Mickey's getting chased down by Nightfall. He'll try and run, but cannot get away from this PL. Godlike for Nightfall.
Already has the Scotty. And WS survives as well, getting the catch back to back to back. Wow. Aurora playing this one to pure perfection, and Liquid, this game, quickly is drastically fallen out of control after some lanes that were doing pretty good. All the moves feel like they're just not working. And Aurora's just there to counteract them every single time.
I mean, I'll tell you, I think this PL pick was that big brain. Like, it literally, it made this draft from Liquid just kind of impossible to play, I feel like, into a PL. Unless they were able to kill him in the lane, crush his start. That didn't happen. Like, Nightfall, he doesn't lose these games.
No, and they picked Void Spirit too, right? A hero that we were talking about that has fallen into some pretty difficult situations. If you don't snowball, this is definitely one of those where he did not snowball, and they seem to actually, do they know where he is?
Do they know that Nisha's here?
I think they're just setting up for Tormentor, but I think they kind of maybe thought he was here too.
Yeah, they don't know, so, yeah. Let's go for the Tormentor.
Like, I think it was at least from like the drafting perspective, right, from Aurora, they knew the Drow was coming, because we were mentioning, okay, this is definitely a clear-cut Drow pick when they have this Treant pick in that the third pick. So I think the preparation for them getting this Wyvern and then just having the the balls to switch this Wind Ranger to the mid, a lot of other teams wouldn't do that. We have not seen that much mid Wind Ranger, so.
I don't think any other team would really do this. That kind of duo, the switch of the Wind Ranger to the mid and then picking a PL last. Like, that is, it's such an Aurora thing. And it's the thing, it doesn't even feel that cheesy because they're that good with it. Like, Nightfall obviously is having an insane game, and Makoto on his mid Wind Ranger, he's showed us twice today, like, it's perfect in his hands. It feels like there's no trade-off. Like, he doesn't suffer in lane, he still has a lot of impact, and he still gets a lot of farm. Like, he just ticks all the boxes still when he's taking the Wind Ranger to the mid, which other teams won't do right now.
Yeah, just surviving, being able to play versus this mostly physical damage of Liquid definitely feels like it is very good. I will say also, I think a lot of it is around WS's Axe, him having this thing that just makes the other two look that much better, because it is just this solid hero.
He's a tough man to sort of ban out, it feels like. Do you really have to just ban Axe, Timber, and Dawn every draft? If he gets one of those three, he is going to have a great game, even if you shut him down in lane.
You ban them or you steal one, because that is what they did before too. They stole the Dawn, but whatever. This guy does seem just too comfortable. They just get a Rax for free.
I mean, that the
5v5 up, and they can just keep pushing.
And one thing that definitely didn't work out for Liquid this draft, right, was the opener. You know, this first pick Slardar, Ace hasn't been able to do much with it this game.
No, he did kill himself pretty hard in the mid game, right? In that mid jump, when he got the blink, when he was having a good game, he killed himself twice back to back. And Aurora now smooth sailing a 15K lead with this PL.
And the Boxy and Ace are trying for a wraparound. Already the jumps in, though. WS gets the call on a Mickey.
It's on
Stuns
the
to follow
drought.
up into the burst. Oh, Mickey put the Manta. He's going to try and run, but the dunk comes in from WS. The overgrowth's there, but Tofu still dies immediately. Mickey will come in with the buyback. See what they can do with these buybacks. 2 buybacks coming in. Same to be said now as WS gets the call again onto Ace. Another dunk for WS. Ace is out for a minute. Nightfall back into the base, ready to start diving tier 4s. He's over to Tofu. Tofu will get some time in the air with the yaws. Power shot, though, from Mikoto. Finishes him off on the way back down. Remnant onto Mikoto. Ace looks for the crush, but Mikoto's able to whim run back out of this. And Nightfall, he's just back on top of Mickey. The call's there into the dunk. He is dead again. No buyback left here for the 2 of them, as they'll put the fortification, but nobody is even touching this PL. Nightfall, full HP, cleaning them up. Another call, another dunk from WS, as Aurora seem to be closing this one up in style. Another dunk, and maybe even more. Ace, he's going to get called as well. WS walks over, they've got the control.
Give him mana.
And
Dunk
another
again.
dunk. There we go.
Yeah.
Another one. Maybe another one. Give it the rampage. Come on. Give it the rampage. Yeah.
Yes.
There it is. Rampage. Whoa.
What a way to end
West. Look at him go. And with that, Aurora, they're going forward to week 2. They go into the LAN here. A Blast Slam 7, the LAN finals. And my goodness, what a way to do it. With an axe.
A rampage.
Dunk rampage.
And they gave him mana too. They were communicating. And I was like, he doesn't have
give
mana.
I
Mira
was
starts
worried at the end
mana
there.
draining
I
him.
was worried. I was like, he hasn't got mana.
That was
Wow.
so cool. And even you see at the end there, I mean, this is an observer that wrote it, I think, but it was someone said epileptic kid in the chat too. I mean, Nightfall, he did get his PL as a last pick in
It was
beautiful
such
game.
a good pick. And I guess Liquid just didn't see it coming. It caught them by surprise.
Does seem like it.
The fact that there was that switch up there, because their lineup, as I said, you don't pick these heroes if there's even a slither of a chance that a PL's coming in against you, Fold.
No, and as much as we can talk about the PL, honestly, WS, he broke them in this game. How many
he stole the show at the end,
4 in a row that he catches the drow at the start
He got
of the
Mick
fights.
every time. Every time he got Mick.
single time. That was beast mode.
Wow, what a game from Aurora. And with that, as I say, there was a little bit of an issue at the top. You didn't see that there was already a game 1. There was already game 1 if you missed that. Aurora did win that, and they, of course, just won this one. This was game 2. So the 2-0 here today against Liquid means that it is the end of the road for Liquid at this Blast Slam 7. We'll be able to look at what went down today. Of course, we've been following the action on the B stream. We had Aurora defeating Tundra. Did go to 3 games, that one. And the second series, Aurora getting a 2-0 against Liquid to secure their spot. And then on the other side, I'm sure some of you joined us from the A stream. You guys had a bit of a quicker day over there, I believe. Spirit getting the win against OG, but then Yandex getting the win against Spirit. I think both of those series went the 2-0, so a little bit more one-sided over on that. Means that we're going to get Yandex and Aurora moving forward. Honestly, Fold, probably at the start of the day, if you looked at the teams we had, this was probably the expected outcome, I'd say, if you ask most people, right?
Yeah, I guess I would say so. Liquid one, I had a little more 50-50, but they do have a lot of problems in their games that we've also seen that have been a bit random. Aurora, probably just a bit more stable, and they just stuck with their stable heroes. And yeah, I don't know, WS. Some of these offlaners, there's got to be an answer. You got to get rid of some of these heroes.
Absolutely. It does feel like he gets Axe, Timber, and Dawn pretty much every game. So maybe more has to be done to stop him from getting one of his big 3, as he always has a solid time. And with that, we can now have a look at what we're going to have coming up next week in the LAN finals. So as you can see, all the matchups here ready to set up. Which one jumps out to you there, Fogged, out of the first 2? We're going to be starting, of course, with Falcons and Yandex, and Betboom and Aurora. Which one are you looking forward to there?
Oh, I don't know, actually. You know, Falcons, they've also been a bit wishy-washy in some of their games if they do have like a Mars struggle.
Sure.
Yandex and Betboom have just been super aggressive. So, I mean, those are the 2 teams that I'm looking at to probably pull forward here, but exciting games for sure coming up ahead.
Yeah, what a way to end that last chance playoffs there, with Aurora having a brilliant close-up of that game, and just great draft. Just, really well approached. It was a good approach to that game. The Liquid were not quite ready for today. As you were kind of picking up, even if there wasn't a PL, right, Liquid were going into this game to quite a physical-focused draft, and that can leave you open to some holes.
Yeah, definitely some holes, and sometimes the Slardar hero can fall into these problems where it's like your draft becomes all about like minus armor and just all about this type of strategy. And I do think, yeah, Aurora, they responded pretty much perfectly, and I don't think most people would expect Coyote to play Wyvern too, which was a bit of a switch up there, but absolutely works and knew exactly how to play versus Liquid, how to draft versus them, and that was really good showing from Aurora with a little switch up of heroes, but overall playing their comfort across the board.
Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in with us. There'll be a few days break, but then it's all going to kick off, I believe, Thursday, right? Thursday, we're going to continue the games, so do not miss the action then. And obviously, more importantly, all the teams, they're going to be on site that have made it through to the next stage, and myself and Fogged will be on site as well, so looking forward to it. Can't wait. We'll see you for Week 2 of Blast Slam 7, starting in a few days.